design is perfectly suited for space. Irritant, naughty wimps.
Good evening, party people. Welcome back to the Bar with an X. Now, serving all different types of spirits. I guess technically we were doing that before. I don't know. I was trying to do like a little intro with a piece of single standoff comedy or something like that. But honestly, I have no jokes today. Instead, I was just doing some bot maintenance right before the stream actually started. It's wonderful. I've been using this streamer bot called Cruise Control on Twitch for the longest time, and there's apparently a feature on it where you need to authenticate things beforehand, and every once in a while, about every month or so, it just randomly decides to de-authenticate, and you have to go in and debug it in real time. So it's that time of the month again where we have to do things to the bot. But welcome, everybody. To everybody who popped in here early, I see Colmanez out there, some Nerd out there, I see Renzo out there, I saw Manic up above, the Owlboy with a hoot, Asta and Diamond, and Skittle who says to hydrate, which I'm working on it. And then I see Kukaimoku, Akko. I think I'm gonna call you Akko out there, saying it's the best mixer around. Hope everything's been working. Thanks so far. But there's just a little bit of weird stuff happening right before the stream started. I see Cow King out there too. Well, there we go, everybody. If I missed you, feel free to pop in with a heyo or a wave and whatnot. Well, I go over with this week's Monday cocktail recipe. I know I said last week that we tried to do mocktails on Monday, but as it turns out, I had a busy weekend, so I didn't get all the ingredients in time, but I had all this alcohol stuff already, including the other stuff, so we're gonna go with that. In keeping with the whole theme with Eggman, we're going to do another egg drink this evening, not a full egg. Instead, this one just uses an egg white, and I'm gonna show you a little trick. If it works for me, it will be helpful, because I've never actually tried it before, because this recipe, if you didn't notice already, calls for specifically a half an ounce of egg white, and specifically doing a half an ounce of egg white can be a little bit difficult when you're looking for egg whites. I see Dragonkin6 popping in on the Twitch side. Welcome to the Bar with an X, my friend. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. And it looks like the authentication worked because the message popped in chat, which is great. I see Ryan out there on the YouTube side saying, hey, what's going on? Diamond out there saying, if you're wondering, my goal is to beat the video your mod stole from you with 129K views. Dude, you got it, man. You got this. A hook. Pay attention to analytics. If anything, if you're on the YouTube side and you're like, how can I tell if the video is going to do well? At least for the shorts I've found, if the swipe through rate, as in the percentage of people who actually watch the video is greater than 85%, you've got a banger. And that's almost been consistent with 2 Infinity Vault videos? I don't know, just putting things out there. Manic, welcome back, my friend. So this thing's, excuse me. Tonight's cocktail is called Tokyo Drift, and I got it from a book called Apotheke, Modern Medicinal Cocktails, named after the bar itself, Apotheke, which I want to say is out in New York or somewhere like that. I can't exactly remember where it's from. See Cow King out there with the bits. Love to see that. Thank you, sir. Or madam, or otherwise. I don't know how the cow identifies now that I think about it. But, yeah, it comes from a book called Apotheke. I don't actually have the book on me, because it was actually lent to me by my fellow mixologist, Imi Chow, and I have since given the book back to her. But it caught my eye because it combines a number of different types of ingredients together that I don't think I've ever had in a single glass before. It's got the egg white, which I mentioned already, but it's also got matcha tea, and it's got sake. Yeah. Sake and matcha tea I've had as a combo before, but it throws bourbon in on top of that, and then throws it into this style that's reminiscent of a New York sour by putting some Cabernet Sauvignon, specifically that type of red wine, on top of it. I was like, wow, this is gonna be wild, dude. Oh, great. It's gonna be great. Oh, man. Owlboy out there says, hey, and collecting some ingredients for your next small batch mead experiment, and making some tepache-inspired mead with wildflower honey, cane sugar, pineapple chilies, pineapple comma chilies, ginger, clove, and pineapples. Dude, peppercorns. That was the last one there. That sounds so tasty, man. It has been a hot minute since I've made my last batch of tepache, and that's just because I don't typically have a pineapple around here, because I just want to, if I'm gonna have it, I want to try to use the whole damn thing, but I haven't needed a pineapple, because I got canned pineapple juice. And the fronds from the last pineapple that I had around here, I just kind of kept in the freezer, because they keep relatively well, although they've been in there for probably about 7 months now, and they look worse for the wear. Welcome in, Winter. I see you out there on the YouTube side. And Manic saying, I found the Infinite the Jackal account. Dude, I was talking, I think, I want to say when Lycos, Laura, and I were recording the Infinite episode of the Lorax podcast, we were specifically calling out the Infinite the Jackal's YouTube account, who I don't think it was active at the time. I don't know. That was super interesting. I made mention of the podcast, so I'm just gonna throw the podcast link out there. My bro Lycos Laura and I have a podcast called Lorax, and it's all about the Sonic the Hedgehog universe and us diving into various different characters, items, or other things in the universe every week. New episodes come out on Friday. We just hit 50 subs on YouTube, but we're also on Spotify, we're on Apple, we're on where wherever you get your podcast on. LoreX, Lore hyphen capital X is there to do the lore dives for you. As somebody else put it the other day, we are LoreX. We speak for the lore, as opposed to the LoreX speaking for the trees. In any case, so this one starts with a shaker. I got this cocktail from the Apotheke Modern Medicinal Cocktails book. That's pretty good. I don't have it on me right now. I stole it from Amy Chow, and then I gave it back to her. But we're gonna start with an egg white in this one. We're gonna start with half an ounce of egg whites, and in order to measure it, I've got a little trick to share with you. So take your egg and separate the egg white and the egg yolk as normal, but instead of trying to pour out the egg white immediately, hit it with a milk frother real quick to break up the protein so you can pour it like syrup. And that's what I'm gonna try to demonstrate. Diamond out there being like, Infinite the Jackal sounds familiar. Yeah, he's the edgy guy from Sonic Forces who was called Weak by Shadow once and made it his entire personality. And he's got a big ruby stuck in his chest. I thought he was a pretty cool character, you know? In any case. Manic saying, I also got the Infinite Discord account. I could invite them to the stream, not the Discord. Oh, you found them? Oh, man. Yeah, pop them on. Bring more Sonic characters. I noticed we got a little bit roleplay heavy with some of the characters who've been showing in chat and whatnot, and if I'm not totally entertaining the RP, I don't mean to come down on it and whatnot. It's just kind of hard to index on as the bartender also trying to run the show and also play the video game and also do the Eggman thing in zero gravity, which is what we're going to get into after the fact. So let me grab 2 containers. One of these containers is going to hold the egg white. One of these is going to hold the egg yolk. With the egg yolk, I was reminded last time that you can actually cure an egg yolk and basically eat it after the fact. So I'm going to try that because I've never actually tried it before because I tend to discard my egg yolks. I used to save them and put them in a separate container and say that I'm just going to eat them in the morning. But to be honest, I never did. And they just went bad and started smelling. But cured egg yolks are a completely different thing. And I'd tell you more about it, but I've never actually had one before. So I'm going to make that with the egg yolk and I'm going to make the cocktail with the egg white. And I guess whatever is left of the egg white, I'm just gonna toss that because I don't know what else to do with it. But, you know, we try to make the most of the ingredients that we use around here at the bar with an X. So take an egg white into one container. There we go. There are tools that allow you to do this easier, but I like this technique. I find that I am less likely to ruin what I'm doing if I just stick with the shell. I got almost all of it in there. Almost all of it. Gotta get the rest of it. Just kind of snotty substance. Egg yolk in my other container. I don't think I broke it, so we're good on that. Now, in order to cure this egg yolk, which I'm not using for the cocktail, I'm just gonna cover it in salt. Where's my salt at? I learned this technique basically with anything salty. The salt is going to help basically solidify the egg yolk, and you can basically spread it on toast. You can use it as a garnish depending on how far you cure this thing. This is new to me, and I've never tried it before. So I'm going to give it a shot by just covering this egg yolk in salt. There we go. And I'm just going to let this sit in the refrigerator for the next 2 or 3 days, and then it should come out pretty hard. So we'll check on this on Wednesday to see whether or not the egg yolk cured. Let me label this before I do anything else with it. Otherwise, I'm going to forget about it. Oh, actually, let me get the egg a little bit closer to the center of this thing, because I realized it was all on the side. There was a whole part of the egg that wasn't actually held in. What to see out there? Nerd out there being like mentally brick-walled with your Magic the Gathering commander deck that you're trying to build. Figured mono red goblins would have been easier to make for a first deck, but I'm stuck. Oh, dude. I think my first Magic the Gathering deck, like the big commander deck that I was doing, was not mono red. It was red-green. And I want to say, my buddy Lycos Lore reminded me what it was. It was Borborygmos Enraged, I think was the character. I'm going to try to get some more salt around the edge of this egg yolk. Again, this is my first time trying this technique, so this is new to me too. But I want to completely cover it in the salt. And then let that sit in the refrigerator. There we go. What else do I see out there? Medic talking about no reminders of Sonic Underground the last episode, it seems. Cow out there saying, which should I watch? Grave of Fireflies or Watership Down? Grave of Fireflies sounds cool. I have no idea what it's about. But Fireflies sound nice, you know? And I see Infinite popping in chat. What's going on, Infinite? I was just talking about you. One of my favorite edgy characters in the Sonic universe. Let me actually put this on a different part of my fridge, so don't forget about it. There we go. I've taken more time talking about what to do with the egg yolk than the actual cocktail work. Let me put my salt away. I evidently need more salt. I am very, very low on salt. So let me put that back there to remind myself to inventory that later. Like I was saying, the recipe here calls for a ½ ounce of egg white, and it's hard to measure an egg white just because of how much the egg white wants to stick with each other. So a little hack that you can use behind the bar if you're trying to measure out specific amounts of egg white is you take a little milk frother and you put it into the egg yolks and froth it ever so briefly to break up the proteins that are holding the egg together. You don't want to do it too much, or else you make like a meringue and you wind up getting into completely other territory of stuff that, you know, isn't really drinkable in a way, depending on the consistency of your foam. But this is a little hack that I learned from Kevin Kaz, Cocktail Time, one of the YouTube channels that I would recommend anybody out there watching. So let me hit this with a milk frother real quick. Still gotta go a little bit more. I've never done this with egg white before. It's still very goopy for me. I was saying too, this is the first time I'm trying this technique, so this is kind of new to me too. But I don't think my milk frother is powerful enough for this. Oh, never mind, hold up. Little bit. This is new to me, dude. Oh, what do I see out there? Oh my gosh. I see Bryce out there talking about something that made him cry. Which movie was that one, Bryce? I might have missed that part of the conversation. Oh, man. Nerd talking about goblin hamsters? What are we talking about out there? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, man. Ryan out there saying, I recently found out that an upside-down macchiato is just a latte. Oh, yeah. Something about ratios of milk and coffee and otherwise. All right. I would say that for all intents and purposes, my egg white is mildly whipped. Mildly whipped. So I'll go with that. Panic like I was just drinking coffee. Excellent. Bryce saying grave of fireflies. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want to... I don't know much about this Fireflies one. So if that's the kind of movie stuff that you're into, Cal, I think it was asking, then go for it. But Fireflies sounds cool. What I see out there. Official out there talking about more goblins. Cole saying hamster liqueur. Eli saying I spent half the movie crying. It's a Ghibli. Oh, is the Fireflies a Ghibli movie? Maybe I should watch that one. That sounds cool. Archie Shadow, welcome back. Owl out there being like, everything's a latte if you do it wrong enough. I mean, what is it? I feel like that's a hit at Starbucks because they call everything a latte, even though it's not necessarily a latte. I know there's something in regards to the amount of milk that you have, the amount of steamed milk or froth milk or coffee or espresso or otherwise and water that goes into all the different types of coffee beverages. And I do not have the authority to talk on coffee beverages because I just don't know coffee as much as I probably could as a mixologist. But maybe one day, you know? Maybe one day. Ryan out there saying, did I break the bot? Break the bot with what? What did you do? Infinity health. Output 0. Oh. Interesting. Oh, you know what? No, you know what? I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened, Ryan. I got you. I changed a couple of things up, and apparently I changed things no good. I had to do some bot stuff. That was the infinity command, right? That one's doing a little bit broken. Let me write that down for myself. I think I know how to fix that, so let me get to that after I pour this egg white. That was okay. I think that was fixed. Infinity. You might have broken it, baby, and that's okay. That's okay. That just means we get to fix it, you know? Winter's like, do I have a favorite coffee-flavored drink? I like caramel things, personally. That's my favorite. Take a ½ ounce of this egg white and put it into one side of your shaker. I'm gonna put it in the big side for now, so don't forget about it. Where's my jigger? There it is. ½ ounce of egg white. I wouldn't say that worked super well, to be honest. It's very frothy. All right, well, I was gonna say that I was gonna add that little trick with the egg white in the video. I apparently don't know what I'm doing yet, and I'll have to experiment with that a little bit further. But supposedly that technique works with a milk frother to break up the proteins of the egg white in order to allow you to measure it like it would a syrup. Mine is still very much connected, and I have a whole foam. So maybe what I do is I try that again? Nah, I don't got the time to do that. So, ½ ounce of egg whites. It kind of worked. Honestly, I'm just going to throw the whole thing in there. Very frothy. It's so mucusy. That's what I get for trying new things, right? It's all about learning together. What do I see out there? Ryan out there saying, do I have to specify a color on the chartreuse redeem? Yeah, because there's a yellow one and there's a green one, and I got both of them, you know? What else do I see out there? Shadow being like, I drink cocktails or coffee or tea or sometimes all at the same time. Infinite out there saying, I don't drink, I'm just here to watch the stream. We're always happy for it. Owl saying, I love brown sugar coffee. I wanted to try brown butter in a coffee thing before, or just brown butter in general, which sounds tasty. What I see out there? Jay Novice saying out there, aged whites work better. Also room temp just for next time. Oh, that's a good point. I did take that one basically right out of the refrigerator. We're all learning new things around here together, you know? Okie dokie. Alrighty then. And I see Imi Chow popping and saying, yo boss, what's going on, girl? Good to have you. I was hanging out with Imi Chow the other day. We went to a small little bar crawl around the city for Gin Week, apparently, as things have started. It's also Cinco de Mayo, if you didn't know as well. Because that means it's the 5th of May. And it most definitely is. And for the Star Wars fans out there, yesterday was May the 4th, and today is Revenge of the 5th. But today has nothing to do with that. I just figured I would mention it. And we might cheers about it later. What's going on, cool? Welcome in, dude. Next we need 1.5 ounces of bourbon. Going with this big old bottle of Evan Williams that I picked up the other day to get more things here, you know? More options here at the Bar with an X. Skittle out there saying, I got chili dogs? Question mark? Is that a question for me or otherwise? 1.5 ounces of bourbon. And then I'm gonna check the bot output because I think it's a little broken. There we go. And let me check the bot real quick. The infinity output's being weird. Ryan being like, it would be redeem, exclamation point, redeem, infinity, green chartreuse. It would be when it's ready. And he's like, the bot broke? I don't think it's completely broken. I think the, my theory is I moved some files around the other day and I have a strange feeling that the infinity, like the file that the infinity bottle is supposed to be reading is not correct. So I think, let me see if I can fix that real quick. This is in the infinity command. This is infinity, the thingy. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Infinity choice, redeem infinity, message, infinity content, execute code. What is the code? That is... Oh, that's super weird. It's out of order. Oh, is that how it is? Oh, run program. Ah, okay. Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. It's because I forgot to install a program that I need to do when I changed it around. That's hilarious. Okay. So, in order for that to work, I need to install a program that I didn't install already. So let me see if I can do that real quick. Let me see if that'll work. That'll be funny if it works or not. Let me see. I broke shit, y'all. I did it. Let's see if I can fix that real quick. There we go. Click that button in there. And then I do this button. Real-time debugging. Isn't that cool? Then I do this one. There we go. Hold up a second. I see Alec the Hedgehog popping in. What's going on? Cool out there saying I was a Sonic character, but I changed to Gojo. Oh, cool, Gojo. You were a Sonic character? Which Sonic character were you? Can't say I'm familiar with a Gojo character. Let's exit this and then try to go back in and see whether or not we got it to work. It's still not working. All right, cool. Well, I got this thing. So try this one and see what happens. Oh, Ryan's like, the shell is primed and loaded into the cannon for the chartreuse redeem. Oh, I'm here for it, man. I am here for it. Click button. Hell yeah. Let me do that there. There we go. Yeah, go for it. I'm doing a quick installation in the background. I don't know whether that's a problem or not. I want to make things work. Oh, hello there. That's a cool button. Nice. There we go. What's the next ingredient in this cocktail? What do we got? 1/2 ounce of sake is what we're doing next. I've got this Soto Junmai sake, premium Junmai. Junmai is basically like a description of the level of quality of the sake, and honestly, I can't talk too much more on that. I see Annie out there checking the infinity command. Let's see if whatever I did just worked. Maybe it did. Okay, exit that. Click that button. There we go. Let's try infinity one more time and see. It's still not working. Okay, that's all right. That is okay. Now all I gotta do is do that command. And figure out where the hell it is. Where node? There we go. That's the button I want to see. Go into streamer bot. Click on that. Click this button. There we go. Make sure that we're on the right one. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no way. All of that stuff is gone to... Oh, all of that stuff is gone as well. Actually, no, that doesn't make... That doesn't... No, that's okay. That doesn't need that. We good? There we go. There we go. Try it again, y'all. Now it's working. I fixed it. Gosh, he's so intelligent. How did he do it? How did he do it? The bot lives! It's back! The infinity thing is good. I just forgot to install a program to make it run. We're all good. Half an ounce of sake. And then we'll move on with our sad lives. Sad lives? Why would you say that? It's a happy life that we live, right? Alec the Hedgehog saying, I'm not canon, I'm just my OC. Oh, no problem, dude. You can be canon in your own brain. There ain't nothing wrong with that, you know? Amy Chow out there saying, shout out to all the ADHD folks who, when they have to clean, they clean so thoroughly, they forgot where they put the thing, because apparently I forgot where you put the thing. Well, I hope it's not here again, because if it is, I'll find it in like a week or so, you know? What I see out there too, official saying that commander's literally fuck it double gauntlets. Wait, which commander? Was it Bourbon? It wasn't Borborigmos. That's not the commander I'm thinking of. I'm not too well read up on the Magic the Gathering stuff, but we've been having a lot of discussions on Magic the Gathering stuff in the Discord server recently. I think Renzo's making his own cards out there for characters from Devil May Cry. It's really cool looking, dude. Also, just so my sake stays better for longer, don't let me forget to put a little bit of inert gas on top of it, because it's basically a wine, basically, although there's other differences, you know? Future Sonic popping into the YouTube side. What is in my future? I'm curious. All right. Bryce out there saying, is Everclear an option for the bottle? Yeah. If anybody's curious what the options for the bottle are, there's a button just for it. It's on that part of the website, and if you look up Everclear, it's an option. And it's the good stuff, Bryce. It's not this weak-ass 150 proof. It's 190. It's the good stuff. All right, so I got an egg whites, my bourbon, my sake. I need an ounce. Well, add an ounce of matcha tea. I took some matcha, I made some tea, and it's been cooling. Now I've got this. An ounce of matcha tea. Such an interesting combination of flavors that we're adding in here. Oh my gosh, dude. Amy Chow, like, I swear that the thing that she was referring to is not at the bar this time. It's okay. It's okay if it's at the bar. Maybe it's just somewhere in transit from the bar to where you're at right now. Perhaps it's somewhere along the way. Official saying, Krenko mid-boss. Tap this card, crit, X guy. Oh, that's what you were saying. I saw you say Krenko up earlier, and I was like, what is official saying? And I completely missed the context. I appreciate you for filling me in. Oh my gosh. Manic saying, when I said I don't get notifications from the channel, I don't. There's a little bell. You gotta click the button. There's an all option, a customized option, and a none option. And that's about all I can tell you on that one. Don't worry. We also got notifications in the Discord too. So yeah, there's a little thing roll that you can get, and it pings you when things happen. I ping the roll, and I don't ping at everybody because I personally, I hate being pinged with at everybody. Almost every single server that I ever join, I will disable at everyone command because I don't want to be a part of everyone. I want to have my own little section of my corner in the Discord server where I'm not quite everybody. I'm a subsection of everybody who doesn't want to identify with the everybody. Mild rant over. Next, we'll add half an ounce of a 2-to-1 simple syrup. I'm using this bottle of Pratt Standard Cocktail Company stuff that I had left over for some classes I was teaching. Those classes are over, so I've got extra syrups laying around. And this one is a 2-to-1 Demerara simple syrup, because it is the true rich simple syrup. Because way back when we talked about, way back in cocktail history, when people called for rich simple syrup in a recipe, they were specifically talking about Demerara sugar. Now, in my head, I want to say that that's because of the fact that the refining process of like white sugar didn't get better until later years later. But honestly, I'm not the cocktail historian here, and I could be wrong about that. But it definitely uses Demerara sugar. And I like it. And this pours really well. Half an ounce of a 2-to-1 simple syrup. I used to tell you all that I would normally always keep a 2-to-1 simple syrup behind the bar because it's got a better shelf life just because of how much extra sugar it is in it compared to a 1-to-1. I've been making my own 1-to-1 syrups. So when this recipe greeted me with the 2-to-1 ratio, I was like, oh, I gotta make some of that. And then I didn't. So I went with this stuff because it's already been made. And it's easy to use. It's fun and easy to use. Flames of Glory, I see you up there on the Twitch side. Good to have you back. Red Bull gives you wings, saying Ryan, but that shit will give you a 4-wheel drive. Oh yeah, dude, the whole damn way. Let's see. Image House saying, I saw it in your house this afternoon. I hope it's not in the in-between. Also, I want a rich simp. Hi, says Annie. Yeah. I label all of my bottles with SYMP because it's just shorthand for simple syrup. And I can write a bunch of things around it and it makes it easy for me, you know? Okay. Manic out there saying, when you said, here's 7 more notifications, I didn't get any. Oh, I know what you're talking about. And Silver, I see you popping in as well. Yeah, it was for the members, actually, because I was doing a bunch of editing over the weekend, and I put out 7 different videos that the members get to see first. I think there was 4 Infinity Bottle videos, and then Amy the Mocktail, Amy the Cocktail, and the Pico Pico back. So if you're a member of the channel on YouTube for only $1 a month, you get all that stuff as soon as they're edited. Usually the Infinity Bottle stuff happens, I'm getting faster on it, so it should be happening a lot faster, but usually that stuff comes out 2 weeks after they actually happen on stream, because that's the editing cadence that I've kind of fallen into, and it works for me, so I'm going to keep with that for a while. Anyways, next we need half an ounce of lime juice. I'm like exhausted, dude. My mouth feels so dry, man. Imichao saying I found the thing. Excellent, dude. Renzo saying Tokyo Drift, you're spending most of the night driving? Nah. Unless you consider Eggman driving his Egg Walker thing. In which case, it's Tokyo Drift. It was unfortunate, right? Because when I found this recipe, I found it over the weekend to plan for today's stream because it had an egg white in it. I wanted to try this combination of ingredients and whatnot together. But as it turns out, the Eggman doesn't have any sort of driving mechanics in this game. So it would have probably been more appropriate for Tails or Rouge, but whatever. Annie out there saying, have I gotten used to editing in Premiere? Nah, not yet, dude. I've just been struggling with CapCut. I had some technological improvements that I was working on, and I just had to make sure that the baseline stuff, the stuff that I'm already used to, is working. And now it is, but I had to go through some really, really freaking stupid hoops to get it to work, dude. Half an ounce of lime juice, if I didn't say it already. There we go. And we have the egg white in there already. The Cabernet Sauvignon goes up on top, so we're not adding that to our shaker. Welcome in, Sonic. Good to have you back. Yeah, it was super weird. It was super weird, dude. I use CapCut PC as my main editing software because it is like the main benefit of using CapCut on PC is I can load up a 6.5-hour stream into the program and start editing almost immediately. DaVinci Resolve shits itself before it has a chance to figure out what files I've just added to it. And Premiere Pro was never something that I had access to, but I made some connections over the weekend. Thank you, Annie. Over last weekend, actually, to be able to play around with that a little bit more. But CapCut, when I set it up on this, when I did the technical improvements, for some reason, the home interface of CapCut was not the same. Like, I was signed in under the same account, right? But there were buttons missing, there were features missing, everything was on the same version, but what I had to do was I had to modify the registry values on my Windows computer in order to get it to work. That was so dumb. More details to come when I continue figuring shit out. Anyways. Future Sonic acknowledging past Sonic's presence, or at least current Sonic. I would consider Sonic to be current Sonic, as opposed to classic Sonic being like past Sonic. But I'm not the one who deals with futures and stuff. Instead, I exist quantumly across 2 different platforms, and 2 different times on 1 platform. Can you guess what platforms those are? Can you guess what platforms those are? YouTube, you know? Ryan's like, install Arch Linux, no more registry hacks. But then I'd have to use Linux, Ryan. And Windows just comes beautiful. Anyways, what else do we have to do here? Okay, so we had our egg white, we had our bourbon, we had everything else. Now we gotta let's dry shake this first, then add ice to it and shake it again. That's what we're doing. Dry shake first. Mephilis out there saying, I have retired from Pikmin. Did you beat the game? Did you win all of them? I know you said you were playing all of the games, but I can't remember exactly which ones. Pikmin 1, 2, 3, Pikmin Bloom, or the other ones? Did you 100% the games, or did you just like, were you just like, all right, I'm freaking done with this. The man at legs was too much for me, and I had to call it quits. Because that's where it was for me with Pikmin. Okay, dry shake is done.
I'm really getting tired of
And because I technically already whipped the egg whites, there is a mighty foam in here already. All right. To get the most out of my shaking, I'm gonna add 2 little cheater cubes and 1 big cube. Oh, where's my big cube? There we go. Gotta get my big cube in here. Gotta get my big cube. Mephiles being like 100%. Beautiful. All the Pikmin are yours, mighty Mephiles. Mightiest of Mephiles. Do I want to clean this? I don't feel like it. I don't want to do it today. I don't want to do it. All right. Shake it one more time. There we go. Future Sonic's got a theory out there. Okie dokie. Now we're gonna double strain this into a chilled coupe glass and then float it with some Cabernet Sauvignon wine. Let me grab my glass for that. This will be the one I want to use. Bring the cocktail angle over. A nice little thing. Yeah. Try our bestest over here. Music still going? Yeah, we are. And Eggman is still complaining about his walker. Build a new walker, Eggy boy! All right. Double strain this into a chilled coupe glass and put a float of Cabernet Sauvignon wine on top of it. Where is my... There you are. Where is my... There you are. I said double strain, right? Because that's what I want to do. I said double strain. I said double strain it into a coupe glass. Still got a bit more. There's a lot of liquid in here. I'll put this off to the side. Let's get some Cabernet Sauvignon wine. Grab a bar spoon for this. There we go. The idea is, hopefully we'll have a pretty nice layer on this. Hopefully. In classic whiskey sour fashion. Very cool. Oh, that is such an interesting flavor. I just caught a very interesting flavor in there. Very cool. It's that dry matcha with the cab. That's interesting. MK Bryce being like, what's this drink called again? It is called Tokyo Drift. Like that one movie. Or I guess the action of drifting through Tokyo. I suppose. Let's see. The Sonics out there are talking about in-universe Sonic stuff. Feel free to continue to have your conversation. Last, what we'll do is we're gonna garnish this with a little bit of matcha powder. So let me adjust the cocktail angle to focus on the top of this guy. There we go. We'll move you this way a tad. One of these days I'm gonna improve the cocktail angle too. Nerd out there being like, it's giving trifle vibes. Trifle vibes? Is that another drink? Perhaps. Ryan being like, that looks like the glass that was made using a form of Marie Antoinette's left breast. Is that what it looked like? I never had the opportunity to check. I have a partner and she might get angry at me if I ever tried to. Okie doke, garnish with matcha powder. I got a little bit of matcha powder over here. Let me put this inside of the strain. Ryan's saying Tokyo Drift is also an innuendo? Oh yeah? What's in your endo? Share me the details. I want to know. Unless it's really, really not appropriate, I leave it up to you, chat. I trust you. Actually, I take that statement back. I trust Ryan specifically. He's been around here long enough. He knows. So actually, what I want to do, I got something I want to try. Actually, I'm gonna do. All right, I got something I want to try. And he's like, Cam, it's too early for these sex jokes. Okay, fine. Don't do that then. I'm gonna take a little bit of matcha powder. I'm just gonna sprinkle it on top because I'm a heathen. There we go. I did it with my finger. Because then I got something I want to share with all of y'all. It's an idea that I had, and I don't know whether it's gonna work or not. So I'm gonna share it with y'all after we get all the footage for the edit. That's what we'll try. Future Sonic out there saying, Cam becomes the president of bartenders and cocktails and the CEO of Sonic? Oh, I don't know how I wound up getting myself there, Sonic. I don't want that kind of power. No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, what is this called again? Tokyo Drift? Tokyo Drift? This is the Tokyo Drift cocktail from Apotheke, combining flavors of matcha, sake, Cabernet Sauvignon wine, and bourbon together in egg white form. In the form of a New York sour, almost. It's got like a nice, like off the nose. I smell the matcha, but it's also a little fruity too. Woo! Wow. That is a really, like, the Cabernet Sauvignon is obviously the first thing that you taste with a, with a dryness of the matcha, just making it even more dry than I'm typically used to with this particular wine, which I've had here at the bar for a little while. I sip this every once in a while. This is what's this wine here? It was just a cheap wine from the store. Harmony and Soul. Picked this up from my local Old Nelson. Personally, I get like kind of a buttery, dark cherry note from the Cabernet Sauvignon. It feels drier than it is typically. It feels a bit drier than it is usually, and I think it's because of the matcha in there. Let me try to get a little bit farther in here for the layer that lies beneath. Interesting. That's really intriguing. I feel like the matcha note, it's like, let me think about this for a second. I'm getting a little bit of the corny notes from the bourbon. There's a lot of bourbon in there, right? The matcha tea is nice, but it feels like it's modifying the wine flavor more so than it is modifying like the base of the sour. It's not super sour, all things considered. It's mighty balanced, at least from my perspective. I also did put quite a thick layer of Cabernet Sauvignon on top. Let me think about that a little bit more. What do I see out there? Ryan's like, I refuse to elaborate on the definition of Tokyo Drift on stream. Would get caught immediately by the automat. All right. Say no more. Say no more. Fine by me. Annie like, Cam, imagine how much you could boost your career as the Sonic CEO. Your career? That's a good point. I'm all about spreading the love to others, you know? Arden out there saying, I have the Dungeon Meister's drink book if you want some crazy idea. Oh, you have the Dungeon Meister book? Crazy ideas, you say? Where is that here? I have that one too, Arden. I'm trying to remember where I put. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. That's the one. There we go. You tell me, Arden, which recipe in this book is crazy to you? I apparently have one of these pages bookmarked, and it is apparently Barbarian's Rage. I just have a bookmark here for some reason. I don't know why. I haven't read through this book in a hot minute. This is the one you're talking about, Arden? It's a good one, right? I see K Asadi out there saying, hey, it's that you, Cameron with the X. It's me. I am. It's he. I see Sonic.exe popping in too. Renzo also has this book. Dude, everybody's got the book. Sonic.exe is still on my shoulder. See? That's him. Right there behind me. You've also got an emerald too, so watch what you do with it. Let me do a little palate cleanse here as I go in for some better tasting notes on this thing. I will say, it ends very bourbon forward. Like, it's almost like those... That ends very, like, buttery from that Cabernet Sauvignon and corny. Corn-ish, in a way. It's very bourbon on the end palate. At least in my humble opinion. Arden's saying that it was the stealth checks. Stealth checks is a crazy one in here. Let me see. Where's the stealth check in here? I'm curious about that. S is for stealth check. Seduction rolls? Page number 55, apparently. Where's the stealth checks? ST. Oh, 58. There we go. Turn to page 58 in your Dungeon Meister book for a cocktail recipe. Stealth checks. It's got tonic, unflavored gelatin, granulated sugar, gin, lime juice, and rose water. Oh, that sounds tasty. They're Jello shots. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they had recipes for Jello shots in here. Oh my gosh. That's wonderful. Oh my gosh, I see Jerome popping in saying, hello, love the Infinity Bottle videos. Thank you. I was enjoying them for a while too. I still do enjoy them. Sometimes it's a little bit more work than enjoyment, but I like to put on a good show. Good to have you in here, Jerome. Let's go out for this Tokyo Drift cocktail again. Ryan saying, put the Tokyo Drift recipe in the Discord. It should be in the live updates channel if you're not already in that one. It didn't post originally, but that was because I was working with the bot stuff, you know? If you're also wondering what the recipe is as well, if you tap on the screen and you're on vertical, you can see it there. Ryan with the memberships, look at that out there. Are we getting all the... Oh, check that out. All right. For a moment, I was gonna be like, oh no, here comes the deluge of gifted membership messages on the chat aggregator, but apparently that was fixed. I love that. Oh, Ryan's like, not the recipe, the innuendo. Oh, no, thank you. Oh, if somebody wants to, I was gonna say DM it to me, but no. No. And well, don't DM me that stuff. No pictures, no sex stuff. That's weird. I'll just block you. I promise. Yeah, man. It hits you first with like these buttery, fruity notes from the Cabernet Sauvignon, and then the sour part below it's got a dryness, like the matcha flavor kind of melds with the Cabernet Sauvignon for me, but whereas the Cab on its own was not super dry, to me at least, this bottle of, specifically this bottle that I used here, this Harmony and Soul, the matcha adds sort of that dryness back that kind of reminds me of like a Merlot wine or one that's a little bit drier as far as red wines go. I'm not a red wine expert, but it took the red wine and made it a little bit drier. And then the end palate is this kind of comfy lime, sour, bourbon territory that ends, honestly, it ends in such a way that dries out my mouth enough to prepare me for the next sip. And I feel like there's something to say about here about Tokyo Drift and,
Really getting tired of operating.
I don't know, wetting my palate? Skirt or something. That's all I got for that one. That's all, I think that's all I got for the description on this one. That's gonna be an editing nightmare for me in the morning. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Ryan out there saying the Tokyo Drift is apparently a card from a Cards Against Humanity type game. Very interesting. Sonic saying, don't ask how I'm able to stay on your shoulder. I won't then. It's all good. Arden saying, I'm sure that drink is fabulous, but the visual is wild. Which one? The are you talking about the Dungeon Meister one or the one that I got here? It's been a while since I've made Jello shots. I wanted to do Jello shots, y'all. Slime Rancher would be a really good game inspiration for that. I see Jerome out there saying, I came late. What's in the glass? We got the Tokyo Drift cocktail. Which side are you on, Jerome? Are you on the vertical side? If you tap the screen, the recipe is right on the screen. But just to reiterate it for those who may be coming in late, this is the Tokyo Drift cocktail from a book called Apotheke, Modern Medicinal Cocktails. It's a book that I borrowed from Imi Chow. It is a collection of recipes shared from the bar of the same name. And this uses an egg whites, bourbon, sake, matcha tea, simple syrup, lime juice, and it has a float of Cabernet Sauvignon wine on top. I'll admit, I don't taste a lot of this. I don't taste a lot of the sake in here. I really don't, actually. I just realized there's sake in this, and I really don't taste much of the sake. I'm trying to piece that out a little bit more. Where is that sake flavor? Yeah, the sake is not super prominent. If anything, I can taste it very mildly, kind of like toward the mid palate. So let me restate the, because there's something a little bit floral that reminds me a little bit of the sake. Only after I trilled a little bit, and I was like, oh, I can see that kind of being sake-like. So let me reiterate this. This is kind of in the beginning. It is like dry red wine with that matcha accentuating the dry features of the Cabernet Sauvignon. Then it kind of inches into this sour tory that has a little bit of bourbon flavor. It's got a little bit of those floral notes from the sake, which I think kind of combines with the floral character, which kind of combines with some of those tea notes from the matcha that we used. And then at the very end, it leaves a very dry, texture, preparing you for the next sip, while kind of leaving in your mouth this sort of almost berry-like bourbon flavor, that kind of berry-like flavor that I feel like, okay, actually, it's a little bit more custard-like now. Not custard. Like butter. Kind of ends almost like whiskey butter. But the butter is dry. There's a lot going on in this drink. I'm confused with my explanation. There's a lot going on in here. Man. Austin, welcome in, my friend, and Party Pooper as well. I see you all out there. Nerd being like Slime Rancher series where you just make Jello shots sounds fun. Dude, I would think so. One of these days. Arden saying, do I have the ingredients for the Dragon the Beach? I don't know. What is in that recipe? If you tell me what page it's on, I'll try to look at it. If I have all the ingredients for it, I'd love to give it a try maybe a little bit later. Infinite's like, people ask me what I do with my life, and that question is easy. What is it? To be the best around? Cry myself to sleep because I got called weak? Yeah, one time by Shadow, dude. Get over it. Come on, man. Winter's like, do the flavors conflict? If anything, that's a really good question, Winter. To me, it's hard for me to appreciate all of the ingredients that went in there, and I don't think it's necessarily by... it might actually be just by design with the way that it's structured. This cocktail does admittedly have a whole ounce and a half of bourbon in there, and I didn't use... It didn't call for a bottled and bond. I didn't wind up using... Actually, did I use a bottled and bond in this one? Is it a bottled and bond? No, this is just 86 proof, so it's not a bottled and bond. So I think... from what I can tell just by the structure of the recipe, I think this is intending to be a New York sour. It's got your whiskey, it's got your Cabernet Sauvignon on top, it's got your egg white. Instead of it being lemon juice, you're adding a little lime in there. So I think that this is supposed to be a New York sour with a different type of kind of structural support than a typical whiskey sour would, or rather would not have, since it doesn't have a lot of those other flavors and whatnot in it. As opposed to being very wine, very whiskey, it is pulled back a bit on the whiskey and pulled back a bit on the wine, and it gives a little bit of space for some of those more secondary characteristics of the matcha to kind of rise through a little bit, and maybe some of the sake, but I really don't taste much of the sake in there overall. But if it's supposed to be a whiskey sour, which it pretty much is, it tastes like a whiskey sour, albeit not as forward on the whiskey, and a couple other things. Does it conflict? I don't think it really conflicts, but it's a little bit harder to piece through. That's what I would say. Arden's saying page 112. We'll see there. Renzo's like, got the stuff for dragons. Good. I don't know, dude. Give me the recipe. Renzo, you know how this works. Give me the recipe. Ryan's saying, no worries, Austin, honestly. Oh, do we see out there? Oh, the gifted memberships. Yeah, it is totally random on the YouTube side. 112 has, what was it? This was the Dragon the Beach. Dragon the Beach. Vodka, peach schnapps, grapefruit juice, cranberry juice, hot honey syrup. I don't have specifically hot honey. I could make hot honey, but I think it'd be a little bit too much for what I got going on right now. Do I have all the ingredients? Yes, technically, but I don't have them all very faithfully. At least not for me, you know. Okie dokie. So that's what I got for my cocktail this evening. For the pregame cocktail. I wanted to see how this one was going to taste. I was most interested in trying it because it had sake and matcha and bourbon all together. And I was like, this is either going to be very, very interesting or it's going to confuse me. And to be honest, it's a little bit more on the confusey side, at least for me. I got a little bit extra in my cocktail shaker, so I'm going to pour the rest of that. Actually, I got a lot of extra in my cocktail shaker. Oh my God. I basically had a whole nother cocktail in there. That would also make me wonder too. So this had, what, a total of 2 ounces, 3 ounces, 4 ounces, 4.5 ounces, plus the float of red wine. This is a large drink, and that is a very normal sized coupe glass. That's kind of on me. There was also something I wanted to try as well that it's for something, one of the drinks that I'm working on. So where did I put there we go. We're doing Eggman today, right? We're doing Eggman drink. Doing Eggman stuff and Eggman missions. I've been working on an Eggman drink as well, and I printed out a custom stencil with the attempt to be able to capture Mr. Eggman himself. I gotta change the cocktail angle a little bit, get a nice wide, tall angle for this. And I'm gonna see if this works. I don't know if this will work, chat. I don't know. So let's see if it does, you know? I see Jerome out there saying, after seeing your videos, I gained the inspiration, bardic inspiration or otherwise, to start your own mini bar at home. What are the top 5 bottles that you should have? In my opinion, this varies from person to person, Jerome. The top 5 bottles you should have depends on the type of drinks that you're into, right? 5 bottles is not gonna give you like the best home bar, the most comprehensive home bar. But if you know that you like aged spirits, pick like, I'd say 3 or 4 aged spirits, like a bourbon, a reposado tequila perhaps, and a brandy perhaps, or a cognac, and then find a liqueur that goes well with them. A bottle of cherry hearing, for example, is going to take you real far. And in my opinion, I'd say a bottle of sweet vermouth too, just so you've got some room with something sweet to throw into things. You've got sweet vermouth for things like Manhattans, and you can swap out the base spirit with your Manhattan and stuff like that as well. You can also go with younger spirits too. It's kind of hard to pick with 5 bottles, and I would say the 5 bottles don't include things like lime juice, lemon juice, juices in general. Jerome saying, if you like sweet drinks, and in my opinion, the first things that you would have in your home bar, pick 5 different liqueurs that you like. like a limoncello, for example, an orange liqueur. You can pick up a cherry liqueur and 2 other liqueurs of your choice. And you can, and a bottle of vodka. A bottle of vodka is going to take you far as well. Just because it adds the sort of boozy backbone, and you can kind of play on things like you can add other juices and stuff to it for things like bay breezes, things for vodka crayons, things for other sweet type drinks. If you pick up lime juice or lemon juice, you can start playing around with sour type drinks like margaritas or whiskey sours or anything like that. There's a whole bunch of things that you can do with that. It's a big question though. Okie dokie. So what I just want to try to do with this is I'm going to sip out a little bit of my drink. And I want to see if this stencil of mine works. This is not a big enough glass for this. I printed out this Eggman stencil, and I want to see whether or not it works. I don't know if it will. So I wanted to show you guys and give it a try myself. We'll see how it goes, you know? Ryan out there has given a suggestion for Jerome with a cognac, a tequila, a limoncello, a whiskey, and a vodka. Yeah. Honestly, this too. I wouldn't put too much pressure on yourself too for like the 5 bottles that you get at home. You'll make the most of what you got, and if you're unsure if you really like what you get, find half-size bottle. There's no shame in having like a half-size bottle of something. Just especially if you're kind of playing around with something that you don't know that you'll necessarily like or not. You know? Arden, like, is that filament or webs? Filaments. Hard filaments. And I'm trying to make sure it doesn't touch my drink. I'm gonna see whether or not this works. Put some matcha on top of this fine strainer here, and I'm gonna basically put it all the way over top and see whether that works or not. I don't know if it will, chat. Bryce, like, I'm skeptical of this stencil. Dude, same. It's V1. Did it work? Hey! It's actually not that bad. Let me take this thing off of its thing. Get a little closer. Oh, hi there. Hi there. That's actually not that bad. I didn't think that was going to work as well as it did. I think the matcha itself is kind of melding into the foam a little bit, and it's a little awkward. It's a little awkward, but it kind of worked. That was attempt number 1 anyways. So thanks for being a part of the experimentation, chat. Take the rest of my matcha and put it away. It's good matcha. Is it good matcha? I don't know. All right, let me click this thing. Let me wipe this thing off a little bit. Yeah, I was surprised that was gonna work. I also kind of put it on the wrong side. Yeah, I kind of made a mess of my stencil. All right, well, that was a fun little experiment. Jay out there saying, I literally keep 5 bottles on hand at a time. I couldn't function with like 50 bottles of stuff. I'd be broke also. That's a good point. That's a good point. If anything, I would say that I'm a bad person to ask in terms of what are the 5 bottles you should have in your collection, because I've got like 70, 80 something. But it really does depend on what you like drinking. I wouldn't say, like, when I first started doing mixing, I bought 12 bottles for myself. I had like a couple of different rums. I had tried to have at least one of every base spirit, and I didn't get a lot of mileage out of them. If anything, I got the most mileage out of the bottle of liqueur that I bought because I would just put stuff in my coffee. And I like liqueurs in my coffee in the very beginning. Oh, Ryan's saying too, apparently those were not serious recommendations. Yeah, something about that limoncello looked like it was a high dollar bottle. Oh man. Arden out there saying, I started making drinks with liquid IV to infuse hydration into your alcohol, and now you can hear colors. I don't know if that's how that works, Arden. But I'm glad you're not dead. So far. Mindful drinking, at least we try. Aaron out there being like, it's Tuesday and bro's drinking. Actually, it's a Monday for me, but it could be a Tuesday for you. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is. We can all drink our pleasure or poison just the way we wanna, you know? Good stuff out there. Welcome back, official. You were drinking water and made some pizza dough for some calzones. Ooh, that sounds tasty, dude. Sounds very tasty. So apparently we got an ad break starting in about a minute or so on the Twitch side. So we're going to hang around at the bar just for a little bit until that happens. And then we'll move on to the game. Before we get into the game, I'll do a little cheers. So if anybody's got something that they're celebrating, you know, don't spread your personal information here. But if you got a birthday coming up, or we had somebody celebrating the other week of being cancer-free, which was absolutely beautiful to see, dude. So if you got something worth cheersing, let me know. And we'll cheers off to that, you know? I will also acknowledge that it is Cinco de Mayo. It is Revenge of the 5th. So there's a Star Wars thing. There's a Spanish thing. I think Cinco de Mayo is a Spanish thing. If I'm correct in saying, Alexa, what is Cinco de Mayo? I want to make sure I know. I want to make sure I know.
Cinco de Mayo is
I know.
an annual celebration held on May 5th to
For?
celebrate Mexico's victory over
Mexico.
the Second French Empire.
Okay, Alexa, stop. Mexico. Cinco de Mayo is a Mexican thing. I said Spanish, and I was like, I don't know if I'm accurate with just saying it's a Spanish thing. There we go. Annie being like, cheers to Star Wars. Winter Wolf out there saying you just got some Chinese finally. You mean like Chinese food? Oh, excellent, excellent. Beautiful. Ryan being like, it's a day to drink if it ends with a Y every single day. Aaron being like, some of us work, and some of us work with the drink in hand. I remember looking at a couple of posts by wine enthusiasts, and the people at their desk just had like 10 to 15 bottles of wine right next to them. I'm like, that's a part of their job, dude. You know? Super Penguin, welcome in. Good to have you. Sipping on a Tokyo Drift cocktail this evening. It confused me. It's kind of dry, but I'm okay with it. All right. Annie being like, cheers to you almost being done with laundry. Jerome's got a wedding coming up 3 months away. There we go. Surviving spring cleaning from Imichow. Those are solid ideas. May the 4th, Revenge of the 5th. How many Star Wars days are there? I don't know. Emra out there being like, what does dry mean? Depends on the context. So what context are you asking that question in? I would say that dry, at least in terms of a cocktail, kind of makes your tongue feel like sandpaper. Got ads running. Ads running. Emra, to your question of a dry drink, to me, a dry drink means that it leaves a tactile sensation on your tongue, kind of akin to sandpaper. If you've ever had, things that make your mouth dry, things like oversteeped tea or a very bitter, very heavily steeped coffee, things like that tend to kind of almost dry out your tongue a little bit. That's what I mean by dry. If you've ever bitten into a persimmon as well, or eaten specifically the skin of a grape, those things are also dry. It's because of these things called tannins, which are specific molecules that quite literally change the tactile sensation that your tongue feels. To Ryan's point too, astringent. Astringent too. Astringency and dry. Astringency I can't talk much on, only because I haven't been able to... I feel like my palate hasn't had something that is considered astringent. Although I'm curious of what things are considered astringent. So while the ad break is happening, excuse me, I'll do a little research. See what I can find. We're all about learning together. Cal King being like, cheers to staying alive. Absolutely. Aaron saying that Jack Daniels is the best whiskey in your opinion. Best Tennessee whiskey. But what about all the other stuff, Aaron? What about the bourbons? What about the ryes and otherwise? Astringent flavors, according to Google. Little Saw, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. Annie's talking about what is water dry or wet. I don't think water is wet. Water makes things wet, and if it's not wet, it's dry. You know. Google AI agrees with Ryan, saying that astringent flavors are characterized by drying, puckering sensation in the mouth, often described as slightly bitter or sour in taste. It's not a taste in the traditional sense, but rather a tactile sensation. So to me, that would mean that tannic is like dry, the drying sensation, and astringent is the drying sensation in addition to other stuff. That puckering of something being sour, that puckering that you get when something is bitter. So at least from what I got here, astringent, at least to me, if I would describe it, is like that dryness in combination with heavy bitterness or heavy sourness. It's pointed in a way. It makes your tongue feel weird, but it's also got other stuff. Ryan's like, it agrees because I copied from it. There we go. Michael, welcome in, dude. Cole says water is wet. Kick that man out. Get him out of here. Official says water is in itself dry, since it holds the property of making things wet. It's unlike air, which can be either dry or humid, but water can't be neither, so default it's dry. Somebody ask ChatGPT what dry is. What is wet? I realize now that the connecting point between the is water wet or dry comment was to the question of dry from Emra. Now I see it. Now I see it. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thanks for watching them. The ads happen on Twitch because when we run at least 3 minutes of ads per hour, that means anybody who wants to join the stream in the next like hour or so doesn't have to see an ad when they pop into the stream, which I think is relatively a good thing. Water's a great idea. We're still talking about water being wet out there? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. All right, so we got a couple of things to cheers off to before we get into the game out there. So let me raise a glass to Mexico, Cinco de Mayo. Let me raise a glass to Star Wars in general, because yesterday was May the 4th and today was Revenge of the 5th. We had Jerome out there who's getting really, really close to a wedding. I don't think I saw any birthdays or anything out there, but somebody was asking why we'd be drinking on a Tuesday. So cheers to the fact that for some reason it's Tuesday for some people out there, but it's a Monday for me, and to anybody drinking whatever the hell they want to on any day of the week, because that's just what you do, you know? Cheers to y'all out there. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Renzo out there is asking, how much longer until the infinity bottle? I want to add soju. So right now, the infinity bottle works on a timer. The timer is random, and it changes every single stream. It will become potentially available an hour and 15 minutes into the stream, and then somewhere in a window between an hour and 15 in, or about, was it 9:10ish a little bit, from then to about 10:10. Or whatever 2 hours is after the fact. So it's a little confusing right now. You just gotta wait. If you see a message in chat that says the infinity bottle is ready, you're good for it. And I've actually been thinking about making some improvements, so let me know in chat if you guys have got suggestions on how to make it a little bit easier, being that the time period is the time window is kind of large right now. One of the ideas that I had, if it would benefit y'all, is to put out a warning message. Not the message that says it's time to redeem, but one that says you've got 5 to 10 minutes before it's coming. And I think that might be a little bit more helpful, because I think it's been a little bit confusing for people. So, I hear you there. I hear you there. All right. Let's play a video game. Set game. We're good. Click the button. Go right in. There we go. Renzo out there saying, did I see any of the magic cards I was making? Yeah, I had the chance to look at a couple of them. I didn't read too many of them. To be fair, I'm not a good purveyor of Magic the Gathering stuff. So I saw the art, which I thought was kind of cool. I saw some of the keywords, and I saw the dialogue back and forth between, I think it was you, Umido, and Lycos Lore, talking about balancing out the cards a little bit. Love that bro, Lycos. He's very helpful. Are we still talking about water out there? Nerd likes the idea of maybe something to say when the infinity window has begun. Yeah, I mean, the infinity window technically begins in like 6 minutes or so, technically speaking. But that's a little bit, yeah. I can see that the confusion, I can see a source of confusion there. I changed up the way the infinity bottle worked only because I realized that if people knew exactly when it was going to happen, then they could just like have it on the ready and know ahead of time, and even beat the bot before it even has a chance to announce it. And I wasn't really a big fan of that level of foresight. At least not the way that it stood right now. So it changed it up a little bit, but it could always use changing it. If I hadn't mentioned it before, y'all, like, if you've got any suggestions for the stream at all, there's a !suggest command that works on Twitch and YouTube. It sends a ping to the Discord server so I don't forget about what the suggestion is. And it can either be a game request, a game that you want to see me play, or a game that you want to see cocktail inspirations made from. It could be syntactical details about how the redemptions and stuff work, and that's totally fine too, because honestly, the show, as it stands right now, is still in its infancy, and it'll be a completely different show in the future because of the feedback that y'all give to it, which I'm incredibly thankful for. I can't do it on my own, chat. Although, for the most part, I try to. Anyways. Colby, I'm like, Disney Queen. It's true. One time, Disney Queen actually did the Infinity Redemption faster than the bot could even announce it, because she knew exactly what time it was going to go live. So I had to take it away from her. I had to, because I'm a good boy, and I'm an even better husband. At least that's what she says. Brad's like, yeah, she's clever. Yeah, welcome in, Brad. Good to see you out there. Naturally, I think anybody could have done the exact same thing and caught it ahead of time, but I'm a little bit more honest about the redemptions and stuff to the moderators, because they kind of got to know what's going on. And everything goes to Disney Queen first, because I live with her. And I don't know how to keep my mouth shut, even if it might be for the benefit of the show. Nerd out there being like, I don't think water has the right to get wet is one hell of a take. Who said that? That is one hell of a take. Does water have rights? I don't know, dude. I think actually the government would tell you that the water does have rights.
I took a single law class in college, and I want to say that water do have rights, in a way. What those rights are? I think like a right not to be dirty, but is that more right on the water itself or the people who gotta drink it or be near it? I don't know. I don't know. Yo, cheers to water. Oh, get on in there. Ryan's like, water doesn't have dental, though. Good point. It's because water doesn't have teeth. Smack. Annie out there being like, if women don't have rights, but water does, do you know you're in the wrong timeline? What timeline are we in, y'all? I guess it depends on where you are. Ouch. Brad like, Infinity Bottle will be around infinity time. Naturally. Naturally. Oh, this feels like a really good points opportunity. So what we're doing here now, chat, is we're trying to get through all the Eggman levels and get A ranks in every single one of them, and typically that means combos, combos, and more combos. Not the pretzel kind of combos, although those are mighty tasty. Some of my favorite snacks of all time. Winter like, am I just always in the wrong timeline? I think I saw an anime one time, and they had these little light up tubes, Nixie tubes, that would tell you what world you're in or what timeline you're in. I don't know if that's how it works in real life, but time crystals are a thing. It's a scientific concept. You know how when you look at a crystal from different directions and it's got different optical properties? Well, apparently there's a structure called a time crystal where when you observe it from different angles, the temporal properties change. I've read articles on it so many different times, and I still don't know how to properly describe it. Official being like, I can't believe both my jokes haven't been taken from my paragraph. I guess you're kind of funny, official. Who knew? This man's funny. Take his jokes. Something about mimicry being the most sincere form of flattery. Or something. Hi, buddy. Can I have your points? Points. Nice. Cow, like more like water those. Yo, got him. Got him. Official says that fire doesn't have teeth, yet it leaves scars. Touche, touche, touche. Cole being like, any timeline with a Cameron is a good timeline. What if there's a timeline with no Camerons at all? In which case, I'd be Roger with an X. I feel like if I did have to pick another predominantly male name for myself, Roger, I feel like, is simple enough and easy to make jokes out of. Because, like, some names are just, like... And by the way, this is by no means me trying to give any sort of negative thoughts to the Rogers out there in the crowd. But I feel that names like Roger, Dave, Ryan are just general enough to work comedically, you know? Oh, don't touch me! Yeah, don't touch me! Ryan, like, I could be Alex with an X. It's true. Wait, but Alex already has an X! It wouldn't be the same. Cameron with an X is cool because it doesn't have an X in it. I stuck it there. Because I think X's are cool. Nerd out there being like, I'm just imagining Cam as a king doing, guards, take this man's jokes. Take them away. They're a part of the kingdom now. The kingdom of comedy. As opposed to the kingdom of science, I suppose. Anybody been watching Dr. Stone? It's a good one, man. They had an episode that Cameron with an X really appreciated. It had bartending, yo. I think it was episode 2, season 4, volume 1. Or whatever the heck the volume is now, y'all. I'm kind of bothered, y'all. I'm caught up on Dr. Stone right now, and I'm a little bothered, but I'm not gonna say why, because no spoilers. Winter, like, loving Dr. Stone. It's so good! It's so good. And they have cocktails, and I like that. And that's technically a spoiler, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Official, like, after having sat through 4 hours of H-Bomber Guy, I can agree that plagiarism is a sort of disrespectful flattery, although this is all good fun, unlike his 4-hour essay. Was his 4-hour essay completely plagiarized? Because that's a certain level of dramatic irony that is palpable. Anyways. Ooh! Cole had the infinity bottle! I saw it, dude. I saw it. Oh, man. Ryan, I saw you go for it too, but Cole was faster. Oh no, Renzo also tried it too. Oh my gosh. That was beautiful, y'all. Oh, and we gotta work that body too, apparently. I got my twists. And oh my gosh, and some water as well. Wow. That was beautiful, y'all. Did anybody see, did the redemption pop up on my screen? By chance? Or did that not work? Because I got a strange feeling that it didn't show up on my screen. I didn't hear it, so I just want to make sure. I'll have to check that at some point. I heard the clink clink. Oh, okay, if Brad heard the clink clink, then I just didn't hear it, and that is okay. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Cool. What did you redeem, Cole? What was it? It was it Mr. Black? Was it coffee liqueur? Mr. Black cold brew coffee liqueur. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, that's a good option. After this level, we'll do the infinity bottle. When did that happen? 9:13? That was quick, dude. That was quick. Brad's like, I'm gonna go to the bar with the next and finish off my bottle of green. You wouldn't! Oh, man. Cole's like, it's redeemable. It's true. It is true. It is true. Winter saying, I wanted that too. Oh, no. Brad said, I can maybe be able to replace it with Faccia Bruto. Nice. Centurbi is good. Which one is Centurbi? Is that like... Is that the name of the Faccia Bruto, like, chartreuse, like, version? Where was I at the other day? I was at a bar the other day, and they had a couple of Faccia Brutos on the shelf, and I honestly... I had never recognized that there were more than one. But I guess it's a whole brand, you know? Ryan's like, you should get some barrel-aged Malort. Oh, Malort's coming, yo. Don't tempt me. Malort is absolutely coming. Tropical Raven popping and being like, man, I'll tell you what. All right. What is our score, right? I have 84,000 points. That has got to be an A rank, dude. There were so many points in this level. There we go. There we go. Future Sonic out there considering retirement? Go for it, dude. You've earned it. Let somebody else take the mantle of the fastest hedgehog alive. My vote's on Manic, personally. Bring the brother back, dude. Bring the brother back. All right. Let's go back to the bar for a hot second. We have an infinity bottle redemption from Cole. From Mr. Black Cold Brew Coffee Liqueur. That, we haven't had anything coffee-like in the bottle yet. That's going to be interesting. We're kind of low on this bottle, too, but we got enough for it. Let me give it a little shake. Because this one's got a little bit of sediment in it. Pixie, welcome in, girl. Good to have you. Good to have you. Official out there saying, seeing Eggman mindlessly spinning as he locks onto enemies is a form of overwhelming comedy I can't explain. Yeah, that's just kind of how I play the game. I'm glad that it's serving you well. Alrighty. What do you have out there? Cow King saying, too, I'll have miso soup while you have coffee. Dude. Oddly enough, and I want to see if I can find this post, only because it's relevant to the conversation. I was just looking at a, ooh, what was it? I was just looking at an Instagram post the other day from this account that I follow about weird flavor combos, and I have an entire book on flavor combos called the Flavor Matrix, and I do use it for workshopping sometime, but I just saw this carousel post the other day. This was it. It was by My Drink Creation and Jesse Santine for unexpected pairings that work, and one of those pairings was, well, okay, here are actually all the pairings. Coffee and tomato, miso and banana, strawberries and black olives, cacao and blue cheese, and that was all of them. They gave 4. But that miso and banana thing got me thinking of that, Cal. Sounds tasty. Okie dokie. Let's get the infinity bottle out. I'll also take this giant bottle of bourbon that's currently within my walking path. It's in my fire escape exit, which is this way. The door is there, and there was a big bourbon bottle in between them. That's just not gonna fly. Not for now. Also, I have a strange feeling that the tally mark up there is not correct, and let me check that real quick. Let me go into my back end. Where is my back? There you are. Hello there, little buddy. I gotta open up the correct file though. If there are 30 on this list, there's 31. Oh no, that's correct. Okay, cool. It's correct apparently. It is 31. I didn't realize that. Cool. Pixie out there saying you can make a miso caramel. That would be good with banana. Dude, that does sound good because caramelized banana I've had before, and that's like, oh man, dude. The last time I had caramelized banana was actually at the Philadelphia Cocktail Festival because the person who made one of the drink samples that I got was put a caramelized, but they put a banana skewered with a stick on a plastic cup that contained the cocktail, and they took one of those, why is it all the way over here, dude? Why is it all the way over here? They took one of these propane torches and they caramelized the banana on top of my plastic cup. So my plastic cup started to melt a little bit. Oh man, it was very interesting. All right, y'all. This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. This way. Because this is where my thing is, right? Cole, like, I've been wanting to add this Mr. Black since Anna stole it from you. Hey, hold up a second, hold up a second. Cut that right where it is. Nobody's stealing anything from each other. This is a game. This is a competition in a way. And we don't like sore losers. Now, do we? Where is my... I don't know what the hell I'm doing, dude. I was going for water, and I missed it. Oh, man. Official, like, carrots and peanut butter. Oh, dude, carrots and peanut butter, celery and peanut butter. Great snack items. Let me get some more water before I get into this. Need some more in my body. Some more in my body. There we go. I got that, dude. Image how, like, it feels like we were just at the bar. Yeah, dog. Manic, like, did someone say steal? Count me in. No, nothing being stolen. Apparently, Cole was just the quickest one this time. So that's how we're gonna, that's where we're gonna leave that one. Ooh, I just got a very interesting whiff from this. Smells good, actually. Look at that beautiful... Dude, we got such an interesting color going on here now. It's like... It's orange, dude. It is straight up orange. It's beautiful. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. It's still dilly. I still smell the dill and cheese. Still cheese-like. Dude. Wow, gosh, wow. Jackson being like, Infinity Bottle live? Pog. Yeah, you got here for it. This is the time. Actually, hold up. There's something else in there that I can pick apart just from smelling it, dude. Actually, it's like... It's like fruit then cheese, not cheese then fruit. But that's just on that's just on the nose. That's just on the nose. Wow, it's interesting. That is interesting. So. It's still got that spicy kick, and it's still got that tropical vibe, but it's even more tropical than it was last time. Like previously, I really couldn't pick out much of the fruit, but now, like, I feel like I'm definitely getting a hint of pineapple, and I'm definitely getting, like, I swear there were some mango notes in there before, but now I'm sure there's mango notes in there. But it's very light. It's very light. It's like cough syrupy too. Like, there's a flavor in there that's like tropical citrus. It's very heavy. It's a very heavy texture, syrupy in a way. But it's spicy. It's mildly tropical. It's got an orangey sweetness. And if anything, there's like a little bit of... I taste a little bit of like cacao in there too. Just a touch. Just a touch of cacao. A little bit. Anyways, what do we see out there? A couple of people being like hyped because the Infinity Bottle live. Absolutely, dude. Ryan saying, ideas for the cocktail. Mary Pickford, maybe do better with the tropical vibes. You're also saying, I think it was a last word is maybe what you were saying, right? I think I saw a last word up there. Yeah, last word, Prohibition era cocktail. A little bit of that. Last word would be interesting because it would add the chartreuse notes in there. And I think, did I do a last word? I don't remember if I've done a last word before. Trying to think of that. What goes in a Mary Pickford, Ryan? That one's kind of piquing my interest. Cow out there being like half and half next, like in the infinity bottle? No, never. Brad out there being like live redemption time's a lot of fun. I do love the shorts a lot too. Yeah. I like that stuff too. It's fun. It's also very dry. You know what? I'm not gonna say that it's dry, only because the cocktail that I had earlier is dry, and I think that drying palate is still present on my tongue. Let me see. Jerome out there being like coconut ron next to me. Coconut rum? Got some coconut rum here. For those of you who may be viewing this for the first time, this works on a redemption system, so if you want to redeem the infinity bottle, if you're on YouTube, it's !redeem, space, infinity, space, whatever your choice is, but you gotta have enough points for it. Let me open up my recipe keeper in the background and bring it over to the angle so we can search a couple of different recipes that we've got. I just gotta... Hi there, you're on the wrong screen. It looks so funny. Let me bring this over here. There we go. What's in a Mary Pickford? Do I have one of those recipes? I do. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah. Ryan saying it's got the white rum, the pineapple juice, the grenadine, drop some maraschino. Interesting. I think I like that. Kind of like that one. I think I like that. That actually sounds really cool. I'm gonna do that. Ryan, that's a really good idea. We'll do it in a Mary Pickford. As opposed to having the rum, because we do have some rum in there. I need pineapple, though. I need pineapple juice, and all of my pineapple juice is frozen right now. So I need to prepare some pineapple juice. I actually do have pineapple juice that isn't frozen right now, but I'd have to open up another bottle. Oh, man. Big Skittle out there with the 3-month sub streak. I'm on 3 months now, dude. 3 months, dude. Here's a memory that I have about Skittle, because they decided to stick around for another month. Hamsters, dude. I'll throw it back in your direction. Fuck you. And I mean that in the best way possible, by the way. Platonically. Let me go grab pineapple juice. And what else do I need in this recipe? I love you, man. Never change. Brad's like, I'm gonna get Malort in there real soon. Let me pull up the recipe on my phone just so I got it. We're not gonna do the rum, because we got rum in the infinity bottle already. Pickford. Good suggestion there, Ryan. Rum, pineapple. I gotta get some grenadine. And I have maraschino back here, and maraschino cherry. Ice cubes for the shaking. Ice cubes for the shaking. Stop talking about hamsters. Makes me feel bad. No, just kidding. Keep talking about hamsters. Never change. The pineapple juice. There is my pineapple juice. There you are. Grenadine. Do we do the fake grenadine or the real grenadine? Because I think I'm gonna do the real stuff. I got real grenadine. I'm just gonna do it. Jackson being like, chat, what is your favorite rum? I know you weren't addressing me, but Don Q is my favorite white rum. I like Don Q. I also mention Don Q constantly because every time I do, Annie's ears perk up a little bit. And I'm all about serving the people I love. There we go. I got my grenadine, I got my spirit of choice, I got my pineapple, I got my maraschino. Maraschino's down here. Oh, come on, dude. Get out of there. Thank you. Thank you so much. And this recipe I have here from Two Food Trippers actually calls for 2 ounces of rum, which is easy because I need 2 ounces of my infinity bottle. Check out there. Oh, is that water? Who wants me to hydrate? What a good idea. Ryan's like, the real grenadine. The real grenadine. Skittles set... No, never mind. Not reading that one. I'm all for Garnish ideas. Eli, why are you agreeing with him? Oh my gosh. Jackson like, Don Q Gold is good. I might have to get the whites. Yeah, actually, well, technically speaking, I've only had a little bit of the Don Q Crystal. And I picked up a little bit while I was in Puerto Rico the other day. Okie dokie. What do I need? A shaker for this one? White rum. I got the infinity bottle. Pineapple juice, grenadine, maraschino, cherry. And I got the cherry. I got cherry in the fridge. There we go. Ryan's like, why was everybody pick on the hamsters? My point exactly. Glorious, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. Let me take this guy off to the side over here. Yeah, you know what? Let's try this in Mary Pickford. Come to think of it, who the hell is Mary? I'm curious, what is Mary Pickford actually named after? Maybe the website I got this from will actually tell me. Inspired by one of Hollywood's top actresses during Prohibition, the Mary Pickford cocktail is a tasty tipple that has passed the test of time. It's also easy to craft with just a handful of ingredients. It's named after Mary Pickford, an actress during Prohibition. I had no idea. That's great. Yeah, let's try it in a Mary... excuse me. I'm gonna try this in an Infinity Mary Pickford, named after the actress. I guess. Take that, you know? Renzo out there being like, I just shotgunned a beer and it sprayed all over your glasses. Hopefully it didn't get in your eyes, because I imagine that would be very, very painful. Official saying my favorite gin is on sale, 30% off, but you're flat broke. I'm sure, well, I might come on sale again, you know? Then, at the very least, what you get to pay after the fact with the 30% upcharge, which is the base price, is basically paying for convenience at that point, you know? I see that out there. What else do we got there? Gloria's saying, am I going to watch Season 4 of The Rising of the Shield Hero? Honest answer, I definitely will not. I loved Season 1 of The Shield Hero. Season 2 was really disappointing for me. And Season 3 was the final nail in the coffin for Anna and I, so we're not planning on watching it. But if you like it, let us know how it goes, you know? Cole's like, there's always money for liqueur. I'll stop it. You gotta pay the bills first. Alrighty then. Let's grab a shaker for this one. Start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. As we do. Right? How much did I pour into this Glencairn? Because I feel like I poured a lot. I poured shy of 1.5 ounces in here. And I need more. I require more. Ryan says Mary Pickford was born on April 8th, 1892 in Toronto and died May 29th, 1979 in Santa Monica, California. In memory of Mary Pickford, I'm going to make an abomination of her cocktail namesake on this show for you this evening. I don't really think it's going to be that bad, to be perfectly honest. This doesn't seem like it. The Infinity Bottle's tame right now. It's very tame. Let's start with 2 ounces of our Let's start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. Nice, Cam. Gloria's saying, what about Yasahime, the sequel anime to Inuyasha? I actually haven't watched either of those ones. Was that one just recently announced too? Inuyasha is one of those ones that in my head it's very, very long and it feels like a commitment, and I am desperately afraid of commitment. As a man who's been with the same woman for over 10 years, I fear commitment, dude. I really do. Next, we'll do 2 ounces of pineapple juice. Right? Do I got that recipe right? 2 ounces of pineapple. Yeah. 2 ounces of pineapple juice. I forgot to shake it. Hold up. I forgot to shake it. I'm gonna use a little thingy to agitate it. That was a funny sound. I see Jerome saying Inuyasha is not that long. Yeah, but anything longer than like a couple handfuls of episodes is just gonna be too long for me. I can't watch all the animes, y'all. I don't watch a lot of TV, y'all. I'm too busy. I'm too busy making content for you guys. 2 ounces of pineapple juice. 2 teaspoons of grenadine? Really? Why do I gotta do like that? Come on, dude. Let me put my pineapple juice away in a container so I can keep it. Official being like, I'm livid at Genshin Impact right now. Venti is on the banner that ends today, and the biggest payout event requires around 4 hours of 4 hours, dude? Who has time for that? Who has time to watch anime? You know? Renzo's like, Inuyasha has 8 seasons and 4 movies? Jerome, you said Inuyasha wasn't that long. Why are you lying? Why are you lying to me? Nah, some people got more time to watch it. I do not. Not right now. What do I see out there, too? Winter saying, how many nights do you think it would take? I have too much time right now. Oh, to watch the whole thing? You know? I'll second Jackson on Soul Eater. Soul Eater's a good one. Now, let me take this cap off. This little tab. I saved this for my friend who makes chainmail. And I put it over there, so I don't have to worry about it. Pineapple juice. I'm gonna put this in my refrigerator. 2 teaspoons of grenadine, which is, because a teaspoon is a third of a tablespoon, which is a third of it's 10 milliliters. It's 10 milliliters for anybody who's watching. 10 milliliters. 2 teaspoons. I got some of those. Where's my grenadine? There you is. There you is. Nerd like, watch One Piece. Trust. Yeah. That's a short one. One Piece is a short one. Pixie saying, I used to watch a lot of TV, but since moving into your own apartment, I've lost interest in watching much. I'd rather be living than sitting around. See, there we go. That's another way of thinking about it, you know? Pro Wolf, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. Good to have you. 2 teaspoons of grenadine. I'm using the real stuff. One. And 2. There we go. Nice and tart, dude. A nice, good grenadine. A good, nice grenadine. Gloria's saying, you haven't had pineapple juice unless it's Philippines brand pineapple juice. Taste of heaven. Yeah. You constantly remind me, Glorious, that there are better pineapple juices out there. One of these days. Next, we need a teaspoon of maraschino liqueur. Just a teaspoon. Pixie like Cam licks the bottles clean. Yeah, and I don't glue them back together, as some people have theorized. I don't glue my bottles. That was a mistake the one time. Did you hear the sound on that one? Oh my gosh. Oh my good golly goodness. And that's all we need. Usually the Mary Pickford calls for rum, but there's rum in my infinity bottle, so it works. Put my bottles back. Put my grenadine back. Do a little cleanup before we get any farther in this. What's up? What's up? I'm putting my syrups away. I haven't left you, Chad. I promise. I'm just in my refrigerator. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll do that tonight. Oh, my refrigerator won't close. How you doing this, bro? Come on. Close. There we go. I fixed it. Everything's good. He's gone. He's back. I'm back. Gloria's like, am I gonna play the Oblivion remaster? No, probably not. I'm too busy, y'all. I'm too busy. I'm busy all the time. I do it for you guys, because I like you guys. I also do it for me, because I'm a selfish asshole. Add ice and give this a shake. Right? I'm an ass, right, Chad? Ryan, like, I just noticed that Luigi looks like he's got a goatee. Where did this come from? This is cool. It's got pansexual flag colors. I'm gonna wear that. Nice! Does he still look like he's got a goatee now? I guess not, because I took the hair off of him. That's cute. I love that. Where did I get that from? I don't remember. Looks beautiful. What do I see out there? Winter's wondering if anybody rewatched Your Lie in April. Oh. Did they remake it? Oh, is it on April? Did they do like did they do that thing where they changed some of the lines and stuff like that they did with Evangelion? Oh man, dude. Oh man. Excuse me, Chad. I got a chill coop glass in there somewhere, by the way. Where's the top of my... Hi there, buddy. There you are. All right, shake it. Cole being like, when is Malort coming? You've got a Malort cocktail? I'm not gonna tell you. I won't tell you. It's available for purchase here in Philadelphia now because apparently the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board, I saw it on the shelves. I saw it on the shelf. I just didn't have it. By the way, I second Ryan's note on Parasite. I love Parasite so much, dude. Oh, let me get a cherry. I need a cherry. I get a cherry. Whew. Glorious, like, your face gets so serious when you start shaking. It's because I don't want the thing to explode. I don't trust this shaker, Glorious. I spent good money and got really nice shakers. I have one shaker that is really good. It was a gift.
I have another shaker that I spent good money on. It was a gift to myself way back when. And then I bought cheap shakers. This is one of those cheap shakers. If I'm not careful with this thing, it's gonna explode or rupture. And I don't want to do that. So I get very serious when I shake because I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. Thanks for popping in, Jerome. It was good to have you. Hope to see you again next time. Day Lucarai popping in saying my boyfriend has me watching Symphogear and it's very good. Interesting. What's that one about, Day? I've never heard of that one before. Renzo being like, where do you watch Parasite with it not being on Netflix? Not being the Netflix live action? I don't know. I watched Parasite years ago, dude. I don't know where I watched it. I think I did watch it on Netflix originally. All right. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and garnish with a maraschino cherry. Open up, dude. There we go. Oh, that smells nice and pineapple-y. Ooh. Ooh. Do I have enough space for this? I think I do. What did I have? 4? Oh, there's 4 ounces of stuff in here? Oh, that's not gonna fit. Yeah, I have like 2 cocktails in here. Why would you give me those ratios? 2 food trippers. Yeah, that's a lot. That's okay. It worked out anyways. Open up the cherries, dude. Day saying Symphogear is about girls who sing to fight monsters, and also how humanity will never truly understand each other, but we gotta try. I try to understand my humanity by mixing drinks for people, and then serving them to myself, and then getting your input to somehow make it better, in a way. Have I gotten closer to the meaning of life? No. But I think it... Wait a minute. Oh, all right, there's 1 cherry left in here. But it is... It's a piece of a cherry. Oh my gosh, there's only a piece of a cherry left. All right, garnish with a maraschino cherry. I just dropped it in. All right, apparently all I have is juice now. And. Hold for it. Oh, I was gonna show you the stem, but it disconnected from the 1 piece of flesh that remained. There we go. Oh no, I can't get the stem. Come on, buddy. Give me the stem. Come on. Yeah. Almost got it. Almost got the stem. So now I have maraschino cherry juice for whatever I want to use it for. That's incredible. I guess that works out, you know? Tell you, like, you should chug the maraschino? No, dude. I'm not that big a fan of syrup in that way. What do I do with this? I guess I just have maraschino cherry juice now, right? Should add that to the inventory. Yeah. Do that. What do I see out there? Yeah, Parasite used to be on Netflix. Nerd talking about the backlog of stuff that you want to watch. Still got to play more Final Fantasy 16 though, too. Which one was Final Fantasy 16? People on this channel have tried to educate me before, but it's never been successful. All right. Infinimary Pickford. The famous multi-dimensional actress from Prohibition. The famous multi-dimensional actress from Infinite Prohibition. That's delightful. Wow, that's really tasty. My goodness. If anything, like, the most prominent note I get is, like, pineapple and cherry. I don't really know where the cherry note's popping in from. Man. I get a little, like, it's definitely on the sweeter end. Yeah, because there's not a lot of, yeah. There's not anything in here to counteract the sweetness. So this is very sweet. It is, I wouldn't say it's super tropical in a way. It's like a very simple note, but it's still kind of tasty. Like, it kind of reminds me, in a way, like, it's got a texture that reminds me, in a way, of like a strawberry banana smoothie. But as opposed to it being strawberry banana, it's kind of like
kind of cherry pineapple in a way. It is rather sweet because the infinity bottle is running sweet right now. It's got a certain savory characteristic that almost reminds me of like fresh mango in a way. Bits and pieces of those cream notes are kind of coming back to me. Pastry, I wouldn't say it's like a lemon tart. Not super spice forward. It's like what? Oh, hello there. What drinks are like? No, not what drinks. What pastries are like served like tarts but aren't tarts? Like, I feel like it's, you know, almost pie-like, but there's no baking spices. Like, it's not super pie-like, you know? Oh man. Amy Chow, like, you a KFS skedaddle? Dude, go for it. Live your best life, Amy Chow. Go for it. Yeah, dude, there's a little bit of cherry in there that I'm getting. That's like undeniably cherry pineapple. Oh, a little bit. Wait a minute. I got something. Oh, dude, I got something for a hot second. Oh, almost tangerine. There we go. That's getting into like tangerine territory now, like sweet orange. A little bit of sweet orange going on in there too, like a tangerine. It's like a fruit medley. It's a bright fruit medley with a nice texture too. That's good. It's good. It's sweet. Anything else in there? Oh, you know what? There's like in the way back, there is a spice. And it's like a spicy spice. It's like a spicy spice. But it's not overwhelming. And I can't tell you what spice it is. But it reminds me of just a little bit of like if clove could be spicy. A little bit of that. Way back there. Yeah. That's not too bad. Also say, just like what I found last time with the last infinity drink, it ends very dryly. Despite the soft texture of the drink, it really leaves your palate dry. But again, don't know if I'm getting that from this drink or whether I got it from that drink and my tongue is still reeling. I don't really know. I don't know. This one's interesting. This is a very easy drinking drink. Somehow the drinks have been very, very nice to me recently. Very, very nice to me. Image out being like, am I thinking of turnovers? Maybe. I might be thinking of turnovers. Like, I want to say that it reminds me of, like, some sort of pastry, but there's not a lot of those spice notes in there. Like I was saying, on the way back, I get a little bit of those, like, kind of almost spicy-ish clove baking spices in a way, but it's not so far in your face that I'd be like, oh yeah, this is very pastry-like some of the previous notes happen to be. Pixie-like, flaky biscuit. What would be a good food pairing with this one? A good food pairing? Let's see. This is kind of heavy, right? It's kind of sweet. I would say this would go with like a food tart or something, like a fruit tart in a way. I'm thinking, oh, you know, something with oh, you ever have like an egg tart before? I feel like this would go nice with an egg tart. With a little like flaky crust in the tiny little pie tins. Like an egg tart custard or something like that. Oh man, that'd be cool. Jackson, like pineapple rum cake? That's not super forward on the rum flavors. It's not very rum. Pineapple rum cake, yes, if there were more powerful rum. Like if your pineapple rum cake is made with like a white rum, possibly. If it was made like a dark rum, nah. Not with like a funky rum, you know? I see Levy popping in. Good to have you, man. Good to have you here. Winter, like, I just jinxed myself. Did I really? Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Ryan, like, I always pick the best Prohibition cocktails, Cam. Only the best. Only the best. Pixie saying brunch or dessert. People talking about legendary creatures and stuff. Cole, like, creme brulee. I don't know about creme brulee going well with this. Creme brulee, you have to singe the top of the custard. And that provides like a sort of bitter char note to it. I don't think that would go super well with this. It's in an adjacent category. I like the custardy texture. I feel like the custard part of the creme brulee would be very good there, but not like the char on top. And personally, I love that burnt caramelized aspect of a creme brulee, but I don't think it would go super well here. If this were a little bit more
on the bitter end. Maybe. But not like a Campari bitter. Like a smoky bitter. Something like that. Like a light smoky bitter, you know? Ryan, like maybe a cobbler? Maybe. Maybe. Raven Dramatic popping in on the Twitch side saying, currently sick and burnt yourself using a hot glue gun for a project yesterday, but you ended up being fine. You just got the scar. Dude, here's a little bit of metaphorical hair of the dog to hopefully bring that wound to its end. Or at least to its logical conclusion, which the body does do it is very miraculous at healing itself. My sympathies out to you, Raven Dramatic. I still got more of this guy, too. I have more of this, dude. This is a big cocktail, dude. Pro Wolf being like flan. Oh, yeah, dude. Big Callan, welcome in, dude. I've got a Infinity Mary Pickford cocktail here. It's got 2 ounces of the Infinity Mix, 2 ounces of pineapple juice, 2 teaspoons of grenadine, and a teaspoon of maraschino liqueur. You know, those cherry notes that I was getting was definitely from that grenadine. Grenadine happens to be a little bit more pomegranate-y, but it's not really super pomegranate-y to me. Not in my opinion. It's just a lot more cherry-like. I like that. Let me try to go in for it again, see if I can get any extra flavor notes. Yeah, okay. That nectarine note that I was sharing with you guys is a lot more prominent now. I'm really able to pick through those orangey notes. It reminds me of, I literally just had, I don't know when I had it, but I had a clementine recently. And something about the way that a clementine's juice tastes as compared to like a navel orange. I'm getting some of those tangerine notes. So like, it's kind of got, it's a bit on the sweeter end. It's got a texture that reminds me of like a strawberry banana smoothie, but instead of it being strawberry banana, it's a little bit more cherry pineapple. But if you dial back on the cherry and add into that space a bit of like almost a mildly spicy tangerine, it's kind of got some of those orangey notes. And like in the back of my palate, it's dry, and there's almost a spice note there that reminds me if clove were ever so slightly spicy, it's a noticeable spice. But like, you know, it's noticeable, but it's not prominent. Noticeable, but not very prominent. It's interesting. It's interesting. What do I see out there? Winter saying, I remember that drink. It was the first stream that you were a part of. Which drink? Oh, the baking spice one with the scotch in it or something like that? Perhaps? It's so wild to think that there are folks who have been, like, depending on when you join the stream, there's an infinity bottle drink that marks your first appearance. Come to think of it. That's so interesting. Dude, I never thought about that before. Winter, thank you for helping me think of that. Thank you for giving me that memory to reflect upon for a little bit. That's so cool, actually. I never thought of it that way, dude. Pixie being like, spicy tangerine sounds like a good code name. Spicy tangerine, dude. I'll be spicy tangerine. I like that. I like that code name. Ryan out there saying that last night somebody ordered at the cigar bar ordered a Campari and ginger ale. Would that be considered a highball? And would you be willing to try it with Ginny Baby? Is it a highball? Yes. It is spirit plus something fizzy mixer on top of it. Most highball drinks will have, well, I say most. Most is the wrong word for it. A highball drink is spirit plus some large amount of mixer on top of it, right? It's usually got, it can be carbonated. It could be a soda. It could be a tonic water. It could be something else. Being that it's Campari and ginger ale, yeah, probably. And you know, in a way, actually, Ryan, you know what I have? I'm gonna think of it. I'm gonna be honest. It's not super forward on ginger, but I still have some of that ginger, this homemade ginger beer in a way. And we could mix this with a bit of Campari just to try it out. I'm gonna put this in the refrigerator, just in case we might need that later. I'm telling you, dude, I am going to do a Ginny Baby Redux because I was at one of the bars that Amy Chow and I visited yesterday. I tried their ginger beer, which they had made from their own ginger bug, and it was so forward on ginger beer. And I asked the bartender if they had any tips for somebody who had a ginger bug at home like I do, and he was like, more ginger, dude, more ginger. He was saying for their batch ginger beer that they make, they start their culture with 5 gallons of ginger juice that they, purchase for the bar so they can make it in bulk. And I was like, whoo. I got ways to go. But that note of adding ginger juice to the ginger bug, I haven't tried that before. And it could be a well-placed addition for Ginny Baby, right? As things go forward. I did buy, actually, let me show you. I got all my stuff right here. It just came in the mail the other day. I have bought, where's the other box? There you are. So, Ryan, like 10 pounds of ginger root. All the ginger root. So the next phase for me playing around with any fermentations that are done in a jar, I wanted to get my hands on some fermentation weights. These are quite literally glass weights that you put into the jar to keep all the stuff that isn't the liquid below the surface of the liquid to prevent, or at least try as best as possible to reduce the risk of mold or other things growing on top. Turns out these are too big for my mason jars, so I forgot to measure them. In addition, I got basically mason jar tops that have a hole drilled into them, just like this, but they're also too large for the jars that I have, unfortunately. And they all came with airlocks. So these airlocks would go into the little hole in here to allow the gas to escape, so I don't have to burp them as often if I have to burp them at all. But evidently, these are all, I thought I measured it accurately. I was wrong, so I don't have proper tops for my jars. Now I'll put that back on the table. Over here. I'll get to that another time. I also didn't put them in cold storage like I said I was going to. Just didn't, you know. Winter, like, do you have any good ginger drinks to order at bars? Oh, whiskey. Personally, I like a whiskey ginger. Like the whiskey ginger, like the drink. Which I want to say, last time I had a whiskey ginger, I think they did use ginger beer in it. Not otherwise. If you've never had a Moscow Mule before, Winter Wolf, they tend to serve those with ginger beer in them. I love a Moscow Mule. You can swap out the vodka in a Moscow Mule with any spirit of your choice. But to Ryan's point, anything with ginger ale put on top of it, Campari, if you're into bitter stuff, that's basically an Amaro plus ginger ale, an Amaro highball, if you will. And you could swap that out with an Amaro of your choice. It'll probably be pretty damn tasty. I like bitter drinks, so that's kind of up my alley, you know? Ryan out there being like, just get bigger mason jars. The easy ways out. I get that. Pro saying, only gotta burp it if the material gets foamy and goes into the airlock. There we go. Pro Wolf with the pro advice. And then Jackson, to Winter Wolf, your comment of what drinks to get. Dark and Stormy is lovely, too. Dark and Stormy being tasty. It's ginger beer and rum. Actually, it's specifically supposed to be Gosling's ginger beer and Gosling's Black Seal rum. It is a trademark drink. Although I've made Dark and Stormies other ways, and I think it's fine no matter what you put in it. Yeah, come to think of it, if you just take your whiskey ginger, whiskey plus ginger beer, and you just put rum in it, it's basically a Dark and Stormy. Easy drinks, right? All right. Now, the next thing that goes in the infinity bottle is this bottle of Mr. Black Cold Brew Liqueur. Who was that out there? Was that Cole? Cole did that? Yeah, he did. Cole Menez says to put Mr. Black Cold Brew Coffee Liqueur in the infinity bottle next. Oh boy, dude. Let's crack that open. Take 2 ounces of this. Take 2 ounces of this. Put it into the infinity bottle. And then we'll check on this again next time. Oh, dude. I love coffee, dude. We're getting into the infinity bottles coffee era. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for this, dude. I also need to pick up more cold brew liqueur. Woo-hoo-hoo! Anna's running up the stairs. Hold up.
I missed it.
I was expecting her to hold on. Can I have a brief moment just for the audio? Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh my god, do you see how much of this is bubbling? Hold up, chat. Check this out. I don't know if you could tell, but there was a bunch of bubbling and shit happening in there.
They added coffee.
There's also sediment in here. There is a lot of sediment in here now. This looks like chocolate, dude. All right.
You might need to filter that eventually.
Yeah, dude. I think we're getting to a point where we might have to filter the infinity bottle at some point because this is getting cloudy, dude. It's getting cloudy.
Who added coffee?
Cole did. I love it, dude.
I don't like coffee.
Every day we stray further from for Anna's plan for the infinity bottle.
All right, my plan plan is to get it back to Fireball, and that is not happening because there is no way I'm paying enough attention to actually redeem anything.
For those of you joining the live stream, you know there's a little label in the back of here that I fill things up to because when I sip from the bottle,
No.
yeah, even
coffee.
more coffee. Can you believe it?
No. Oh, are you out? Oh, never mind.
No, I'm
Oh,
almost
that's
out.
weird. It's like sinking.
Yeah, so cold brew coffee liqueur, as opposed to other coffee liqueurs, actually has the sediment from the coffee making process inside of it. So this is one of the bottles that I thought about. I was like, is this considered eligible because it's technically not filtered?
Oh my god.
I wanted to try it, so
Oh
you got
my
it.
God.
You got it.
No, I don't want my own infinity bottle.
All right, hold up.
Okay.
Hold up. Ah, we gotta do one more. So let's see if I can do this. Hold on. Actually, I'm not gonna do that right next to the microphone. Sorry, y'all.
All right, let's be real. If my
Yeah, what are we talking about
would
there?
totally be ruined. It would wait. So technically, we could just do the liqueurs I like, which are like not even a fifth of what you have. It would all be vodkas.
Yeah, dude.
And
If
John
Anna,
Jim.
I mean, Anna, you can have an infinity bottle if you want to, and we can always just you can proc your own infinity bottle whenever we do this one, if you're available for it when we do. And here's a second segment of Anna's infinity bottle, where she picks something else from the collection for a bottle of her choosing. Next time we go to the thrift store, you can pick out a decanter.
No, we're gonna get me a flask.
The Infiniflask.
We'll get an Infiniflask. How about that, guys?
There we
With
go.
that, does that sound good enough? I don't need my whole
you don't.
bottle. That sounds way too much effort.
Ryan's like, wait a minute, that's the word it stands for. Yeah, you got it, you got it. I try my best. Prolove says that you have a whiskey infinity bottle. Dude, same. It's right behind Anna's head. Nobody touches that bottle. Oh, ad break.
I'm touching it.
Ad break.
I'm touching it.
No content during the ad break.
I'm touching it.
Do you want to try the? Do you want to try? Can't speak. Want to try the drink?
Well, I didn't get to try the other thing.
Okay. Yeah. Well, now you can't.
How was it?
It's not too bad. Kind of on the fruitier end. It's still got a little bit of that spicy kick to it.
What is this drink?
It's a Mary Pickford. It's got 2 ounces of Infinity, 2 ounces of pineapple, 2 teaspoons of grenadine, and a teaspoon of maraschino liqueur. Pretty nice. Kind of reminds me of a strawberry banana smoothie in a way. But like, it's not banana and it's not strawberry. It's cherry and.
I'm getting a bitter cherry. Like not like,
Yeah.
and then it's a sweet bitter cherry.
Fit a flask. Cole's like, I touched the bottle from across the screen. Did you touch it? Did you touch my bottle, Cole? Put it back.
Cole.
Don't make me touch you, Cole. Wait, where's your
Cameron,
chat? Wait,
You cannot just touch people.
where's your chat message?
You have to ask for.
Where's your chat message?
Don't
Hold up. Where is
touch-
it? Where is it? Where is it?
don't
There it is.
touch
There he is. I'm touching you, Cole. You
sounds
touch
so
my bottle,
weird.
I touch you.
That sounds so weird.
If at any point the touching is not okay, let me know, and I'll stop actually.
This
because
is a
that's how.
consensual bar.
This is a consensual bar indeed.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I'm gonna stop touching chat.
You can go eat cookie dough. You might disappoint.
Does anybody want to be touched? I can try. Ryan's like, that touch threat sounded dirty. Oh, it was. Very dirty.
Wait.
Huh?
Never mind. That's out of context.
Would you like to be touched? It was a question.
consent.
None.
No
Okay,
consent.
okay. This is why I asked.
I'll walk away.
Would you like to touch my infinity bottle?
Ah!
She's manhandling my bottle. All right, while the ads are running, let me update my backend stuff so everything works, you know? Winter's like, bring some cookies for the chat. Oh, nobody no commands. Only pleasant requests. You may state that as Disney Queen. May we have cookies?
No! I just ate limoncello.
Who do you think you are to boss my wife around?
Yeah, even Cameron doesn't do that.
Yeah, not even I have the right to do that. Coffee, liqueur. All right, the command works now. Winter's like, please, I'm sorry. No, you're okay. You're good. Nerd being like, if I was on Twitch, I would clip, you touch my bottle, I touch you. I mean, you can clip on YouTube too, but I'm less familiar with how that system works. There's also a clip command too, but it doesn't work on YouTube, only because if I did the clip command, it would clip it on Twitch and then link the link to YouTube. But the links don't work in YouTube chat, so what is it? Oh,
Cookie dough.
oh, hi there.
Who wanted cookie dough? I'm not making cookies. I'm eating it.
You don't want cookie dough? Wait, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Anybody want cookie dough? You want cookie dough? Here, you
I
want
just
some?
want to eat this. Hey, Stephanie!
Stephanie, welcome in!
I like Stephanie. She always says hi to me.
I like Stephanie too.
I just assumed your pronouns.
I
I'm
like
sorry.
everybody. I like everybody. I like you more if you take the cookies.
Give me back my cookie dough.
Cookies for Chet. You want some cookies?
I bought that with the food budget!
Oh. A handshake will have to do then. That's what we know.
Miss bottle touching?
What did we miss with bottle touching? Somebody touched the bottle. Cole said that he touched my bottle, so I tried to touch him, realized that that really wasn't a nice thing to do, threatened him, and then Anna threatened my bottle and manhandled it. And now apparently we all have cookie doughs now.
I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like the taste of coffee. That's gonna stick around.
The infinity bottle, by the way, y'all, is no longer clear. It is opaque.
Yeah, you really can barely see the gold.
It is cloudy, dude. It is cloudy. Oh my gosh. Here, chat, inspect the infinity bottle with me.
Wait, why is there an Eggman looking thing?
Oh, because I showed chat this stencil I worked on.
You have a stencil?
Yeah, I have a stencil. This guy.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, I tried it out tonight. A little too big. All right, y'all. This is what the infinity bottle looks like right now.
Look for its hand.
I know there's a lot of what is it? There's a lot of I realize that you guys can't really see very much, only because there's a lot of reflections. Can you stop moving? Why are you moving?
It's rotating.
Can I actually have you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you see the knob at the very bottom? Nope, a little bit higher. Oh no, actually your finger was right on it. Can you turn that to this way?
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
This way.
Clockwise.
Clockwise. Yeah.
I need those.
No, that's fair. Okay.
Did you do it? It's not there. It is there.
Yeah, it is kind of there. Yeah. Hey, let me put it up a little bit. Is that moving for you? Okay, okay.
Oh no, that leans significantly.
Yeah, it's not the best, but I got it. Okie dokie. I give it a try. Thanks for trying. Maybe I can put it over here. My angles aren't the best, chat. Nah, it ain't working. All right, that's fine. I gave it my best shot. I put the infinity bottle back. At some point, chat, depending on how far the infinity bottle gets with various different things, making it cloudy or otherwise, I'll probably broadcast at some point us doing a recantering of the infinity bottle so we can kind of clean it out a little bit. Ryan's like, I got the touching clipped. Nice. Oh my gosh. Nerd being like, also did that. Did you both clip it? That's incredible. Let the world know. Let the world know.
This is a consensual bar. You need to consent to being.
Let the world know this is a consensual bar, and you have to consent to be touched. But Cole touched me first.
And consent to be put in the sauna closet.
That's fair. What closet? Oh, and also for charity to be left in the closet in the kitchen with an X for prolonged periods of time. Lycos Lore has been our only victim. Proud of that boy. Winter's enjoying the cookie dough. Dearest, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Yeah, guys. Yeah. Infinity bottle. We're done with it. I got 2 infinity drinks. I got 2 drinks to choose from now. And I am probably going to... Oh, actually, hi there. Whoa. I want to bring the cocktail angle over back a little bit because I don't know if y'all can tell, but the Tokyo Drift cocktail has completely separated. That matcha is completely out of solution. So I got a strange feeling that I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that drink anymore. I'm gonna switch to the infinity drink. I'll take one more tasting note on this. It's really dry. It is like a dry whiskey sour. It's a dry bourbon whiskey sour. That's kind of what it tastes like, you know? Huh. Skittle being like, it didn't modify the emote. Oh, wait, did it? I don't know. The emote that I just saw looked very, very squished. I don't know how that happened. That was weird, dude. That was weird. All right, let me put this thing down here. Is that water? Water. Water, dude. Yeah, Ryan, that didn't look very appetizing at all, so I'm just going to do it with the infinity drink. I should have a little bit left of it in the shaker, so let me top myself off. Yeah, that recipe gave for, like, almost a drink and a half, dude. That was a lot. That
A lot. All right, let's bring this back over here and continue with the Eggman. That's what I am the Eggman. I've got an infinity, Mary Pickford. Skittles saying apparently it did work. I used the modify emote redemption. Did you modify it? How did you modify it? It looks like it's very squished. Very, very squished. Set game, set FN. Oh, I know what buttons I clicked. There we go. There we go. Let's play a video game. Where'd my video game go? There we are. Let's see. Ryan's like, I am the walrus. Cuckoo Kachoo, my friend. Cuckoo Kachoo. Let's go back to the cosmic wall. That was actually very easy. I got so many points, dude. And now I'm gonna get even more. Get all the rings. I don't know where the ring's at, so we're gonna find him. All right, I see a bunch of rings here. I'll take these. I'd like to take all these rings if you don't mind. All the rings, please. Thank you so much. My goal is to get all of Eggman's drinks done this evening. All of the... Shoot, dude. Not his drinks. Not his drinks, I say. I'm gonna get all of his missions done. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I'll be back. So good, y'all. Did I tell you all that I have a sticker on my computer that just says, I miss my wife, Tails, and it's got Eggman's beautiful face on it? It's one of my favorite stickers that I have. Did you shoot off your little little spinny bits, my guy? Because I feel like it did. I'm not very fast here. Let me get all the ringies. All the ringies, all the ringies. Ryan, like any update on Rat Shaker by chance? Like any update on what? The game? Whether I have it? Whether I'm making a drink for it? No, no updates yet. No updates yet. What I'm doing right now, chat, is I've got a couple of technological. That's so, dude. That's so nondescript, Cameron. Give him more details, yo. I am working on some upgrades to some of the stream setup here, and that's been taking the majority of my time recently. That and behind the scenes, I'm really not that good at the system that I have built in place of making drinks. So my priorities for this year are, or at least in the short term, is to focus on the charity event that we have coming up in July, which I haven't told you guys about yet because we're still in the planning phase for it. But it's kind of the same thing that we did last year around the same time, but for a different organization. Upgrades for the stream, like on the overlays and some other things that you'll just have to stick around to find out for. That and just making more drinks in general, which I've been very, very bad at. So I'm focused on the Sonic stuff that we have now. Ideally, by the time we're done with Sonic, in general, I'll be able to do a lot more variety of games again, specifically the stuff that you guys have suggested. And I looked through all the suggestions that have been made so far, and I have a doc that I have prepared for myself to be able to go through and know where to focus my efforts on. So if there's a game that you want me to play, let me know. There's a command you can use, !suggest, and it sends a message to our Discord server so that I can see it, so the community can hold me accountable for it. But no specific updates on Rat Shaker yet. But I want to play it, Riot. I do. And I have ideas for a drink inspired by it. Nerd out there is saying that the next time that you come around this Twitch side, you want to see if any of the emotes work well with the sunglasses modification. Sunglasses modification. That sounds intriguing. Oh, is it really? Is it right here? Woo! Oh, I gotta get my gravity. There we go. Don't hurt me, please. I don't think I knew where the lost chow was in this level. I think I just came across it serendipitously. That was kind of cool. There we go. Stephanie being like, yay for the charity events. Ryan out there saying too, and I honestly can't wait to see the cocktail. something rats, dude. Something rats. It's gonna be a, like, what I kind of want to play around with is the idea that I had rolling right now was using a, basically making a Ramos Gin Fizz, but it's a rat, like a rat Gin Fizz or something like that. Because typically with a Ramos Gin Fizz,
You gotta shake the shit out of that thing, dude. And that gives me Rat Shaker vibes. So that's where my current idea is at. To put more details to what I was saying about the whole syntactical, like, making drinks aspect of the stuff that happens behind the scenes, one of the things that I want to spend a little more time on, or actually, more generally speaking, I find that I work best when I have a rhythm for the tasks that I need to accomplish. So, like, at the beginning of the year, before I really knew how to edit, before I was even editing, like, a lot of videos every week for the show, I found it really, really difficult just to start editing, because first of all, I didn't have the skills for it, and second of all, I didn't have a time blocked out for it. So I just never started. I never had the motivation to do it. With drinks, I've fallen into the same rut, so to speak, of, don't get me wrong, like, I know how to mix drinks, and I've got methods to be able to bring them to life, and without even touching a bottle yet, just in my head when I am brainstorming things, but I don't have time set out for it, and I don't have accurate goals set out for myself to keep me accountable for actually putting out, let's say, a couple of drinks a week, as opposed to a couple of shorts a week, or doing a couple of streams a week. So there's a muscle that I'm trying to exercise right now, metaphorically speaking, of just being able to find the time for and executing on drink brainstorming, or drink planning, or drink mixing, like actually putting my hands to the bottle. Like, I don't know how it works for other cocktail mixologists and stuff, but I found that there is a certain skill set to be spoken of before you actually put your hands to a bottle, and then there's a skill set only after you've done the planning process and you are actually making the drink in front of you. And I wouldn't say that I'm really good at either of those. I wouldn't say I'm a very good editor either, but I edit now a heck of a lot more than I did, and I'd like to mix and brainstorm drinks as much as the editing that I do. But there's a time constraint to that, there's a motivational constraint to it, and ultimately I think the one thing that I can say that has held me back from that goal more than anything else is I'm just not in a rhythm for it. And I think once I get a rhythm for it, everything will work exactly how I want it to. But it takes more activation energy to get into the rhythm than to stick with the rhythm. It's a whole momentum thing, you know? And I feel like that particular ideology can fit for a lot of different things. That sometimes the hardest thing is to start on something. Sometimes one of the other hard things is sticking with it. And even harder than, I think, starting and continuing is continuing for a long period of time consistently. Like streaming twice a week, every week, for months at a time, for example. Or doing the same thing and editing those streams into different forms of media to accomplish different goals of the channel. And I find that setting up legitimate goals for myself helps me achieve those. But honestly, even aside from setting smart goals and realistic timelines or otherwise, honestly, just doing it and actually starting it, I think helps me more so than most other things combined. And to be honest, there are days where I know what I have to do with the drinks, like the stuff I'm working on for Shadow's drink and for Silver's drink, and I just don't do it. And it's honestly, it's more a mental block on my side, more so than anything else. But if you got but I'll reiterate, if you got suggestions for games, I want to hear them. I want to hear them. Because I do look at them, and I literally have a Google Doc so I don't forget about them. And that's in regards to something to stream, or in the comments section of the various different platforms, because I know some people have come from TikTok, some people have come from Instagram. Wherever you've got it, I got a means to keep track of it. But here in the stream, with the suggestion command, is the easiest thing for me. So, with that being said, I see fellow mixologist Lorenzo out there saying, I do my cocktails based on what you're currently watching, playing, reading, and started making recipes when you were 12. You researched the flavor profiles and have taken sips of your family's drinks to learn along the way. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. And so one of the benefits that Renzo's got over me, for example, is you've been mixing up with whatever you had access to for 12 whole years now. And I would say I really only started taking drinks seriously about 2 years ago. So you've got much more time on that than I do. At least in terms of practice and whatever else you want to say about it, right? I've also found, too, that for a while, like, one of the reasons that I revamped the streams to be like this anyway, where I've combined my game playing desk with the bar was that my idea was very similar to Renzo's, that I would play the game and I'd get inspiration during the game, and then I'd make the cocktails based off of the information I got with the game. And you know what, dude? What I've noticed? I get a heck of a lot more inspiration for drinks listening to music from the game more than actually playing the game itself. And I had the most recent iteration of that occurred to me this weekend. I had a whole day that was specifically sectioned off for cocktail brainstorming. And I was working on these drinks for a party that we're having for one of my friends. And it's a Skyrim-themed birthday party. So I started making up some drinks for Skyrim. Specifically my own version of Velvet LeChance and the White Gold Tower. And I got more inspiration from those drinks in 3 hours listening to Skyrim Lo-Fi than I did from the years that I actually played Skyrim. And I think that just means that, like, for me, I do a lot better with, like the inspiration hits me better with audio stimulation more so than, I guess, the summation of its parts, right? I don't know. Ryan made 3 suggestions. I kind of zoned out trying to remember the game names and missed your whole TED talk on consistency and motivation. That's okay, dude. Do what you gotta do, my guy. Thanks for the suggestions. I appreciate it. You're helping me hold myself accountable, and I'm greatly appreciative for that. Renzo's saying, too, with the knowledge that you made recipes of what you thought things will taste like, you haven't been able to make cocktails until recently started being verbal in the community and having you to help. So thank you. You're welcome, dude. Thank you for helping me as well. To be honestly, Renzo, in terms of what you're putting out there in particular, being able to see other people out there have as much passion for combining their favorite things like games and video games and drinks together has helped me keep my motivation up. And I struggle with motivation. I've talked about that a couple of times before. Streaming on the internet was what got me motivated to play games again. And I'm happy for it. Levy being like, Skyrim is so fun. Dude, it is. It is. I like Skyrim. I played Skyrim a lot when I was younger. I played it on the Xbox 360, and I had to put a number of hours into it. Like hundreds of hours into it. Not as many as Lycos Lore, though. He is a lot more Skyrim heavy than I am. There we go. Did I just lose all my rings? I totally did. Hello there, crazy Proto-Chaos. But yeah, this particular Eggman level has been very easy. I think it's just because there are so many combos that you can get. The way that scoring works in at least the Eggman level, the Eggman levels and the Tails levels in particular, is you need to have a certain score. And I think that actually kind of applies to all the different characters in a way. But specifically for these levels, you have to, like, get combos and defeat all the enemies. Or defeat as many of them as you can, and hopefully take your rings with you, too. Oh, some nerd up there was talking about skooma. Skooma real? Skooma real? Skooma actually has a real recipe in the official Skyrim cookbook. In particular, oddly enough, for this Velvet LeChance recipe, because I'll share that with y'all. For Velvet LeChance, in the game, it is made with blackberries, spiced wine, honey, and lavender. With lavender? Was that one with lavender? No, the White Gold Tower, I think, was lavender. I know it's got spiced wine in it. That one's got nightshade. That one specifically has nightshade in it. So it's blackberries, honey, spiced wine, and nightshade. A nightshade being a flower in Skyrim, right? So I realized How to Drink has done a recipe on Velvet LeChance. The Geeky Bartender has done a recipe on Velvet LeChance. Experience Bar, whose website recently came down, so I cataloged all those recipes so I don't lose them, also has a recipe on the Velvet LeChance. And all of them have some honey with wine and use some sort of spicy pepper as an analog for the nightshade, because peppers are a part of the nightshade family. Levy, to answer your question, I played a little bit of Oblivion, but I didn't play enough of it to really have an appreciation for it. But, like, so one of the things that I realized when I was looking at Velvet LeChance was that in the game, it uses spiced wine specifically, and spiced wine is a key item in Skyrim during one of the quests, specifically Sansa's spiced wine, and Sansa's spiced wine has a recipe in the official Skyrim cookbook. So for my version of Velvet LeChance, it utilizes the actual Skyrim cookbook recipe for Sansa's spiced wine with honey, muddled blackberries, and a pinch of chili pepper, cayenne pepper, and whatever is going to be available at the party. We're going to try to figure it out together what the proper ratio is for it. And when I'm done with it, I'll tell you guys. Just got to remind me. In any case, Ryan out there being like, skooma has eggplants, tomatoes, and tobacco. Wait, for what? Wait, for what? For what? Skooma? I think skooma is basically closer to an actual, like, custom distilled spirit, if anything. Made from moon sugar. So it's kind of like a rum, in a way. But it would also have to be psychotropic, you know? I see Renzo being like, they shut down their website. Yeah, so Experience Bar, who made, I think when I looked at the recipes, I think 80-something recipes. 80 recipes I think they had, all inspired by a ton of different games, dude. A ton of different games. The recipe stopped working. I don't know if the recipe was shut down. Silly Goose Content doesn't make content right now. They're on a hiatus or they've left it behind and moved on. But the website hasn't been working. But to your point, Renzo, can I share it in the Discord? I'm not going to share his work only because it's not my place to share it. It's all still on the Instagram. So at Experience Bar on Instagram still has all the recipes. I will probably cover some of those recipes on the show at some point in the future because he made a lot of drinks from a lot of games. So one of his recipes one of my favorite recipes that I did from the Experience Bar was the recipe for Heartless that I did during the Kingdom Hearts series. And it showed me that Sambuca goes really, really well with rum, dude. I learned from that one. And I took a page out of that book for when I was doing Riku Replicas drink. Ryan saying that eggplants, tomatoes, and tobacco are all nightshade and all contain some amount of nicotine. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that. I would have to get a check on whether skooma includes nightshade. I don't think skooma used nightshade. I was talking about the Velvet LeChance drink, which doesn't include skooma as a part of the recipe. Oddly enough, too, I thought it was interesting because when I was looking at how to make the recipe for Velvet LeChance, specifically for the spiced wine, or there was something else, too. There was something else. But the thought occurred to me that there are some ingredients in Skyrim that do have real-world analogs. Like, garlic is in Skyrim. The real world has garlic. Skyrim has nightshade. The real world has nightshade. Skyrim has grapes called Jazbay grapes, and they are... I just died. Awesome. I'm gonna restart. We're gonna go all the way back to the beginning. Skyrim has Jazbay grapes, which appear to be made in volcanic regions of the world, and there are grapes here in the real world that are made in volcanic regions of the world, like Mount Etna in Italy for the, I think it was the Aglianico grape or something like that, if I remember correctly. Can you stop? Thank you so much. But what I found was there are some spices in Skyrim that don't appear to exist. Or no, there are real-world spices that don't appear to be collectible items in Skyrim. One in particular is a recipe in one of the cookbooks in Skyrim that is a recipe for... It's like some souffle or something. But the in-game recipe in this recipe book calls for nutmeg, and you can't collect nutmeg in Skyrim. So an interesting thought that occurred to me was, if you're making a video game accurate drink with spices, do you have to use spices that are only in the game? And if the answer to that is yes, do we have to limit ourselves to spices or plants or otherwise that are collectible in the game or even mentioned? Because if you can't collect nutmeg in Skyrim, but a book calls for using nutmeg in an in-game Skyrim recipe, that makes me think that common spices like cinnamon, cardamom even, would be faithful to whatever you make from the game, because I bet they kind of exist in some way, shape, or form. In a way, you know? But I don't know. Also, the spiced wine recipe in the official Skyrim cookbook does use things like cardamom and cinnamon and stuff like that, so evidently it exists for the purposes of the video game, so I'll take it. Ryan out there saying that apparently all nightshades have nicotine. Interesting. This is why Mexican and Italian foods are so addictive. Ha! There we go. There's that little bit of nicotine in there that keeps you coming back for more. More peppers, more eggplants, more tomatoes. I could totally see the addictive effects of tomatoes. One of the drinks that I had at one of the local bars the other day as they were celebrating Gin Week used this tomato gin, which was really good, dude. It was really tasty, dude. Yellow Ozziel, welcome in. How am I doing? I appreciate you asking, actually. I've got a bit of a headache today. I drank a little bit too much over the weekend, and although it wasn't affecting me earlier, it's affecting me now, and I have a mild headache. I appreciate you for asking. But the show must go on, you know? To some nerd's point, I feel like it remains lore accurate, if not gameplay accurate. That's my thoughts on it. That's my thoughts on it. Like, especially for a game like Skyrim that has so many collectible ingredients, I feel like it would be not faithful if you didn't try, as you might, to use in-game items or as close to equivalent as you could possibly find. I don't know. Ryan being like tomato gin sounds very interesting. Yeah, I don't remember what the name of the brand is, but how they do it is they essentially make a gin as you would normally, but one of the botanicals that they use is tomatoes from their area in Italy or wherever they're at. I think it's an Italian gin. That's what me thinks. That's what me thinks. I need more. There we go. Hi there. That's a good thing I had a shield, yeah. Yeah, but it was cool. The drink that I had, I posted it in the Discord server. I think it was called Hands Up Fuzzball or something like that. I think that's the one that I'm thinking of that used the tomato gin in it. And it was tasty, dude. It was tasty. If I recall, it didn't hit me as very tomato-like at first, but it has a savoriness that, when you think about it, is very tomato. But it was basically a, if I'm thinking of the right one, I have more comprehensive descriptions of it in the Discord server, because that's where I put my notes, and Amy Chow put her notes there as well, because we were both there together. It was cool. It was cool. It was tasty. All right. Going for the A rank, dude. I noticed I don't have as many points as I did the last time. Because when I completed this level during the easy mode, I had like 80,000 points or something. That was pretty good, dude. Nerd out there saying that I reckon I should be heading out now, so I'll probably see you guys on Wednesday. No pressure there, nerd. Do what's best for you. We'll hope to see you when we see you. Thanks for popping in, dude. Ozziel being like, you thugging it out? Possibly. Depending on what you mean by thugging it out. Chino, welcome in, dude. What game? Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. That's what I've been doing for a hot minute. The goal is to get every single emblem in the game, something that I've never been capable of doing, so I'm here for a hot minute. Until it's done. Until it's done. Oh, Ozziel saying, the headache. My headache. Yeah, a little bit. I felt like a little bit of a, like, intracranial pressure, so to speak. But, between you and me, y'all, these streams are some of the highlights of my week, so I would like to make sure they happen. Yeah? Yeah? And if that means I have to dial back on the drinking, which, if you haven't noticed, I haven't been sipping my drinks very much. Because that's what you do to keep your body good. If anything, I should be drinking more water, so I'm gonna do that. Drinking more water. Yeah, that's good stuff. I'm gonna bring this over here so it's a little bit closer to my hand. Just one of the implementational problems of streaming from my bar. I have a giant glass container that I use as my coaster for the drinks that I want to keep on screen. And the last time I did that, the last time I kept my water within arm's reach, behind that thing, I knocked my water all over the ground and I almost broke one of my favorite glasses, dude. So I keep it farther away, albeit a little bit out of reach. And I rely on you guys to remind me when to drink, you know? Chino, like, we like a healthy cam. Me too, dude. I wonder why. Ozziel, like cocktails to rehydrate you tonight? Hey, if you got ideas on a cocktail to rehydrate, doesn't have to be alcoholic either. I got ingredients. I got a stock website. You know how this works. And if you don't know how it works and you might be new around here, later on in the stream, I'll do cocktail requests or mocktail requests, depending on how well you feel like treating me. Oh, please don't hurt me. Rings, please. Thank you. Whoa, that was scary. That was scary for a brief moment. Ryan sharing a recipe for elsewhere fondue. A bottle of ale, flat, brown sugar, Gruyere cheese, Emmental cheese, and blue cheese. Dude, that sounds tasty, man. That sounds really tasty. I like fondue, man. I love cheese. Oh, I gotta do side crunches? Ryan! Ryan, buddy! Baby, why? Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Renzo out there being like, if you don't remember, that's fine. I'll go back through the past streams, but I remember you said that Sora is Jin, that Riku was something else that paired well with Jin, but I can't remember what. Fernet Branca. Fernet Branca is what I would say pairs well with Jin. Because there are a couple of Fernet gin drinks out there. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm a little indisposed right now, but yeah. And I wouldn't say that those are like Bar with an X canon either. That was just kind of things that I thought of at the time. If I had to represent a character as a spirit. Jin, like, Riku was a Jin. Sora was a Jin. Riku was Fernet Branca. And Roxas... Well, that was very bad. There's very bad. I don't remember what Roxas was. There's a short about that up there somewhere. Probably. Roxas was a Jennifer. Which is kind of a multi predecessor to Jin. Aziel being like, you meant mocktails, no alcohol. Yeah. No alcohol in those ones. No alcohol in mocktails. Aziel's like, some orange, question mark? I don't know. I don't know if I got any orange. I don't know if I have any oranges on me. I have some oranges downstairs that if you give me the time to dethaw them, I can have some juice prepared. But I don't have it on the stock website because I'm just not as good at... I should get a microwave up here. I should totally get a microwave for the bar so I can keep some frozen fruits up here and I can just dethaw them on command. I just thought about that. That'd be such a good idea. I didn't even think about that. Wow. Renzo, like you said, Roxas was a reverse Jin. Jennifer. Jennifer is like... It's what became Jin eventually. Jennifer is a malt liqueur. Not necessarily liqueur. No. So, Jennifer is made from malt wine. It's made from distilling malt wine. Malt wine being made from malted grains, right? Like barley, I assume. And they took that and they distilled it into Jennifer. But as the story goes, Jennifer was so bad tasting that they started adding juniper to it to make it taste better. I'm remembering what explanation I gave for Roxas being a Jennifer, because I was saying that if Sora is a Jin, and Jin's defining flavor component is juniper, if you took out the juniper, or at least some of the juniper, because different Jennifers depend on... I don't know if Jennifers specifically don't use juniper, or whether they have to use juniper. I haven't played around with Jennifers very much in my time yet. But if you removed juniper from Jin, like the core aspect of Sora, and made it its own spirit, I was like, oh yeah, that's totally Jennifer. Or Yennefer, however you pronounce it. Which is, I guess, kind of reverse Jin, maybe. They're still both technically grain-based spirits. Juniper usually being from some, basically vodka that's been flavored. That's a huge understatement. Jennifer's got like a fundamentally different base to it. Just kind of interesting. Ryan being like, cocktail suggestions for end of the night. It's a Ramos Gin Fizz. No, I don't want them, man. You can't make me. If anything, if I did a Ramos Gin Fizz this evening, if I did a Ramos Gin Fizz because anybody told me to do a Ramos Gin Fizz, I'd do it the scientific way and I'd put it in a whipped cream maker so I didn't have to try so hard. Naturally. Renzo being like, brain foggy. Me and the boys shotgun 6 beers and smoked. So, everything is all right now, broski. Oh, man, dude. I hope you're keeping well, my guy. Dude, I'm not doing well with this hard mode. Oh, give the shield. Get some of these dudes, and then I get some of those dudes. Get that last dude. And then I got hit, apparently, and that's fine. Aziel's like, did I make an Eggman-inspired drink yet? Not quite. Not yet. I'm working on that one. I do have a pretty solid thought for what I want Eggman's drink to be, though. It is absolutely going to be a riff on the death flip. But it's going to be presented in a way that's a lot more Eggman-y. I think it's probably going to have something red in it, so it's probably going to have a red appearance to it, which is actually going to be a little bit difficult in terms of making that flip the color I want it to be. Because the last time I tried to do a colored flip, which was for Dream Daddy, for the dad that you date, Damien, which was supposed to be a purple flip, but I couldn't figure out how to get it purple. So to try to make that flip red is going to be... It's not something that I've been able to hash out the details for yet. Dude, please. Please, no. Dude, bro! There we go. I hope that worked out a little bit better. Medkit! All the points. Ozzy being like, what's a flip? It's essentially an egg drink. It uses, typically, a whole egg. Or just the egg yolk. Fizzes will often, or egg white sours will often use the egg white. Flips will often use the egg yolk. And sometimes the entire egg. The base flip, like flip-style drinks, like the base flip, are basically a base spirit with an egg and something to help sweeten it. Like sugar. Or otherwise. I can't remember exactly what the base recipe is for a flip, like at a Death & Co. But I want to say it's an egg, 2 ounces of like cognac, and then, I think, simple syrup. I think that's it. Oh, hello there. Oh, okay, you're gonna be like that. I see that. Renzo being like, I've got that Dante cocktail I've been jonesing for you to make, of course. What's in that one again? I'm curious. Ryan being like, daiquiri machine as the Bourbon X can and win. A daiquiri machine? You mean like a slushy machine? I feel like those are expensive. What's that one that just recently came out? Didn't like Ninja do a slushy machine? I don't remember if I'm thinking of the right thing. I know, I've been watching, who is it? Rob's Films or something like that. I think that's what the guy's account name is. He just reached 1 million on TikTok the other day. I think I've been watching him to use, I want to say it's a Ninja slushy machine and just making slushies out of God knows what. Any case. Renzo saying in regard to their current state that you're doing fine, just a little foggy, that's all. Had to walk a mile back to campus so your folks could pick you up. Dude, late night, faded walks. I can sympathize with that. I can sympathize with that one. And you didn't hear it from me, but I wasn't faded yesterday, but I was a little tipsy on my walk back to the bar the next. Just a little bit. And apparently my brain was so, like, I swear, I was wearing a rain jacket because it was kind of drizzling the other day. Kind of drizzling. And I know I was wearing my raincoat because I accidentally took a picture of myself wearing the raincoat at the last bar that I was at. And I can't find the raincoat. And I borrowed it from Anna, so it's a little bit of a sore subject right now. Hi there. Gonna get all you guys on the way down, please? There we go. Ryan saying that apparently, yes, it's the Ninja slushy machine, and they're anywhere between like $60 to $300. 60 bucks really ain't that bad, to be honest. That's not that bad. And Ryan confirming that it's Rob's Films and loved his fizzy ranch experiment. I feel like I remember seeing that one, but I don't know if I watched the full thing. I think the one that I most recently watched was he was like, can you make a water slushy? And the answer is kind of no, because you need sugar in there to help with the science of the slushification. So we got like propylene glycol water or whatever. And the quote, he said it tasted like, and then he just disappeared. There wasn't really much tasting notes to be thought of. And that was a little disappointing to me, but that's just good, you know? Ryan saying that the fizzy ranch water, the ranch thing was like constant gagging for like a whole minute. When are you guys gonna make me do shit like that? I'm not just fizzing up ranch dressing, y'all. We gotta put it in a cocktail. We gotta put it in a cocktail. Renzo saying that the recipe for, was it Dante? The Dante cocktail? It's got the rye, amaro, sweet vermouth, creme de cacao, black walnut bitters, and the cherry hearing. Oh wait, no, we did that. Did we do that one? I feel like we did that.
That wasn't so difficult.
Or was that slightly different? Maybe it was slightly different. Which one is very similar to that, Renzo? Because I feel like I remember the cherry hearing being the last option, and I had questions about that the first time. Let me think. Pro Wolf being like, there's a drink called the ranch water. Are you proposing a riff on the ranch water with ranch dressing? Is that what you're proposing? That's a devilish idea. Ryan's like, Rob's film made Malort ice cream. It's true. It's true, he did. Ryan's like, as soon as you get a soda stream. Ryan, I don't need a soda stream. I have whipped cream makers. If you want me to carbonate anything, I can. I already have the means to do it, my friend. Cole's saying I can actually make water slushy. It's all just temperature related. I guess it's a good point, right? Oh, is that the thing where like you put water in the bottle and you put it at just the right temperature and then it does that weird thing where you smack the bottle and it like crystallizes? Is that the thing, Cole? Ryan's like, you should not have told me that. I'm honest, man. I'm honest to a fault. Sometimes that works to my detriment. You know, in a way, fizzy ranch dressing, not alcoholic. Actually might even be medicinal in a way. Homeopathic remedies. Carbonated ranch dressing to cure what ails you. The newest snake oil. Oh, man. Manic says, Cam, remind me never to go on YouTube Shorts anymore. When would you like me to remind you? I can set a timer for it. And everything. Ryan saying, to quote Rob's film, Malort is like pouring vodka in a New York garbage can. I've never heard a more accurate flavor note. But did he mention any of the grapefruit notes? I don't know. I'm a stickler when it comes to certain food and drink content that I watch. Like, if you're not going to provide, like, legitimate tasting notes, I'm not a fan. Like, not to diss... I'm not going to diss particular creators. But there's one guy who gets really excited about putting, like, things with lemonade and stuff. And all he says is, that's so good. That's amazing. That's the best thing I've ever had. You gotta try this. And I'm like, I don't gotta try it, actually, because you've given me no reason to try it. Nothing that you said describes that thing in a way that makes it palatable to me, because you basically told me nothing. And I hate it. Anyways. Guillermino popping in, being like, you could also add a bit of xanthan gum to the water to make it a little bit more slushy. That's true. That's true. Xanthan gum, too. Do I have xanthan gum? I think I do have xanthan gum. If I have it, it's actually on the stock. Diamond being like, what about carbonated ketchup? I mean, I have the technology. I have the technology. I'm not making any guarantees, right? But I try some weird things sometimes. I do it for you, chat. And I also do it for me. Let me make it very clear. Nothing that I do for you isn't also basically for me. Besides, anything that I get to try, whether it's good, bad, or ugly, I get to make content out of it. And that gets me closer to what I want, chat. And what I want is this. Forever. Forever and ever. 20 years, CameroxnWithAnX. 20 years. Don't hurt me, please. Thank you. I want to kind of keep my rings. Where are all my points, dude? I want my points. Renzo, like, I'm like 97% sure we haven't made the Dante cocktail. Ebony Power and Ivory Hair. Let me think. What did I have? I actually want to check this because I know I made something the other day that had either a similar combination of flavors or otherwise. And what the heck was it? What the heck was it? It was. What the heck was it? It wasn't Surfer on Acid, it wasn't Bloody Sicilian, it wasn't Roman Holiday, not the M&M, not Finnish Long Drink, not the Poppy, not that. Oh, it was Alucard!
Renzo, you got a cocktail, right?
Right?
I want another one.
Yeah.
Another recipe from
Oh, that one's got rum and stuff in it.
Sylvain?
That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Alucard. I don't know why, but those two, like, the ingredients lists made me think these are the same cocktail. But I didn't take a very close look at it, so. Skittle being like the upper diamond. I think you may mecho? Like mayonnaise and ketchup? Mayo and ketchup? Mecho? I'm familiar with this term. Please don't. I am soft and I am fragile. Aziel being like, what if carbonated ketchup is what sets him off? Maybe. Oh my gosh. It's possible, dude. It's possible. Carbonated ketchup could be the one, right? We get 20 years. 20 years. 20 million followers. We'll get there. Dude, stop. I was being so kind to you, too. Man. Ryan being like, Rob's films, Malort tasting notes, Poison, and The End of Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that's the one that I remember. There was The End of Romeo and Juliet. It's over. Like, notes of childhood and gym socks. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm a fan of, like, funny tasting notes, but, like, sometimes, if it's just that, and I can't learn anything about it, especially if I'm really trying to do research on, like, something that I want to mix with, it's kind of a letdown to me. And I know I'm not the only person that feels that way. Get him out there. Cole's a better fan of retchup, apparently. Ranch and ketchup. Sounds tasty. I feel like I had something with ranch dressing in it recently, but I don't remember what it was. And I'm pretty sure I liked it. But I don't remember. I don't remember. Guillermino's idea. Ketchup slushy. With alcohol? Combining the flavors of tomato and what was the thing? I was literally just saying flavor combos before chat because I saw it on an Instagram post. What was the flavor combo that went with tomato? Was it? Oh, come on, dude. I was keeping my distance. Bro, dude. Brosif Mosif, please. What are all these combos out there? Retchup, ketchup slushy, Rayo Chustard. Rayo Chustard? What is the combination of ingredients in Rayo Chustard? Ranch, mayo, ketchup, and mustard. That must be it, right? Ryan's like, essentially, it's just a Bloody Mary. Everyone in the service industry knows that you don't make cocktails with Malort. Unless you do. Unless you do. I gotta say, there's gotta be at least a couple Malort bars out there that absolutely make cocktails with Malort. If anything, I would say that Malort is just hard mode cocktail making, right? And there are just too many bars out there who just don't have the guts to make it work. That's my mentality. I think everybody who doesn't try to mix with Malort is just being a baby. Malort will absolutely come to this bar chat, and it will come in a way that not even I can be remotely prepared for. Not even remotely. Focus on all the points. I saw you up there, I saw you, and over there. No, yeah, that's okay. I didn't have a lot of rings to begin with. That was okay. That was okay. There we go. Official being like, I got half an ounce of egg white. What should I make? Oh, a Tokyo Drift, obviously. That calls for exactly half an ounce of egg white. Honestly, if you still got some of that gin on you, a little gin sour or something like that, I'm thinking 2 ounces of gin, half an ounce of simple, half an ounce of lemon juice, just so we're not in gimlet territory, and then add that egg white to it. Could be cool. Or you can make an egg white gimlet by just making a gimlet for yourself and adding the egg white. If you dry shake it and then shake it with ice, it'll come out very, very foamy. Nice and emulsified. That could be pretty tasty. That or, let's see, what else could you do with it? Oh, you could also bake. You could also bake. Oh, Ramos Gin Fizz. Depending on if you got the other ingredients for it. I think, Ramos Gin Fizzes tend to have... Oh my god, don't fall, dude. Don't fall. Pay attention, Cam. Wow. Ryan's like, Malort's tagline is, do not enjoy it responsibly. Actually, oddly enough, I was having a conversation with one of the bartenders last night in regard to how Malort has changed over the years, and at least according to what he said, and I haven't done the research to confirm this, Malort originally tasted like Malort, just like you would expect it to. But then they started adding sugar to it, and then it's possible they stopped adding sugar to it when they rebranded to specifically Don't Enjoy. So I don't really know what the truth is on that, of whether Malort does have sugar added to it, or whether they add more sugar than they used to. I think it calls for a deep dive on Malort when we finally get a bottle here at the bar. One of these days. Diamond being like, I raise you Rayo Chustard Rabish. With wasabi, it adds wasabi. Maybe a bad idea. Dude, I love wasabi. Please, give me more wasabi drinks. Dude, I would love to get some wasabi here at the bar, which I think somebody did make a suggestion of, but I can't remember who it was. I love wasabi, dude. I'm the guy who eats a chunk of wasabi at the sushi restaurants. And I would never change. I would never change. This is beautiful. Renzo out there being like, you know what? Even if I can't get over to Pennsylvania for the convention, if I get my license before August, I can still come down for your birthday in November. Always a bright side. Yeah, if anybody finds themselves in Philadelphia, hit me up. I'm not making any guarantees that I'm going to be able to see you, because I'm mostly encumbered as it is. But if there's any sort of availability, I'd love to go out for a drink with y'all sometime. Let me serve you a maybe not let me serve you a drink. That might be, you know, that might not be the best idea. But I'd love to take you to some of the bars here in Philadelphia. I could honestly go out to more bars and get more familiar with the local bars in the area. And I generally don't go to bars alone. But one of these days, I'd love to go to Barcelona. Damn. More points, please. More points. I think the rings are really gonna help me here. Skittle being like, I raise you both. Worcestershire Spishi. It's Worcestershire ranch, mustard, ketchup, wasabi, and relish. Skittle, are you on a list? Because if not, I think there's a list for you and Diamond and Cole and me, quite frankly. And it's specifically a list so that chefs all over the world can shame us publicly. But you know what? You know what? I remember reading... I don't remember what it was. I don't remember if it was a study or something. But there was some... Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh, man. Cole's like, we should get Cam to make an everything sauce. How is that different from my infinity bottle? How would that be different than an infinity bottle where there are no rules? Oh my gosh. I hate these giant blue bubble gums. Gumballs, dude. Gumballs. Gumballs, man. Gumballs. The amazing world of blue gumballs in space. My favorite. Hi there, buddy. Skittle 2 saying, I was put on a list specifically for the hamsters. Remember the hamsters, Cam? Always remember the hamsters. Oh, I do. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, specifically remembering the hamsters. Specifically. And then I remember, oh, thank goodness. I don't have any hamsters. Not anymore. Not anymore. Cole's saying that the blue orbs kind of remind you of hamster wheels. Yeah, I need a drink after that one. You know what? They do kind of remind me of hamster wheels. And you know what? In a way, too, if a hamster's entrails could be blue and just as gelatinous, I'd say that the chaos things themselves also kind of remind me of hamsters. You know? Ryan's asking if I've got orgeat. No orgeat on me right now, Ryan. Not yet. I've been meaning to just buy a bottle of orgeat, like shelf-stable orgeat, just so I have it on stock, but I haven't. There's actually a couple of different ingredients that I'm planning on stocking up on at some point. I'm gonna try to make, because the lemon super juice went really well and the lime super juice went super well, I want to make some orange super juice because you can make it for pretty much any citrus. So on my next batch of super juice, I'm probably gonna get some orange super juice, just so I can start mixing with it and getting used to it. Orgeat, I make it specifically for some of the drinks that I make, and the last orgeat I had, I used up already. But yeah, and I think BG Reynolds, I think, makes an orgeat that is pretty good. And is more or less shelf stable. Don't hurt me. Thank you. Skittle being like, this whole stage here is pretty much like a hamster obstacle course. Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. Those rocks are hamsters. These floating enemy robots are hamsters. The lasers being fired out of the eyes of the hamster wheels. Those are also hamsters. Right? Right? It's the hamsterverse. Apparently. Apparently. Give me the shield! Thank you. Oh, man. Owl being like, all right, mead Tepache hybrid is in primary. On to 3/4 of a pound of turbinado sugar. Got some honey in there. Got some ginger chopped roughly. Thai bird chilies as well. Bird's eye chili. Ooh. A little bit on the spicy side. Bit on the, let's see, I guess. Do you imagine all the sugar is gonna ferment off, Owl Boy? Do you think this is gonna come out kind of dry, or are you gonna plan on back sweetening this after the fact at all? Because I feel like now that I think about it, the last Tepache I had was actually kind of sweet because I don't think I let it ferment for very long, so a lot of the sugars were still there. And I think I want to say that I used brown sugar too, last I used it. But you said what, turbinado? Turbinado, man. Tasty stuff. Ryan out there saying if you can find one, pistachio orgeat is extremely versatile. Well, I'll keep my eyes out if I can find one. I imagine once I find the treasure trove of one orgeat, I'll have access to at least a couple of them. I imagine that if one company sells one type of, like, the almond orgeat, the normal orgeat, that they also have other options as well. And I know, like, there are like, companies that I know that you can buy, like, syrups and stuff from. I just haven't done a lot of research on it. Oh, don't hear me. Nope. I said, no, dude. on my rings. Oh, man. Pixie out there saying that there's a cocktail where you work with orgeat, sesame washed bourbon, orange, and kumquat juice. Oh, man, that sounds tasty. Dude, kumquat juice is so tart, but it's so nice. I wanted to, one of these days, make a kumquat oleo saccharum to get all the sweet notes of the kumquat, and then somehow combine it with the really tart notes from the inner kumquat. The inner quat, if you will. That sounds so tasty. Oh, and with the sesame too? Yes, please. Ad break. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to drink as much water as I possibly can. Ugh, man, dude. Official saying, I made a gin sour. It's really all right. There we go. There we go. Do you find it's is it too sweet? If it's really all right, and that's something to be improved upon, what do you find about it that is not necessarily to your liking? Because I'm thinking in terms of whatever gin sour that you made, it could be a little bit too sour. You can add some sugar to counteract it. If it's a little bit too sweet, you can add some sour to counteract it. It might be a little bit too gin forward if you went with the 2 ounces. Because I think what I gave you was two half and half, and it's possible too that 3/4 and 3/4 might have been a better ratio just to dial back on the gin a little bit. Official being like, I think the gin is bringing it down. Yeah, I mean, it's most of the recipe, so depending on the gin choice. Give it a try, right? Renzo out there being like, imagine being a random mouse in a society of nothing but hamsters, just trying to live a normal life, but the hamsters won't leave you alone. That sounds like speciesism. And that just ain't cool. Not for the mouse boy, you know? Al's saying out there that it should be you're using Le Monde D47 yeast, which has a tolerance of 14% ABV. This should reach about 7%. Gonna rack and then clear and then back sweeten with monk fruit or erythritol, blend, sweetener, and then bottle. Need the artificial sweetener to prevent other fermentation and exploding bottles? Yeah, facts. Of what I little know about the fermentation world is when you back sweeten something, it's like after fermentation is over, you add sugar back to it. But yeast can't eat artificial sugar. Or, I mean, even if they do eat artificial sugar, they're not going to be able to metabolize it into alcohol and carbon dioxide. So it prevents it from continuing and possibly kills them off, I guess. I'm still learning a little bit more about specifically bacteria and yeast as I play around more with wild yeast fermentations and scobies and stuff like that. Let's see. Alziel being like, are you talking about the movie G-Force? Is that how that movie was? I don't know. What's up, babe?
Good night.
This is work, I thought. No? Isn't this work?
Oh, night is this.
Night is this.
I think.
Good night.
Okay, well,
Good
don't
night, my
sign
dearest.
unless I confirm, because there are some very similar signs. Don't do that!
That's penis.
I hate you so
At least that's what I've been told from the internet.
so much.
Anna's going to bed.
Oh my god.
What was I saying? Renzo saying I was trying to figure out where that line of though came from. It was a rat shaker. And it was rat shaker. Oh, is it from Rat Shaker? Did you just spoil Rat Shaker for me? How dare you? How dare you out there? Anyways. Oh my gosh. Owl out there being like, in sign language, thank you and fuck you are way too similar. I don't remember which one is which. Oh, actually I do.
Karen.
Never mind. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I know.
Aggressive.
Yeah, I got you.
It's okay, wait. You want to see the difference between bug and orgasm?
No. This is bug? And this is orgasm? Really?
Yeah, one of them is very like, ugh, and the other one is like,
So if you wiggle, it's a bug, but if you clench...
I don't remember which one's which.
I don't remember which one's which either, love.
I just remember.
You've just educated us. Thanks. Oh my gosh, dude, the rings!
I gotta go back to my
Oh man. Official being like, is that ASL? It's certainly trying to be.
I'm attempting to learn.
Ed and I are attempting to learn it collaboratively, but that's kind of been on a back burner for a hot minute. Ryan out there has got a cocktail for the Banshee. It's got some banana. It's got some demerara. It's got saline solution. 5 drops of saline. Sign me up. So much saline. Bring on the flavor. Bring on the flavor. I'm thinking about it, y'all. I really haven't been going through this Infinity Mary Pickford. I haven't really been drinking a lot of my drinks this evening, y'all, and I think that the headache's kind of getting with me. But I'll at least try a drink. I'll at least try it. At the very least, one of the reasons that I like doing these cocktail requests and trying combinations that I might otherwise not be familiar with is to enhance my palate and get better at describing drinks. Apparently, I use the term herbaceous too much. I like it, though. Pixie's like, drink more water. Yes, ma'am. More hydration. There we go. Official like, remember peeps, each country has their own sign language and some similarities with each other. Yeah. ASL, BSL, the other SLs, all the cells. All the cells.
No, I have something.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hold up. Oh, no. Ah, the skibbity bop mata. I hate this. No, please. I'm doing so well. I'm doing so well, dude. I am doing extremely well. Don't ruin this for me. Yes, dearest, how can I help you?
There's also like different dialects between like each.
Different dialects and stuff too for him, so.
It's like an accent, kind of is how they described it when I was like going through the intro stuff, which is why they very much were like you should really learn from a deaf person first because of that.
Learn from the people who know it best.
There's a difference in some things. Like I think the way someone described it was in Pittsburgh, if you use the term like here in Philly, it's trash can.
Interesting.
There it means something about a state.
Yeah.
So it's like very simple things that like just don't cross over between certain areas,
That's fair, yeah.
which is really cool. But
Just like when you're driving around different cities, look up the local laws. If you're signing around different cities, try to determine what the local dialect is. You might learn a new word, or potentially prevent yourself from saying a word that you didn't intend to.
if you look up on the internet, look for the bald guy. I really like him.
I like the bald guy.
I love the
The bald guy's cool for learning sign language, or
I
at least
just
one
found out that
dialect.
I think it was a Tierney.
How did it hit me, chat? I don't know how it hit me. That was wild. I got 80,000, dude. I don't think that's A rank. I didn't die. Oh, man. I don't want to have to keep doing this level, dude.
Do it again.
Officials saying that I used to be fluent in VR ASL, which is an interpretation of ASL in VRC. VRC. Like VR, like VR chat, right? Interesting. Video game love.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. There is technically baby sign language, which is simplified versions of sign language.
Baby
but I don't
language.
like it.
Official saying too, there's a whole community in VR chat of deaf and HOH who all talk in sign. Interesting. That makes sense. People will be people, and people will people wherever the hell they want, in the way that they want, and the way that's comfortable.
I just attempted too many languages, and I couldn't learn based off of learning math because I need to spell.
And I'm not sure if they can hear you super well on that side of the bar. Yeah. Yes, love.
tried too many. I tried too many languages, and then ASL actually sticks in my brain for some reason.
All I'll say, love, is in case you're on that side of the bar, you might just want to speak a little bit louder just to make sure that they can hear you. I'm pretty sure they can hear you, but it might be a little muffled because you're on. The microphone is in a mode that prioritizes this side and specifically not that side. So they're catching your echoes.
Wait, where do I get classes?
I see, there's a whole, they hold classes on the daily for free. It's so cool. Made a lot of friends in that. Oh, in VR chat. In the video game. Aziel saying I can hear her. That's fair. I just know that the microphone prioritizes this side as opposed to the other side. And Anna's on the other side of the bar right now. But yeah, in VR chat.
Okay.
Free classes.
Well, I mean, I want to learn basics because that's what we use for a lot of kids that are non-verbal.
Yeah.
But I'm very heavily considering this.
Dude,
I'll
you could.
figure it out.
VR chat is free, dude.
Yeah, but like, so is the YouTube bald guy.
So is the YouTube bald guy.
I really like him. He has a lot of.
And so are deaf people. Are deaf people free?
Well, you can find events. Actually, I know there are a lot of local events where you can learn and basically.
Some deaf people are free. But I wouldn't recommend approaching one and saying, "Teach me sign language," because that ain't big. Unless it is. Unless it is. Like the bald guy, I guess. Officials like, some are free. Not everybody. It's true. It's true. Peace out, dearest. Peace out, Pro Wolf. I see you're getting going a bit out there as well. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht, my love. And Anna. Yeah, you heard me. I'll put my headphone back on. I said nothing. I feel like the A rank on this level is gonna have to be like either 90k or 100k. And I love how the other versions of this level, the other missions were so easy, dude. I could also be prioritizing speed too, and I really wasn't prioritizing speed the last couple times. Whoop, there we go. Nice. Very nice there. Alright, how are we doing out there, chat? How am I doing? Yeah, I like how tropical the infinity bottle is right now. It's very, very nice. I just picked up a note on this Infinity Mary Pickford that reminded me of coconut, but it's not coconut. But it would go super, super well with coconut. Dang it. I was really, really hoping that I was going to hit that blue ball. All of the blue balls, actually. Blue balls abound. And that one keeps on taking away my shield, for goodness sakes. There we go. Official out there talking more on how the various different folks that you've met on VR chat, including some folks who were signing MSL. Interesting. And apparently they were signing it there and they teach it at a church that they worked at. The people that Official met. That's so interesting. Dude, just the idea, like, online communities and stuff, especially in VR chat, it's not a world that I've really gotten into very much. But then again, I'm not much of an online community person anyways. That's cool, though. I'm so curious of these other stories from VR chat and whatnot. I see Pixie out there saying goodnight. I see that. Future Sonic out there saying still here, but saving the world because Eggman's about to charge. That's fair, dude. Do what you gotta do, my guy. Do what you gotta do. Tier Nebula out there coming on back saying, yo, been a bit since I've been here because I've been going to sleep right as you start stream, but I'm enjoying a rum and coke this evening. Oh, excellent, Tier. Sounds good to me. It sounds like you've been treating your body well, and that's all that I could possibly ask for. It's good to see you. Ryan had that recipe from earlier. I'll admit, y'all, I don't want to do... my headache is kind of getting a little bit worse, y'all. I don't want to do an alcoholic recipe, and if I do, I'm only going to drink it just to give a little bit of notes on it. I'm likely... I don't think I'm going to go as long as I thought I was going to this evening, so not as late into the night as usual, only because my headache is kind of getting a little bit more noticeable, and I'm gonna treat my body well with a good night's rest. I'm thinking about it. Oh, there we go. I at the very least want to get A rank in this freaking mission here, y'all. I want to finish Eggman this evening, but he's been proving to be rather difficult. Oh, man. What did I see out there? 11-11, knock on wood, y'all. I've got a bar that's made of it. Nice, dude. I see that there, Pixie. Let's see. Tier being like, I swear my sleep schedule changes like 3 times every 2 months. Something about circadian rhythm. The only reason my sleep schedule has changed recently was because I told myself specifically that if I'm going to stream till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, then I'm going to go to bed every night at around 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning. And I've been sleeping well, yo. I've been sleeping really, really well. Cole being like, garlic mocktail? What? A garlic... I don't think I have garlic to spare for a mocktail, Cole. Actually, yeah, I don't think I actually have any garlic. I have garlic oil. I have garlic-infused olive oil. That's the closest I got, and that was gonna have to take some time to infuse. Let's see. I'll put it to y'all this way. If anybody's got cocktail requests, I would like to try it at the very least, and I'll pick one of them. I'll give it a mix. I'll give it a thought, and that'll be the last thing I'll do. So I'll do it after I'm done with Eggman's mission here. I'll try it, and then I'll call it quits after the fact. And I know I was drinking a little bit over the weekend, y'all, but hangovers don't last this long, so it's possible I've just got something else going on. Put your body first, you know? Eli's like, how do I not have garlic? No, like, so I don't have garlic cloves. I don't think. I don't think I do. Oh, no, I know this trick. I know this trick. I don't like it. I go down here, and I see you. There we go. What kind of person that knows how to cook doesn't have garlic? I told you, I got garlic-infused olive oil. It's got little pieces of garlic in it, though. But that wouldn't be very good for a drink, at least not an immediate drink. There's somebody over here that tries to shoot me every single time I come by. Nice. Sonic out there saying that you quit drinking because Sega said they would fire you? Dude, good on you. Good on you for working on the stipulations. I imagine you gotta keep your future Sonic body all up to snuff. And if that's what you did for the job, I respect it. I hope they pay you well. Plus, just because you quit drinking doesn't mean that you can't have a drink every once in a while. With something non-alcoholic, for example. Alright, I'm gonna try to get this thing... How do I get this thing done? If I just keep... I just gotta keep shooting this thing. That's what I gotta do. Right? Right? No. Okay, great. That was awesome. Very tasty. I have a lot of rings. This could be it, yo. Tier being like, I usually sleep from noon to 9 on days you work. Since you work nights, then it's like whenever the hell your body tells you to. B rank. Actually, those rings really didn't help much at all. Shucks, dude.
Stage select.
Have a good night out there, Winterwolf. Thanks for popping in this evening. Renzo saying, I've got the Dante cocktail on the table, if nothing else. What was the last drinks that we did around here? Let me see. I have up the order of who did which drinks last. And we had some newcomers. Actually, Renzo, I did a drink from you last week. On Wednesday, I think it was. So if anything, Ryan's drink is on the table. Oh, did I click the right button? I did. I clicked the right button. Excellent. All's fair in love and cocktails. That being said, if anybody else has a cocktail request out there, I typically prioritize recipes from newcomers or recipes of things I really want to try. Dude, this was a terrible start. I'm gonna restart. I don't want it. Future Sonic being like, dude, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. They pay me millions of dollars. Did they actually pay you in dollars, or is it rings? I imagine you collect enough rings on your own to support whatever you need to pay bills for. But nothing beats cold hard cash. Nothing beats it. Oh, both. Man. But do they provide dental? That's something we take very seriously here at the Bourbon. Because hedgehogs have teeth too, you know? Yeah. Tier out there saying, the only thing I drink is whiskey and Coke or rum and Coke. I'm just too lazy for cocktails. I'm not very practiced. The only ones I've done are like the video game themed ones. And nothing wrong with that. If anything, I am a lazy drinker as well, but perhaps in a different regard. My lazy drinks... Well, actually, no, yeah. My lazy drinks tend to be leftover syrups with tonic water, leftover syrups with soda water, and some spirit if I want to get a flavor combo. Those are my lazy drinks. And similar to your whiskey cokes and rum and cokes, it's very, very similar, albeit I've had some syrups that I had prepared for some other recipe that I was working on, or otherwise. There you go. I was really hoping that was going to work out a little better. Ryan out there asking, has anyone done a calculation on how much a ring in Sonic would be worth in real life? They seem like they'd be worth a lot. Game Theory did a theory on it, and I think it was about 11 bucks. I think that's what the end number was, about $11, I think. That was a pretty fun video to watch. I've watched it twice. Specifically before one of the episodes of Lorex that I recorded with Lycos Lore on the Rings episode. I don't remember if I remembered it correctly, though. I could be wrong. But Game Theory's got one. Game Theory's got one. Future Sonic saying that they do have dental, which is good, and we are all celebrating for you. Gotta have that dental. No matter who you is. Especially if you're a hedgehog. Nice. Cole being like, speaking of the podcast, exclamation point podcast. Which, for some reason, isn't working. So, I got you. Did that work? There we go. Cole, I don't know why it didn't work for you. Can you give me a suggestion note to look into that? I don't know why that didn't work. Oh, hold up. Somebody shoots me around here, and I gotta make sure that they don't. I see you. It's you, right there. It's you. Got a couple of these guys coming up. I see you, and I want to hit the guy in front. There we go. So I can get my shield and move on. There we go. There we go. Tier out there saying, Spanish dry red wine and Coke is good too. Only had it a couple times though. No, that sounds tasty. Red wine and Coke, I feel like is a combination that is underutilized. I haven't utilized it very much either. I haven't done it very often, but Coke goes well with so many things, dude. It's wild how versatile Coca-Cola is. Official being like, my buns are out. They are ready but hot. Let's leave them to cool, and then we can try them. Your buns, you say? Do your buns have dental? Very specific. Ryan being like, wait, the rings are neodymium? I thought they're gold. Well, according to the research done by the game theorist, neodymium. Because they have to be magnetic. Because if you think about it, there are shields in the game that allow you to magnetically attract the rings. And gold is not... It's not ferromagnetic. Neodymium, though, very magnetic. It was a cool theory video to watch. I'd recommend it. Sonic out there being like, people ask me, Sonic, why do you not like Amy? And you're like, if you do the math, when I met her, she was 9 and I was like 14. So you don't like her just because she's 5 years younger than you? I don't know, man. Within certain... You know what? It's whatever your personal preference is, man. Whatever you got. Honestly, to the people who are prodding you for why you don't like Amy, you don't owe them an answer. Let the copywriters at Sega do the answering for you. They got people whose whole job it is to write your narrative. Let them have it. Unless they pay you to speak on your own terms, in which case, it's a different story, you know? Ryan being like, I thought they were gold. Official out there saying, I'm giving it to them right now. Oh, the buns. The buns. Excellent. Dude, I could really go for a bun without it about now. I love bread. Bread. Love bread, dude. In any case. Official, like, I'm giving them dental, aka chewing. Ah, I see what you did there. I see what you're giving the buns dental by putting your teeth all over them. I see what you did there. I like that. I like that. We haven't had a slide whistle this stream yet. That's a good one. I like that one. And I fell off the edge. No, whoa, hello there. What is going on? I don't know what just happened, but I absolutely fell. Oh man, chat, I feel like my head's just not in the game this time. Don't hurt me. No! It's okay. I think I've realized that the rings don't really matter. They'll be like, they'll help me get across the threshold, but like nothing more, dude. Hello there. Ah! Okay. By the way, y'all, I just want to remind you all that this is an 18+ stream. If you are in real life under the age of 18, you're not supposed to be here, and I will cordially ask you to leave. Just making sure that we're all aware of that. In any case, Ryan out there being like, out of context mention of sinking teeth into buns. Out of context message of sinking your teeth into buns. Ha! Get it? Because, like, buns also mean butt. And who the heck is putting their mouth on a butt around here? My god, dude. That's not the kind of rim job that I'm talking about when I put sugar on the rim of a glass, chat. That's not what I'm talking about. Please don't hurt me. I'm good, dude. Ah. Wubble out there being like, don't ask my through the time crystal then. Don't ask me through the time crystal then. Wait. I remember we were talking about time crystals earlier, but I don't remember why. Why were we talking about time crystals? I don't know, dog. A time crystal's an actual thing. Like, it's an actual, like, state of matter or something like that. I'm not a scientist. I'm a mixologist. I don't concern myself with timey-wimey weird stuff. I leave that for the scientists. I'll let them have it. Gabi being like, I joined late and the first thing I hear is sinking teeth into buns. I blame official. Welcome in, Gabi. Good to have you. Levy out there asking, what cocktail ingredients would best complement lilac? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I actually did get access to some lilac syrup the other day, and I haven't been able to play around with it too much, but I don't really know. Let's do some research together. Ryan says that rose water would go well, but what things go well with lilac? Lilac flavor combos. Still a bee? Thanks so much, Eggman. Lilac recipes.
Stage select.
Lilac whipped cream, lilac simple syrup on the Sprouts Eats, but what do you put it in? Excuse me. Place the florets in a fine mesh strainer, erase under cold water, make the lilac syrup. Yes, but what do you put it in? Using a lilac syrup. Oh, somebody told me lemonade was really good with lilacs. I remember that when I got the syrup. Apparently lilac works well with lemon and strawberry and ginger ale or even tonic water, according to the Spruce Eats. Lilac could also be good using, you can apparently creme de lilac is a thing, and you can mix it with amaretto as well as lime cordial. So let's see, almond, lime, lemon, strawberry. Specifically in the form of a lemonade, apparently. Sarah Marie being like, butterfly tea perhaps? Yeah, dude, butterfly tea could be nice with it too. The lilac will offer the flavor, while the butterfly pea flower tea will add that color changing effect. That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, I got some, I was doing some planning for those Skyrim drinks that I was telling you all about earlier, and one of the friends of the bar they grow lilacs, and they make lilac syrup like multiple times a year. So I have a little sample of the family lilac syrup recipe here, and I have a little bit of lilac syrup, actually. It's not, is it enough for a cocktail? Actually, it is enough for a cocktail. We could do something with it. I do have lilac syrup, actually. We could work with that. Because I got it from one of the friends of the bar. That could be cool. Yep. Ryan's like, what is the name of this level? This is Cosmic Wall. A wall of cosmic proportions. Oh man, I was so close. Gotta go up. Tier Nebula out there saying, I would love a drink for all the Skyrim gods. That would be so chill, dude. Not sure what would do for some of them, though. Oh, yeah, dude. That's my job. That's my job. I got you. You mean like the Daedra and the Aedra, right? Oddly enough, like, I was only familiar with the Daedra. I completely forgot that Aedra were even a thing. And when I was doing research for the drinks the other day and kind of going deeper into the Skyrim lore, specifically Elder Scrolls lore, I really didn't have as much time to spend on it as I wanted to. It was supposed to be a whole day, and it wound up being a little bit less than a day. Tier being like the 9 divines, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, dude, that could be cool. I'd love to do Skyrim drinks one of these days. If you've got ideas for which drinks to do from Skyrim, like the deities, hit me up, dude. Hit me up. Pixie Flowers out there saying that you've been wanting to make lilac ice cream. That also sounds delicious. I don't know where to get lilac syrup. Don't have access to lilac bush to make your own. Yeah, I didn't even realize that lilacs were typically used in syrups and stuff. Lilac to me was just, like, basically just a flower. And the flavor of a lilac was kind of surprising to me, too. I thought it was going to be, like, as herbaceous and as floral as, let's say, like, rose petal would be, but it's really not. It's kind of earthy, from what I was able to taste. If anything, if anybody's got any ideas of what to use that lilac syrup in, like a recipe request or something like that, I will probably prioritize that recipe because I'm curious. Because I have it, and I don't know how long I'm going to have it for. But I think I know how to get more, if necessary. Oh, I want that. Give me. Thank you. Speed. Mr. Retro propping it on the YouTube side. What's going on? How's my day going? Day's going well, pretty well. I made some mild progress with work today, but I'm nursing a small headache that has been bothering me for the duration of the stream, so I'm taking it easy today. Taking it easy. I hope your day is going well, Mr. Retro. Good to have you back here. Man, that one always comes way too close, dude. Way too close. Okay, somebody hits me. It was you. It was that last one down there that always hits me. Gosh, dude. Gosh, man. Dude, I was shooting at the enemy! This level sucks. This level stinks. I don't know, chat. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. We're going back. I'm not feeling it. Cole out there screaming, a new hand touches the beacon. Meridia's beacon. What beacon? I fear that I'm missing context here. Ryan out there saying, I found this tip. In all shooting stages, if the enemies are moving fast across the stream, then it's best to shoot them individually, since the homing shoot has its limits with range. That's a good point. That's a good point. Especially if they're moving quickly, too. Or especially on those segments where, like, I'm moving towards an enemy. I've been trying to utilize that single technique, but hasn't been working super well. Not so far. The rings really don't matter to me too much, only because I haven't been able to keep them very well anyways. Was that good? Extreme! Extreme! Go up here, and then up here, so I get all the enemies at the same time. Sarah Marie being like, oh no, Cameron doesn't know the beacon? I don't know the beacon. I don't know the beacon, apparently. That would be a fun drink? Yeah, what is the beacon? What is the beacon? Is that a Skyrim reference? Because if it is... Oh, it's an item. There's an entire quest line I have to do. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you guys lost your things. That would have been a pretty good combo. Ryan saying, apparently at 90,000 points also isn't enough for an A. Oh my gosh, is it 100,000? I feel like you need 100,000 here, man. That's how they're gonna do it. That's how they're gonna get me. I just gotta be really meticulous with these combos. I think it might be possible. I mean, it's definitely possible. Although I don't know if it's within the realms of feasibility. We'll try our best. Retro out there saying, I might be missing some lore here, but is there a reason you play this specific Sonic's game? I love the gameplay, by the way. This is one of my favorite games of all time. But other than that, no specific reason. I just kind of make my way through game series and whatnot, and this game in particular was something that I played when I was a kid, and never had the opportunity to completely 100%, and I want to. So that's the goal, to 100% this game in particular. I also dig the music. And I'm totally stalling for time while I work on cocktails in the background. Cole saying, apparently at Meridia's Beacon, you use it for the free weapon item, apparently. Official out there saying, as a Genshin lore connoisseur, I approve 5.8. It's gonna be a great version. Barenzia Stone drinks, Gabi says. Barenzia Stone. Is that a Genshin reference or a Skyrim reference? Because now I'm getting my wires crossed for sure. A creator that I follow has done drinks on Honkai Impact before. Steve Sakai, I believe. I think he's done Honkai drinks before. But also somebody on TikTok too. It was the Tevat Barista did Honkai Impact drinks, if I recall correctly. Dude, those fast-moving segments that I just went through, like on the rails and stuff, I really want to get the combos there, but it might just be best to just go them individually. Maybe. Maybe. Renzo out there saying that you made a replica of the beacon with a Raspberry Pi inside of it with a touch sensors, lights, voice, and otherwise. Dude, that's an upper-level project. That's cool, man. That is cool. Love little Raspberry Pis. It's a microcomputer. It's a small computer, if anybody doesn't know what a Raspberry Pi is. Dude, the problem with the falling segment, too, is, like, if you get hit, your combo's broken. And that really sucks. Got you! Oh, hello there. Renzo saying, in terms of what the project that you were working on, the yelling and cursing every time a friend would touch it, as it says, a new hand touches the beacon. That sounds funny, dude. It's evil. It's evil, says Gabi. But, like, what's a little bit of evilness between friends, right? Combo. Get them all. I like with those enemies in particular that even if they shoot at you all at once, even if they shoot all of you at once, you still get the full combo for it. Bro. Let me have it. Thank you for letting me have it. We appreciate that. That was a pretty good combo. It's pretty solid. It's a pretty solid combo. I'm going for speed. I'm going for combos. Or at least I'm trying. And maybe a little bit of rings. Maybe a little bit of rings. Dude. Ryan being like, so no more targets than 11, no less than 6 to 7 when locking on. No more targets than 11 because then it maxes out the bonus, right? I was always wondering what that number was. I didn't know if maybe it scaled or not. You've confirmed something for me, Ryan. Thank you, baby. Retro being like, do you think the Sonic movies did the Sonic brand justice? I think so. At the very least, like, I'm a big proponent of anything that gets really cool stuff out there to more people is doing a good thing. So, like, the Sonic movies brought Sonic IP that I fell in love with as a kid to a much wider audience and brought it, like, into vogue. And in my opinion, there's nothing bad about that. It's gonna inspire a whole new generation of Sonic lovers. That was unfortunate. Who hit me? I don't know who hit me. I lost it, bro. Official, like, Eggman's so in the hood, he always greets everyone with, yo. And Yosh. Yosh, dude. Yo, yo, yo. This is popping around. Whether you're a robot, whether or not you're an artificial chaos life form or otherwise, it's all yo. It's all you. Renzo came home with the best feeling ever. Walking Dead Secret Lair. Excellent, dude. Are you gonna build any new decks around it? Especially with the kind of stuff that you've been homebrewing with the Devil May Cry IP and whatnot. I wonder if there's any synergies you can have. Kind of a crossover event of your own creation. Unless there's a Devil May Cry Secret Lair, in which case, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh man, dude. I'm shooting you so you don't hurt me. Thank you. Oh my god. No more than 11 targets is what I gotta keep track of. No more than 11. That's actually really helpful, Ryan. Wow, I don't think I ever knew what that number was supposed to be. That's good enough for me. Don't hurt me. Thank you. Hi there. There's two of them. Damn. Ryan saying instead of doing huge lock-on chains like you normally do, when you're locked on and riding the platforms, you actually want to mash B to fire at the canisters, the ones that pump down. Oh, interesting. They work better with the pump action. Kind of like what I'm doing right here. I'm like shooken that I don't get like points for taking that drill thing out. Not a fan, dude. What kind of time bonus do I get first? Do I have any time? Oh, I really don't. Yeah, the time bonus was kind of stinky. So wait, how many points do I need, Ryan? Do I need like 95k or 100k?
Stage select.
Damn, dude. Get some more water in my system. Renzo being like, there is no Devil May Cry MTG, but definitely gonna make a Daryl deck. More power to you. There's one for the artist for Metal Gear Solid that did the cards. So the people who did the art for Metal Gear Solid also did the art for the Magic cards, is what you were saying there? That's kind of cool. There we go. I find it funny, too, that apparently Renzo saying official pinged official. That's funny. And it's funny. Alright, so the notes going into this is no combos more than 11, because you don't get any extra points for it. We're going to try, as we might, to shoot after the little pumpy things with our own pump action, if I'm articulating that correctly, which I don't think I am. But I'm cool with it. Ryan saying you gotta be over 9k. Okay, over 9k. Is that the threshold, though? Or is there a more specific number we're going for? Ryan saying yes. Excellent. Alright, that was a pretty cool combo. That was a good combo, right? Yeah. That was a really good combo. Excellent. This is working a little bit better. It's over 9,000. What? 9,000? 90,000, y'all. 90,000. That's a lot of thousands. Let me tell you. Nope, get him. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. Love that. Ryan, like, I just watched a guy get an A rank with 93,000 points. Then that's the goal. 93,000 points. Better lock-ons, better pizza, Papa John's. And Eggman. I don't know how many targets that was, but it felt good. It was jammin'! The high pectin content of apples makes it great as a jammin' starter. That's how it works! Official saying there was a game called VHack, and it has a global chat. It's supposed to only ping when you add the @ sign, but it works regardless of it. And every announcement from the official account pings you. Oh, that's wild. That's wild. As if you were being mentioned of it, right? Wow, dude. That's like both unfortunate. That's unfortunate, dude. That is unfortunate because then if you don't want to be pinged, you'd have to change your name, but then you would no longer be the official. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't know how many points I got from that, but I was shooting the pumpy dudes. Then I can get all these and a couple of these. There we go. A few of these guys. That's a max combo, and then I hit that guy so he doesn't hurt me. There we go. And we got some dudes up here. I'll get those ones down there. That was okay. That's fine. Damn. Ryan says, correction. They finished with 152,000 points, probably because they got a time bonus. the time bonus can be pretty significant if you're actually fast, which I would say that I'm not really. But I'll try to be fast this time. I think the speed is going to be the thing that gets us over. Nice. Nice speed. More enemies. More enemies here so that I don't get hurt. Here I can do a combo. As I move very, very slowly for some reason. Ryan says no time bonus. They spent 8 minutes in the level. No time bonus. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Alright, well, apparently, if my lock-ons were just significantly better, I'd be good too. Oh, man, dude. Dude, please. Oh, my gosh. Anyways. Ryan's saying, too, there's a way to get over 180,000 points. Wow, dude. That. Maybe that's what they based it off of. Because if you could reliably get 180,000 points, then 100,000 or 90,000 doesn't feel all that bad. Nice. I'll take this one. Another thing for me is like, so the fire button and the jump button are right next to each other. And there's this weird motion that I feel like I gotta do with my thumb in order to jump and aim at the same time. And that's it's kind of weird for my fingers. Oh, that was a good one. And I think there's maybe some folks up here. No. Alrighty then. That is okay. That is okay. To official's point, everybody preaches your name, but nobody knows who the real official is. Nobody knows who the real official is. They can't handle the real official, the official official. Now, how was I able to fix that combo if I got hit? Usually I can't do that. Whoops. Retro being like, this mission looks crazy to me. This is not fun so far. I so far, my least favorite missions to do in this game have been the mech missions, and that's Tails and Eggman. And Tails is already done, thank goodness. Thank goodness. But that was not going very well for me. Get them all, get them all, get them all. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, give me the bump. Ryan saying, just sent the video in the Discord and pinged you if you want to watch it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It might be necessary. This mission might be the last thing that I do this evening. Maybe after I try out Ryan's cocktail, though. What was the recipe for that again, Ryan? If you don't mind me asking. Now that I got some of these technical improvements underway, one of the things that I plan on working on is specifically that request system that I was telling you all about to hopefully make the requests easier. Easier for me and easier for you. It'll involve chat commands. Oh, no! Oh, no! I wanted the bonus from the... Oh, no. All right, well, at this point, I've got 72K. Feels pretty good so far. Get all the points from here. Okay, that was all I needed. If I hit these guys from the... that kind of worked. Hopefully to get a combo here, because there's only a certain range on them. The dudes up here will have... Smack them good, smack them good. And then those two. And that's 100,000. Okie dokie, I think we're good. I think we did it. Dude, and at the last moment, too. I want to personally thank Ryan for this victory, assuming that I do actually have enough points for the A rank. Official saying, too, that I remember seeing a speedrun which always did the robot sections last. Yeah, that would make sense. These guys are infuriatingly annoying. Ryan's saying the recipe's on your phone, so excellent. You got it. You got it. Oh, goodness. Oh, man, I'm tired, y'all. I am tired. Not even 12 o'clock p.m. yet. Not even 12 o'clock a.m. yet. That's okay. CameroxnWithAnX's brain has got a little pain in it right now. So he probably just needs to take a rest at some point. So the last one here, there's only one more place that we got to do with Eggman. And so I think I'm going to try to power through this, if I can. If I can. After my attempt on this level, Ryan's got a recipe with a couple of things.
Actually, what does that have in it? That's got the Choco Bitters, Creme de Cacao, 99 bananas, heavy cream, Demerara rum, chocolate bitters, saline solution, freshly grated nutmeg. Add everything to a blender with 8 ounces of crushed ice. Blend for 5 seconds and pour unstrained into a glass with 4 ounces of crushed ice. Grate nutmeg on top and serve with a straw. A blender drink. Yeah, dude. I'm down with that. I haven't whipped out Blenderks in quite a while. And what's really sad, though, it's funny. The crushed ice that I made last stream on Wednesday, I actually just discarded that this morning. So I'll make more crushed ice. Which is so easy to do. You just crush some ice, dog. It's easy. What is in there? Button? Cool. Hello there. Hi, everybody. Are you shooting at me? Are you not shooting at me? Oh, cool. I appreciate that. Gravity is not the same as it was on the Cosmic Wall in this level. So what I'll do is I'll give this area a solid attempt first, and then afterwards we'll do Ryan's recipe. Official being like, is big-ass wrench coming back? Oh yeah, dude, that's how I always crush ice. That's how I always crush ice. Sometimes I use a smaller one, but I tend to like the big one because it makes me feel good. It's cool. Alright, get on over here, buddy. Smack. Official being like, we bawing, big ass wrenching. We bawing? Oh yeah. Oh, we bawing. We absolutely bought in. Ryan being like, I think that's because you're in artificial gravity instead of being out in space. Oh yeah, actually that kind of makes sense because we're technically on the arc now. At this point, we are on the... Oh, no! I forgot about the gravity thing. That's incredible. That is incredible. Oh, man, I can't believe that. That's so annoying. Yeah, let's keep going. Actually, you know what? I'm making the drink now. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing the drink now. Ah! I don't want to do it right now. Let's have a drink. Okie dokie. Ryan's giving me an excuse to bring out my wrench and my Blenderks. Let's give this recipe a try, shall we? I'm gonna take the rest of my Infinity Mary Pickford. We'll serve that to Taylor, the butler. So let me make sure I got all the recipes. I got all the ingredients, right? Official being like, maybe some different music? Well, we got this music here in the background. Let me get away from the robots, so nobody has to listen to the robots. Any more robots? More robots? There we go. Ozzy, I was like, oh, snap, we actually make it a ranch drink? No. I asked you guys for suggestions and requests, and I didn't get anything that had ranch in it. Instead, I've got a recipe from Ryan. Ryan, does this have a name? Be cool if it did. I need creme de cacao. It doesn't specify what color to use, so I'm going to use brown creme de cacao because I can. Banana liqueur, I've got that in the closet. Heavy cream, because I got that. Demerara rum. Oh, all that shit's in the closet. Saline solution, Choco Bitters. The Choco Bitters is over here. Got here. Choco Bitters. We got my saline right over here, and I got a bunch of things in the closet. Ryan's saying it's called the Banshee. And it uses white creme de cacao. Excellent. I got that here already. Let me go grab 99 bananas. Whoever's in the 99 crew out there, you're getting your day today. And Demerara rum. And I got my nutmeg, too. Demerara rum. It's some Demerara rum. Where the fuck's the bananas? I found them here. And my heavy cream is in the refrigerator. Yes, I stock heavy cream now. Sometimes. Sometimes. Heavy cream. There we go. And I just need heavy cream. These over here. I am going to take my bottles and put them over here because I need to crush ice first. So it would benefit me to take all the things that might fall off the bar and put it not on the bar. So let me do that real quick.
Could this be the
Ryan saying, I gave a buddy at the Highlander unit a shot of the Highlander Infinity Whiskey mixed with 99 bananas, and the dirty look he gave me when he drank it was hilarious. So you took the Infinity Whiskey and you combined it with just a little bit of 99 bananas? Is that, I can't remember, Ryan. Are you a part of the 99 bananas cult? Or just the 99 cult? Or so I'm calling it. I'm gonna snooze these ads real quick. They're gonna be snoozed for 5 minutes. Ryan's like, I am not. Yeah, you are a man of class. You're a man of class. Not to say the folks in the 99 cult are not people of class. But if you were truly people of class, you know, you'd give me $99 to buy all the 99 bananas, right? Every single banana. No, I'm just kidding. Don't feel pressured to contribute to the stream. Let's see. Got the cacao, the bananas, the heavy cream, the demerara, the chocolate bitters, and the salt solution. Garnish with fresh nutmeg. Add everything to a blender with 8 ounces of crushed ice. Blend for 5 seconds, then pour unstrained into a glass with 4 ounces of crushed ice. So we blend it with crushed ice, then we put it in more crushed ice. This recipe calls for, we gotta crush some ice first, so let's get that started. Let me make sure I got enough ice for crushing. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. That'll be good. Where are my safety goggles? You know the drill, y'all. Safety goggles. The wrenches. And a bag. Let's do it, y'all. Crush that ice. I'm so sorry, Anna. My wife is sleeping right now. Ryan's like, just use your safety squints without my goggles? Never! PPE, always. PPE, always. PP every day. Oh, hello, there's glass on the bar. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up a second. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this right. Shall we? Let it be known that my neighbors have never complained about the noise I make for my stream. And if they ever did, I'd tell them exactly who I'm doing it for, and it's for you, the internet. Oh, one of my ice little things kind of came out. Trying to escape from me. I find that kind of taking the bag and moving it around a bit helps. Come on, dude. There we go. That was a good one. Ryan's like, Anna's gonna come up half asleep and be like, what the fuck are you doing? She knows what happens here. She knows. I'm sorry, dearest. I'm just gonna say it out loud now. All right. Remove your gear. We're ready to go. Now this time, this particular ice... Woo. This time, this ice is going in my blender with an X. To your blender, we're gonna add about 8 ounces of ice. To our blender, we're gonna add about 8 ounces of crushed ice. There we go. I'm excited, y'all. Blenderx is making an appearance. Blenderx hasn't been back here for a hot minute. We're gonna add to this 1 ounce of creme de cacao. Take some of that and throw that in. What do we serve this in? Into a glass with 4 ounces of crushed ice. Well, if it's going into a nice glass with crushed ice, it's probably like an old-fashioned glass. It's not low thing, nothing stemmed. Nothing stemmed. And then garnish with the nutmeg. Oh man, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be tasty. This is gonna be a nice dessert one. Oh, with the banana too. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. An ounce of 99 bananas specifically. Or some other banana liqueur. Next, we're gonna add an ounce of heavy cream. Dessert style cocktail. Ryan saying double old fashioned glass. Excellent. Heard. I didn't say it already. An ounce of heavy cream.
is this way.
What else do we need? Oh, there's the Demerara rum next. Yes, dude. Yes. I gotta say, yo, every once in a while, when I get an urge to just sip on something for the evening, I wind up gravitating towards this bottle of Hamilton 86. I really, really like the caramelly, Demerara-y, rummy flavors that I get from this. I think my next like era as a human being, as a mixologist, is gonna be my rum era. One of these days, dude. Half an ounce of Demerara rum. I'm using Hamilton 86. All right. Now the bitters and the salt. We'll do a single dash of chocolate bitters, or about 1 pipette full.
I thought the central control room
And then... and 5 drops of saline solution. 1, 4, 5. Now Ryan's recipe calls for a 4-to-1 solution of water to salt. This one here is a 5-to-1 solution. This is 20% salt. Well, actually, technically, no. This is a 4-to-1 solution. Because if it is 20% salt, and 80... if it is 20 parts salt, and 80 parts water, 80 divided by 20 is 4. Because sometimes the math gets confusing. Even when it's just simple numbers. Even at this point. Alright! Nice. We're gonna blend this until it's... we're gonna blend this for about, what was it, 12 seconds? Just about? What was it? 12 seconds? 5 seconds! We're gonna quickly blitz this for about 5 seconds, and then pour that into a glass and top it with more crushed ice and some grated nutmeg. Oh, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Yep, that's what happens when you try to plug things in, my guy. The plug underneath the bar is just in a very inconvenient location because sometimes there are bottles in front of it. There we go.
I'm really getting tired.
All right, blitz this in your blender for like 5 seconds. Liquefy! It was about 5 seconds. It pulse a little bit more. What a good blender. Ryan being like, a plantain chip would go really well as an additional garnish if you have some. Unfortunately, I don't. We did have a single plantain here for a while, but I opted, it kind of went bad. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to do anything good with it before it did, unfortunately. That'd be tasty though. All right. I'm not leaking or anything, right? Nope, Blenderx is still good. Still good. Grab a double old-fashioned glass and pour this on the inside and top with more crushed ice. Is there a way to like... oh, there's no like vent on this thing or anything. I just gotta take the whole thing off. There we go. Woo, man. Been a while since we had a slushy beverage around here. Looking forward to this. Top with more crushed ice and then grated nutmeg, yeah? More crushed ice, grated nutmeg, serve with a straw. There we go. Where's my other crushed ice? There you are. I put it down here. Pour it right into a glass, top with additional crushed ice. Whoops, you're not very crushed, are you? It's crushed enough ice. There we go. Get it all in there. And then top with grated nutmeg. I got some of that right over here. Whoops. Don't forget to serve with a straw. And there we go.
I'm really getting
Ryan's calling this one the Banshee. I'm curious of the origin of this particular name. Because Banshees to me would be something that's like almost negative in a way, or spectral. In a way that's spooky or malicious. And I don't think there's anything malicious about this drink here. If anything, this might be the cure to what ails me. Also, for some reason, Blenderk's inside is mighty wet right now. So I'm gonna have to clean them.
really getting tired of operating this machine.
I'm still not necessarily complete that I'm not completely convinced that I didn't break Blenderk's when I put basically rocks inside of them. So, you know. A Banshee. Whatever sounds Banshees make. I'm not so sure. Right off the nose, it is obviously very nutmeggy and very banana forward.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
If you took a banana Laffy Taffy and a chocolate Laffy Taffy and somehow made them into an alcoholic beverage that also tastes of rum, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's like it's got that banana cream flavor of the Laffy Taffy with this overarching cocoa note that just so it's candy. It's like both of those Laffy Taffies in the same glass. Oh, that's nice, dude. That's nice. I don't know if I've personally ever had banana milk before, but if you took like banana milk, if it does exist, it's kind of like this, what's in the glass. There are, what else do we have in there? We had the creme de cacao, we had the Demerara rum in there as well. What was the full ounce thing we did? What else was in there? The first ingredient, what was my first ingredient? Oh, it's the creme de cacao. So it's the chocolate, the banana, the heavy cream for texture, and also a little bit of that cream flavor, and the Demerara. The salt solution is supposed to be kind of like the salt that you would on a dish, right? And I can't really tell if it's specifically helping, only because I have to compare between with the salt solution and without the solution. But it's tasty, dude. That's tasty. If anything, I feel like this would need more rum in it. I love the way this tastes, but I feel like it needs more rum. Oh, because I'm a rum guy. I can taste a little bit of that kind of. It tastes a little bit of those molassesy notes from the Hamilton 86 underneath, but it's not super prominent, and it's more supporting the flavors of cocoa from the creme de cacao and the bitters, more so than kind of standing out on its own. But it's tasty. This is a solid dessert cocktail. Renzo out there saying, just make yourself a hottie toddy. That way, my parents did for you when you were little. Renzo saying too that I'm not the biggest fan of banana milk. I've never actually had banana milk before, but I get that. I get that note here. It's not super milky, only because we used heavy cream, and heavy cream to me winds up being a little bit more, like, obviously it's cream, right? So it's a little more buttery in flavor, more so than, like, I guess the ice creamy flavor that you could interpret from milk. It's cool. Ryan's like, Banshees are a ghost that scream to herald someone's death. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'd necessarily be screaming at somebody with it. Oh, it's actually kind of, ooh. Is it separating a little bit? Ooh. Got a little bit of separation action going on here. Not sure if y'all can see from here, but when I kind of take the side, it could just be the ice. It could just be the ice crystals, but it kind of looks like it's curdling a little bit. But because there's so much ice in here, it helps keep everything like together. When I was doing a little bit of experimenting with, it was specifically heavy cream, mead, and I think it was the lilac syrup for the Velvet LaChance drink that I was working on for the Skyrim party. I played around with it in shot form and just let it sit all day to see if it completely separated out. And over the course of 6.5 hours, I didn't drink it afterwards, but it did completely separate out. And I'd be curious to see how this separates out, if it does, if it's let this sit there. Because I don't think there's much in there to curdle the heavy cream. If anything, maybe the action. Well, actually, no, the action from the blender would just froth it up even more. Where'd my water go? Oh, my water's over here. There we go, there we go. Cow King being like, going to bed soon, waiting for sleep meds to kick in and my phone not to die. Oh, totally fair there, dude. I see Bert89 on the Twitch side popping into the bar with an X. Welcome in, my dude.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm trying a cocktail from our friend Ryan over on the YouTube side. This is called the Banshee, and it is made with an ounce of creme de cacao, an ounce of banana liqueur, an ounce of heavy cream, a half an ounce of Demerara rum, and it's got single dash of chocolate bitters, 5 dashes or little drops of saline solution, blended in a blender, and then served with some topped ice and nutmeg. It's very tasty right now. Ryan being like, I like to get Anna's take on the Banshee since she likes the sweet liqueurs. Yeah, I would say, well, she's asleep right now. Otherwise, I'd invite her to give it a try. But I would think that in terms of what she's typically a fan of, this is definitely not sweet for Anna because she really likes things that are, at least to my palate, very cloyingly sweet. And there's not a lot of sweetness action going on here. The banana liqueur that we used, 99 bananas, I don't find is super sweet. But we did have a full ounce of the creme de cacao, which is a sweet forward chocolate liqueur, and the 99 bananas not giving as much sugar as it might otherwise provide if it was a different banana liqueur, like a creme de banana or something like that. I think she might like it. She's a big fan of like strawberry banana smoothies, but I can't recall whether she's more into the strawberry side of the strawberry banana or the banana side of the strawberry banana. So I'd be curious of that as well. Cow King being like, I had to clean the cat poop box and take the trash out to the road. Oh, dude, well, I'm glad to know that you lived to tell the tale. We got a ad starting here on Twitch in just a hot second, and I realize I don't plan on going that much long. Actually, I think I'm having a little bit of a second wind here. I want to try to get through all the Eggman drinks tonight. All the Eggman missions. I keep saying drinks, but I mean missions. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. So ads will start in a hot minute. Dude, Ryan, this is tasty. Cheers to this, man. I need more banana blended drinks in my life, so cheers to that. He says right before the ads go, right? Pixie saying I'm gonna head to bed. Thanks so much for popping in, Pixie. I think you shared with me that one recipe that used like I think it was a lilac something with kumquat or something like that. I'm so curious of that recipe. I appreciate you sharing it with me. Ryan being like, the Banshee cured my headache. Maybe a little bit. Cow's got 4 cats and 5 kittens. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god, you got little kittens too. I forgot about that. Oh god, I love animals. I'm not allowed to have any animals of my own. Not because anybody tells me I'm not supposed to. I just wouldn't trust myself. With my track record with my plants, I don't think that I should be responsible for another living, breathing human being. Not yet, at least. Pixie said it was the sesame wash, bourbon, orgeat, and the kumquat. OJ. That sounds so good, dude. I'm taking a pic of that so I don't forget about it.
My grandfather wrote on.
Because in particular, that particular cocktail, the combination of flavors, it's the sesame, that is fun, the orgeat, which is fun, and the kumquat, which is also fun. And it's a bunch of fun flavors all together. And I like that. Anyways, how's everybody doing out there? Anybody else have pretty good drinks recently? This is tasty, Ryan. This is really good. This is like dessert cocktail territory without being like as sweet as some dessert cocktails would wind up being. And even still, if you did add any sort of sweetness to this, you could probably add more of it, being that it is blended with ice. It's served with crushed ice. So because this drink is gonna stay colder for longer, you can add more sweetness in there to counterbalance it. And I wouldn't say that this is super sweet in general. It really does remind me of 2 Laffy Tappies together. That's cool. That's cool. Excuse me, y'all. You know what else too? There's another note in there that I'm getting that reminded me of, yo, like banana cream pie. It's like not as sweet as a banana cream pie, but specifically like the icing or little florets of cream that you would put on a banana cream pie. It's kind of giving me those vibes. Take out all of the spices that you would add to banana cream pie, take out any flavor of graham cracker and stuff like that, but it's specifically like the icing and the banana pudding. Well, maybe not so much the pudding, but definitely the banana. It's good. Renzo being like, Cam, a great tragedy has befallen you and your dominion. I hope everyone's still alive. I drink to your health, whatever it may be. Cow being like, I have a black cat named Lucille Graham Bell, a black and white one named Zeus, and Siamese one named Sweet Pea or Lucy. Oh, it sounds so precious. I know you've shared a couple of pictures of them in the pets community forum in the Discord. And I like being able to go through that thread and just look at other people's animals. Just to be able to live vicariously through you. I appreciate it. Renzo's saying the drawing tablet pen is missing, and you've got a project you've been itching to work on. Oh my gosh. If only like random things that you could plug into your computer could have like a Find My iPhone ability, but I guess you could just attach an AirTag to it, I suppose. I'm not as familiar with AirTags and stuff like that. Welcome back from the ads, y'all, by the way. I just finished off this Banshee cocktail, or just finished making this Banshee cocktail from Ryan. It's kind of, final notes are, it is chocolate and banana and cream. That's basically what's in it. That's basically what it tastes like. If it were sweeter, it'd make for a really, really like desserty type cocktail, but this is a little bit more laid back. This is like White Russian territory with a little extra sweetness to it, and not as forward on the spirit forward note as you would get out of a White Russian, which would typically be your cream, your coffee, and your vodka. But not coffee, chocolate instead. I like it. Lorenzo's saying the tablet you have, but just not the pen. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Cal saying too that Zeus, which was the black and white one. Black and white one is Zeus. Lucy is a pure black one. Okay. And you also have a black one named Lucille, and the other one, the Siamese, was Sweet Pea. I think. I still got the chat messages up here. I can't hold myself accountable to remember the names of the cats and whatnot. But I hope to goodness that you continue to remind me of their existence. Oh, man. All right, let's get back to this game. As I mentioned before, I'm kind of nursing a very mild, mild is the wrong term for it. I'm nursing a little bit of a headache this evening, so I'm not going to go too far on my drinks, and I don't know if we'll get through all the missions tonight, but I'm going to most certainly try. I'll certainly try my best. Renzo's saying a replacement pen is like $50 at a 2-month wait? Oh, man. One of the things that recently frustrated me was I realized that the lights that I have that provide most of the lighting here at the Bar of the Next actually can be controlled via Bluetooth because I have an app on my phone that allows me to do so, which would also mean that I might be able to hook them up to my computer to have better control over my lights during certain events and stuff like that. Like, you know, somebody pops in with like a hype train and the lights start going crazy or something like that, which I think would be really cool. But in order for that to work, you need Bluetooth. And you can get a Bluetooth dongle, but I thought if I just got a Bluetooth card for my computer, then that would just fix the problem. But evidently, the lights, the brand name is Neewer, N-E-E-W-E-R. You need a specific USB Bluetooth dongle in order to get the lights to do anything at all. Which is annoying, because you don't need that for the phone, and I think it's just a money grab. But to Renzo's point of a 2-month lead time on whatever it is that you're working on for the drawing tablet, it's not even available in stores anymore. Like, the site that lists where to get it just shows you Amazon, and it's not available, which means I can't get the dongle for the lights to work, you know? Oh, man. Arden Hale out there being like, what time is it over there? It's 9 p.m. over there? It's about 12:14 in the morning for me. I see AK Bradley on the Twitch side saying, when do I request the infinity drink? So, that happens about once a stream, and it happens on a sort of random timer. So when the infinity bottle becomes available, there'll be an announcement sent to the chats. It already happened this stream, so you'll have to come back next time. And it's 10,000 points. If you're on Twitch, I'm sure you know how the channel points work. So it's one of the redeems. When the redeem becomes available, there's a message that gets sent out not just to the Twitch chat, but also to a YouTube chat as well. So it's kind of a race to see who can get it first. And it only happens once per stream. And it happened about, what, 2 hours ago? This time, we had Cole Menez on Twitch redeem a Mr. Black coffee liqueur, which was really tasty. And I'm sure will bring a very, very nice roasted note to the infinity bottle that I think you could personally benefit from. And I made, what did I make with this evening? I made an Infinity Mary Pickford with it, with 2 ounces of the infinity bottle. 2 ounces of... what else was in it in the Mary Pickford? 2 ounces of pineapple juice, 2 teaspoons of grenadine, as well as a single teaspoon of maraschino liqueur. And that was really good. That was really good. I'm nursing a little bit of a headache, so I didn't want to take the whole thing down. But it was tasty. We got you guys. Don't hurt me, please. You guys will be good. And then we do these ones here. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. Get all the enemies. I was hoping to get those ones. Hi, Big. How you doing, buddy? I'm hoping that this level doesn't provide me as much annoyance as the last one did. I could really use less of that. I would like to get all of Eggman's missions done tonight. I almost said Eggman's drinks again. That's not what I mean. I don't even have an Eggman drink yet, but I'm working on it. Y'all actually helped me figure out where I gotta go next with that particular drink, only because I had the opportunity to try the stencil this evening, and it's not quite what I wanted it to be. Not there yet. I gotta do, that was version 1, and I'm gonna have to do another version of it. Don't hurt me, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Matcha. I will. Break it with the missile. Oh, hello there. Oh, it's right there? That's right there. How many points do you need for this one? 30,000 I feel like is not enough. I did keep all my rings, though. Oh, right. Very cool.
Now you know why I am.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie. That bodes well for the collective. I'll take that. Let's keep going. Let's not lose this momentum. Good drink. I'm not feeling my headache right now. Let's keep going. A rank on the just about the second time. I'll take it. Whoop. Don't hurt me. Thank you. We're all about speed. Speed is the game. There we go. I was hoping that there was a ring pack there somewhere. Hi there. Don't touch. Hi there. Big enemies coming in on very unfortunate times. I don't think I really need to take care of you guys. I just gotta be careful not to get smacked, right? Probably. Whoop. Rings there, rings there, rings, goes everywhere. Oh, there was a little capsule down here. That was pretty cool. Enemies, enemies, enemies. Another one there. And then up on top, I think the balloon also has a little bit in it, right? Probably. 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 Did I get that balloon already? I think I did get the balloon already. What the heck? AK Bradley out there saying, not mad, but I don't have 10,000 bits and I'm sleepy, so have a good night. Oh, go for it, dude. Thanks so much for popping in. Hope to see you back here again sometime. Cowking saying, Cam, did you know that you can get state identification for your pets? You can? Like IDs and stuff for them? Or is that kind of like the thing where like you get trackers for them so that if your pets ever get lost, like people can identify them if they get found like, you know, out and about? Because if that's the identification you're talking about, I did know about that because my parents like, if it's the tagging system, because my parents tagged our animals when we were younger, just in case they ever went out, because we lived in the middle of the forest. So, just in case they wanted to go on an adventure, we'd have to make sure that we could find them. There we go!
Now you know why I am the best.
Oh, and by the way, Bradley, it's not 10,000 bits, it's points. And I'm not charging people $100 for the infinity bottle, just to make things clear.
Stage select.
It's just channel points. So you just sit there and you watch. You collect the points, then you redeem it. Just to make sure everybody else knows too, it does not cost $100 to put something in the infinity bottle. It is totally free. It is totally free. Like most things on the show. I imagine that whatever value that I provide you is more than enough for you to throw some cash my way and tip your bartender whenever you're comfortable to do so. I'm not going to charge you for that stuff. Or at least I'll try my best not to. Cow being like tags for their collars and stuff. I'll show an example in the pets section. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Now, is there an area right... Oh, that place... Oh, that one doesn't go up. Okay. Don't hurt me. Where would the chow be in this location? Oh, hi there. Oh, hi there. Oh, hi there. Oh, there's a little... Oh, I see you over there. I see you. There you is. There you is. Oh, but I bet you gotta beat all the... You gotta beat all the enemies, right? Ah, you definitely gotta beat all the enemies. Right? Yeah. No. Okay, no, apparently not. Oh, well, how do you get in there? Okay. How does one get in there? And now that that platform... Oh, hi there. Now that that platform... How do you get there? Well, I don't want to go nowhere. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure that's where it is. Or maybe there's a switch in here somewhere. I'm gonna take a look around here and see if there's another switch. It's possible there might be. Renzo out there saying, I posted the MTG cards that you were making on Reddit this afternoon, and I just got a message from the mods warning you not to post low quality or pointless submissions? Low quality or pointless? Ow. That's kind of rude of them. Is there, like, specific tagging on that subreddit for, like, fan works and stuff like that? Like, I mean, it doesn't seem like it was low effort to me, but I can see why the moderators might be like, oh, they might get, like, too many, like, specific submissions of, like, fan content and stuff like that. That's really hurtful, dude. I'm really sorry that they said that to you. I'd take a hit from that, too. I've had similar reactions on r/cocktails, and it does not feel very good. If anything, I'm curious about what the Magic the Gathering subreddit's rules are with, like, making your own cards, if they have those rules available. It also might be worth the appeal, too, and just being like, yo, like, I don't know what you mean by no effort, but it took a lot of effort, and it actually kind of hurt, yo. Depending on how comfortable you are with the confrontation and stuff like that. How do you open this door? I'm gonna look it up. I feel like it's behind this door. Lost Colony. Lost Chow. Lost Colony to Lost Chow. That was an interesting Google search. Activate the... Oh, there's ruins. Play through the stage until you reach the outside area. The gaps in the buildings not far from the second chest point, but for the first gap to get a slide, you get a pass from the right side until you got a hard spot. Oh, it's not this location. It is not this location at all. It is not through that door. I don't know what that door is for, but it is not for the Chow. So, evidently I was wrong. Renzo, like, you put the card under the correct flare tag. The tag was fan art and crafts. This was the Devil May Cry subreddit. A lot of Magic players are pretty toxic. I don't feel comfortable sharing it there. Yeah, no, I get that. I'd say that there's, like, a certain, like, elitist mentality that kind of permeates a number of different fandoms. I've seen it in the cocktail community personally. I've heard about folks seeing it in the Magic the Gathering community. Just apparently not the folks who want to see the type of content. It's unfortunate that you found out in this way with that sort of unfortunate feedback. But, like, at the very least, to your point, maybe the Devil May Cry community is the better community to be sharing that type of stuff with in terms of things that are kind of blurring the lines between different series together, like Magic the Gathering otherwise. Because at least for me, in my experience, like, I typically don't share my original drinks on r/cocktails. I think they're good drinks, right? And I think I've evolved beyond the point of maybe somebody offering, like, a harsh word that I can't take in some way, shape, or form constructively. But I'll put them on the individual subreddits because I know that my target audience are fans of the games just like me, not necessarily cocktail elitists. But even calling the people elitist is also kind of being a little elitist myself, as if to say, like, oh, I'm better than them because I've got a different palate. And I don't want to make that, either. Because that's not the intention I'm going for. But not a big fan of people who look at something that somebody made and immediately say, no. Because to me, that's yucking someone's yum, and I'm fundamentally against that. Okay, I reached the outside area at the gaps. This is not far from the second checkpoint, but for the first gap in the bridge, just to the side, you can slightly see a platform to the right-hand side. Oh, before the first gap. Oh. I gotta go backwards. I must go backwards. Just a little bit. And hopefully not fall off the edge, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fall right off. There we go. Apparently there's a platform on the left-hand side? I don't see a platform yet. This allowed me to cross. Yep, I see that. Is there a platform? I don't see no platform. Oh, you know what? But I do see... You know what I do see down there? I see this thing. Oh, hey there! Oh, hey there! That's what it's for! That's the platform I was thinking of. It's just kind of floating there. There we go. And I bet the last child's behind this door, yeah? Or there's more enemies? Hi there, more enemies. Oh, no. Wait. How do I... Oh, okay. Oh, no! Oh, okay. That's an interesting puzzle. There's another door up there. Okay. So the question is how to get to that door. How do you open it? Interesting. Oh, but the platform's gone, isn't it? Oh, no. It's not gone just yet. Not just yet. There must be something else up there, man. There must be something else. The question is, what? Now, apparently it's not behind me, because the camera won't let me go in that direction. I see the door down there, but how does one open? Oh, it just opened. Oh, that was... Oh! That was interesting. I don't know what that was all about, but it opened at, like, the right time. Hey, buddy. That was really weird. I don't know why oh, maybe the enemy, like, went out of range. And it was almost as if the enemy was defeated, when in fact it was not. Interesting. I think I have faith that we can get through Eggman's thing tonight, y'all. I don't know what it is, but for some reason the Banshee made me feel so much better. It's nice and cold, and it was honestly, if there was any drink that I was really in the mood for this evening, this Banshee kind of hit the spot, dude. Ryan, this is a good one. I'm still enjoying it, man. One of the things that I find with, again, in general, I'm not the biggest fan of sour-type cocktails. Not even necessarily things that even have a remote amount of citrus in them. Just not the biggest citrus fan. But I like dessert-type drinks that are done well with not too much sweetness, and it absolutely fills that gap for me. It doesn't have a ton of sugar in it. It's not too overpowering. And you know what? Don't tell Ryan. I'm gonna put a little bit more rum in it. I'm just gonna put a splash more of rum in here because I want a little bit more rum. Yeah, man. A little bit more. Yeah. I was telling you all, sometimes I have cravings at night, and for some reason I keep going for this bottle of Hamilton 86. I really like it, dude. I really like it. Even a float of like a 151 on top of this would be very interesting. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, man. It's like accessing the banana even more. Are you sure I'm gonna quit? No? No, I don't actually. Please don't. Yeah, dude, it's like accessing the rum in a way that's really tasty. Maybe 3/4 of an ounce of rum was like the way to go. That's good, dude. Whew. If anything, one of these days I want to play around with tiki-style beverages that don't necessarily rely on citrus, but other fruit juices as well, because I want to explore that category much more than I currently have the means to do so. Because it requires certain rums, certain ingredients, certain fruit juices and whatnot that you might necessarily have all at once. For me, at least as I've been going through the Tropical Standard book on tiki drinks, it is in regards to the rum selection. Like, I really only stock, like, 1 or 2 rums of a particular type at a time, but rums are incredibly varied on their flavors, and if I wind up sticking to only 1 or a couple of them at a time, it kind of leaves a couple of really cool options, like, kind of out of the midst for me. Okay, that was unfortunate. Let's do it again! Let's do it again! I think I'll get that Chow key and we'll go say hello to the Chow Garden after this is all over. That's what I'm thinking. I've also thought about, like, the order in which to do the emblems in this game, and I am totally not going to worry about any of the Chow Garden stuff until after we're done with all the A ranks and stuff. Because honestly, I more really want to get all the A ranks, more so than I want to get all the emblems, but one involves the other, so I'm doing them all. Oh, shoot, that was not what I wanted. Can I get on this platform? I was able to get back on the platform, that's great. Ryan out there saying about to head to bed, but did you hear about Discord dropping their founder as a CEO and hiring the Activision executive? Yeah, dude, I saw that. I know people have mixed opinions about it. Very mixed opinions. My thought is this. Evidently, Discord wants to take the company public, and the Activision CEO evidently has the skill set to be able to do so. I read one post where it was basically just like stroking the ego of the Activision guy, and I was like, okay, well, can we get to the facts here? It'll be interesting. Only because I know Activision's whole thing is like microtransactions and stuff like that, and I don't really want to see microtransactions take over Discord, but it kind of already has, like with all the profile customization stuff like that. Microtransactions don't really work on me. Instead, I will wait for those events that happen to get the free stuff. And I will be so thankful for the free stuff, dude. Love the free stuff. Renzo out there saying, I took a screenshot of the mod message and put it in the Discord. Yeah, dude, fuck those guys. Get them out of here. Ain't nobody yucking people's yums around here. If anything, Renzo, if it's the same cards that you shared in the Discord, those were really cool looking. Honestly, the art on it in particular, I was like, this is cool. And I don't think that you did them. If you did do the art on them, even more bonus points to the card art and stuff like that. But it was still pretty cool. If anything, I'd be curious to see how it plays in battle, like in an actual card game. And I'll watch from a safe distance. Lycos Lore, like honestly, Lycos Lore might want to play a couple of games with you on it, because I know he was giving you some feedback on it. He's a big Magic guy. And apparently our Discord server has a number of Magic the Gathering folks, which is cool to see. Skittle out there saying, like, went to go grab a few drinks and turned around and came right back inside once I remember there's supposed to be a storm tonight. Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, you know, if you stand out in the middle of the storm and you let your drink, whatever it may be out there, maybe just like being struck by lightning will make a creeper into like a hyper creeper, a charged creeper. You can get like a charged beverage if you get struck by lightning. And hopefully survive, you know? Also, when the heck did you hatch? When the heck did you hatch, little guy? Check it out, chat! The shiny egg that I apparently bought hatched. The shiny white dude. You're cool looking. What should we name you? Can I name you? Do I have the opportunity to name? I can! Oh my god! That's awesome. Ryan being like, we're gonna have microtransactions just to send a message, dude. $1 a character. Oh, that's steep. That's a steep price. My thing is it'll be like, oh, that message is too long to send, or that file is too powerful, I can't send it. But for a one-time fee, 99 cents, we'll let you send it anyway. We'll let you increase the bandwidth just for this message. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, dude. Man. Skittle being like, yo, like the Panera charged drinks, is that how they made them so caffeinated? Dude, I forgot about those, you're right! The things that made people literally have heart attacks? Yeah, dude, that's how they did it. They used lightning. They took a piece of fulgurite, which is made when lightning strikes the sand, and then they just kind of stirred the drinks with them, and it added the caffeine numbers up. Beautiful. Chat, what should we name the chow? I'm thinking Panera? Caffeine, perhaps? Caffeine might be cool. Renzo out there saying, thank you. I did the initial drawings, but are horrible at shading, so I did the artist taboo and had AI help inside, help shade, but the drawings and initial coloring was you yesterday morning. Well, there you go, dude. Listen, dude, I don't think that on a personal use level, I don't think that you're doing anybody no harm, not significant harm, from using AI art. In my humble opinion. Every once in a while, full disclosure, y'all, sometimes for the drinks I see on the drinks you see in the recipe card, I will either take it from the website that I get the link from, or I will use AI to generate a drink of what I think it might look like, and I'll pixelize it and stuff like that, and I use that. But like we're relatively small creators, right? So I would think that in good faith, so long as you're not literally putting somebody out of a job, like I'd do my own art anyways if I had the opportunity to, but I haven't, you know. Skittle being like, so is Fulgurite kind of like Shadow and Sonic's hair in the movie? Exactly like that. I'm gonna name this guy Panera because it's a topic of conversation. Paxnera. Panera. Because honestly, I fucking love bread, dude. No, wait, no, I want to. No, I don't want a different name. I want my own name. Yeah, I want to do that. All right. Give me my Paxnera. Do you think Panera delivers at this hour? I feel like it would. Maybe. That was good stuff. There we go. Panera? Yeah, Panera. It's a good name. Thanks. I wish Panera a happy life. And I wish for you to make a living wage doing what you enjoy. See you again. Likewise. Likewise. Alright, cool. Should Panera wear a bucket? Work in the black market? Yeah, dog. Shopping? You got a bucket for sale? Not quite a bucket. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll focus on the chows later. Skittle's like, definitely not. Panera, probably closed. Well, a guy can hope. A guy can dream, can he? I have a dream that Panera will be open one day past the midnight hour. For all Americans. Or something. Skittle like, a can is just a really smallish bucket. Yeah, but it doesn't have a handle, Skittle. A bucket's gotta have a handle. My bucket has a handle, therefore that bucket must have a handle. It must be! Renzo being like, exactly. The drawings are yours, you just needed help coloring, and there was no harm done besides it messed up some of your lines. Yeah, you know what? And then you can go in there with the fine tools of your hands and otherwise, and I know you're missing the pen right now, so not trying to push on a sore subject, but, and you can go in after the fact, and make it even better, and iterate on it. If anything, I saw a very interesting articulation about how AI is going to affect certain people involved, or certain who will be affected by like the AI of the future, not just what's happening today, but also in the near future. And the dude was basically saying that AI is going to put people who don't think for their job out of a job, but the people who are essentially functioning as robots, to put it very not so sensitively, are going to be out of their job. Like the people who just kind of process input and produce output in a very simple fashion. Like those are the people who are quote unquote at risk. And like, I think that's kind of a very inhuman way of thinking about it, because all the people who are going to be put out of a job are still going to have the process of having to cope with that particular situation. But my mentality is this. Just like calculators kind of made, I guess, mathematicians, I don't have full context on this, right? But whatever calculators and computers did to mathematicians and other sort of operational things is what's going to happen to people who are affected by AI, and eventually the world will move on and we'll find even more specializations for people to truly live in their genius and not do the stuff that, admittedly, was kind of hard and annoying to do to begin with. But that's just my opinion. Nice. Oh, I want the points. Thank you for the points. Love the points. Points are great. Skittle being like, not if it's a small enough bucket. Oh yeah, I guess that's a good point, right? If the bucket is really, really small, it wouldn't need a handle, because that kind of defeats the purpose. That does actually kind of make sense. Skittle saying too, by that logic, that would make a grocery bag a bucket. I mean, yes. Yes. Well, what is a bucket, right? Alexa, what is a bucket?
Bucket can have a few meanings. 1. Petite, cylindrical vessel, usually of metal, plastic, or wood, with a flat bottom.
Or wood.
Barrel,
Or wood.
collecting, carrying, or holding water, sand, fruit, etc. Hair. 2. Anything resembling
Dude,
or suggesting this.
I'm inclined to think that a paper bag could be considered a bucket.
Water turbine on the right. 4. Any of the scoops attached to or forming the endless chain in certain types of conveyors or elevators.
I really think that like a paper bag could be considered a bucket. Like, I'm totally convinced on that by that statement. Cylindrical and metal, therefore tin can. Yeah, it's fair. I think that is religion. Like, that's a bucket. I think that is legitimately a bucket. That's a good point there. That's a good point. But like, I'm pretty sure there is a bucket in the game, right? Like, there is a canonical bucket. Therefore, I would prefer that bucket. Yeah. Eli being like, I think buckets need to be rigid. You're entitled to your opinion. I don't think buckets need to be rigid. A shot glass is just a very, very small glass bucket. Very small. Official out there being like, computer used to be some woman who made lots of calculations for NASA. That's why it was called like that. Computer. One who computes, evidently. Yeah. But I mean, there's a certain, I feel like the argument that I made about like computers to, I guess, mathematicians, for example, or strategists versus artists and AI is a little bit of a different thing. Like, I really don't think, I was gonna say, I really don't think that AI is ever going to truly put an artist out of work. Out of work, yes. Maybe make them even more specialized in what they do and maybe make them worth even more money. Yeah. Because, like, if you think about it, right? If the logical conclusion of AI taking over an artist's job, the logical conclusion is, well, now artists, the real artists are going to be a heck of a lot more expensive. And maybe the real artists are maybe going to be making even more a living because now people are going to start distinguishing on AI-generated art versus human-made art. And the human-made art becomes so much more valuable because it's not in the masses. It's not as common. I don't know. But I'm not a philosopher. I'm a mixologist, but, you know. Skittle being like, I support non-rigid, gender-fluid buckets. They don't have to be rigid. They can be whatever they want to. Hear, hear, dude. Cheers to that. But, like, if your bucket has a penis, I'm concerned. Or any sexual organs, for that matter. You know? Now, sexual orientation. Like, if your bucket's into dudes, that's fine. That's fine. One love, one bucket. Many interpretations of that statement. Hi there. Goodbye there. Hi everybody, good to see you. We're going down? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we is. Hello. Goodbye. Come to think of it. Nah, I don't know if this joke is in the right place or not. But like chat, if the bucket is a bucket with no holes, could it be used to convey gender fluid? Like, what is a fluid if not a gas or a liquid? What is a liquid? A fluid aside from a collection of states of matter? Or a state of mind? Or a state of being? All realities are accepted. Love is good. Be who you want to be, Barbie girl. And every other iteration of that. Anyways. Skittle being like, what if one day at art galleries they're presenting AI art like they do now? Like, now this here is a semi-original cubist piece by the famous artist known as ChatGPT. If anything, what I would really like to see in the world of AI art is if you were going to do anything that utilizes the training data that came from another artist, I would like to know whose art was used to create the image there. Like, granted, you're not always going to get that, right? But like when a musical artist creates this genre-bending track and they talk about who inspired the art, that is such a cool narrative, right? And I would say there's even a certain level of coolness in regards to knowing that, okay, so the AI used this particular data set of art to generate this other piece. I think that's kind of cool in a way. It's certainly a different kind of cool, and I would at the very least understand people who are not able to like
digest that particular, like, that particular thought, or be able to experience that level of appreciation. But, like, I know, at least in the work that I wind up doing as my day job, like, I'm reverse engineer things from a byte level upwards. So to me, it is really, really cool and fascinating to see how programs work and protocols are built on top of each other, utilizing the base units of what came below them. I know it's not a really good analogy to be made there, but at the very least, on a level of experiencing other people's art form, I like to know what the original inspiration is. Like, when I was younger, I was super into, like, Fakemon and like fake Pokemon and whatnot, and Pokemon fusions and stuff like that. It was always so cool. First of all, to be able to see an end Pokemon and be like, I wonder what Pokemon went into it. And be able to get the details of exactly what the details were of that particular Fakemon, whether it was a combination or something that was done originally or otherwise. But another level above that was to see the other art the original creator did that wasn't necessarily the same Fakemon stuff. That was something a little bit different. And how that art style that they used for that particular piece of art in the other art that the artist inevitably created. And this was like during the level of, this is during the time when I was a little bit more active on Deviant art, which I never was really that active on. But that's where I found most of the Fakemon stuff, dude. Levy out there being like, dude, I loved looking at Fakemon. Dude, same, bro, same. I even made a couple of my own Pokemon fusions, but it was all sprite level work. That was my first instance of graphic design. And I loved it, dude. I see Infinite out there being like, I'm still depressed. Well, man, if I know anything about the Infinite that I did the podcast episode on right now, it seems that you're just kind of looking for belonging. It's that level of, you're gonna wind up feeling those bad feelings unless you have a way to kind of get them out of your system, you know? Or find something to kind of focus your energy on that is beneficial to what your goals are and whatnot, you know? Like, the Infinite that I know was chastised by Shadow the Hedgehog and told that he was weak. And so pursued greatness in strength in whatever way that he could, and kind of got bamboozled by Eggman, which is, you know, no big feat. He does it to everybody, right? But if you still have a life to live after the fact, whatever that you were able to do when you were at your proudest moments, when you were still leading that squad of jackals and stuff, maybe you just need another squad, right? You lost the first squad, but what about the squad that comes next? Maybe what Infinite the Jackal needs to do now, post the Eggman War, whatever else other stuff happened, is to get away from it all and find a new clan. Either that's another set of jackals to lead, or, you know what, even a group of your own making, whether it's something like a local club or, I don't know, dude, if you're still into the military stuff with fighting like the experience you had in the war, Renaissance groups, dude. Like reenactment groups? I don't know, man. It could be weird, but it could be cool, you know? Glorious out there being like 545 deaths, and it's gonna keep getting bigger, because, I'm pretty sure I didn't get an A rank here either. You know? Skittle being like, I always liked looking at the fake Goku forms. They were always wildly ridiculous, but really fun to see. Oh, that actually worked out perfectly. Check that out. Yeah, dude. And this is not just like, it doesn't have to just be Pokemon. It doesn't have to just be Goku or Dragon Ball. Seeing other people's art is cool. And if anything, what AI can do really, really well, what it does really, really well is mimic other people's styles. And if I am just here to look at the art, it's kind of cool, man. And it is really cool to be able to take almost anything and restyle it into something a little bit different. I think that's so cool, dude. It's really cool. But, like, it's never gonna be, like getting the AI to make, let's say, a custom Pokemon for you is never gonna be the same as getting somebody who made the art that you fell in love with on DeviantArt 10 years later to do a custom commission of something that you requested and had the opportunity to go back and forth on. I don't think AI is ever going to be at that. Well, it might get to the point where that sort of like commission back and forth becomes available, but the human aspect of it, because like you could always, like there's more that the human can say on their art, more so than a machine can say. And the human aspect, at least to my understanding, hasn't been factored out yet. You know? Well, I don't know what I was doing with this one. Is there another thing? Oh, it's this one this time. I see. Infant out there being like, they're the rehab that Scratch and Grounder been talking about. Really? Like the robots? I didn't realize that they were still around, honestly. Haven't done enough research on them in particular. But I don't know this, but the Scratch and Grounder in particular were my enemies during my era of playing the Mean Bean Machine. And, you know, I guess the cartoons and stuff. I need to get up here. That's what I gotta do. Infinite out there saying, so you're telling me I could ask AI to make your profile picture? To make my profile picture? I mean, you can certainly ask it. I'm not saying that you can't do it. You can do anything, right? Cosmic Eternity. You can be anything. Cosmic Eternity. I love that song so much. Really good. How the heck do I get up there? Oh, I know what I got to do. That's what I got to do. And then I gotta get over here. There we go. Skittle like AI generated hamster fan art. Listen, I can't stop you, man. I can't stop you. I can certainly advise against it, but I can't stop you. And why would I? You know, why would I want to? You know, maybe I would. Would I want to? I don't know, man. If my safety's at risk, I'll stop you. But my mental well-being, that's a different story, you know. Infinite making a request to Sage. Make cam profile pics in 2 minutes. There we go. There we go. It's coming. But I like my profile picture. I look so happy. Was that what I needed to do? Oh, I just need to defeat the monkey. Defeat the evil robot monkey. That's what I need to do. Levy out there being like, if I were to make a Fakemon, I want it to be Ice Poison type, since no existing Pokemon has that combo. No kidding! Really? I didn't know that! I was doing a bit of research on, as I've been doing some more cocktail brainstorming and whatnot, I was looking at, there's a chart on, I think it's Bulbapedia or something like that, that shows a chart of Pokemon by type, by prevalence. So like the prevalence of that particular type of Pokemon. And you know what? I didn't realize that there wasn't any poison and ice types. That's cool, dude. Yeah, man. Oh man, how would that look? A Pokemon with ice and poison. What's poison but also ice? Like, oh, that was unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Future Sonic being like, I got an ad somehow. Yeah, that's how it works. Are you kidding me? Wow, dude. That was incredible. Yeah, ads happen on YouTube. They happen randomly. I was speaking with the folks in the YouTube community about whether or not there's a way to like make ads happen synchronously for those of us who multi-stream. And they've got features coming up apparently to allow that to happen, maybe. Called like taking a break or something like that. But if you watched an ad, thanks for the support. Appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna go down fast. Hello there. Goodbye there. Take this guy and go on down. There we go. Skittle out there being like, I am now petitioning to shorten the term fan art to just fart. Dude, that's a pretty good portmanteau. That would work. That would work. Although I feel like people might get confused. We're all about being honest around here and being clear and concise if we can be. You know. Sonic being like, now you see why I put Eggman in prison? I mean, I'm all about the whole rehabilitation of, you know, bad people and whatnot. But I don't think I see exactly why. Aside from just the mentality of rehabilitation, not death. Alright, I want to go here. I want to do a... Oh, hi there. That's... You know what? Actually, you didn't make this very fun, so I'm just going to move on. I'm going to move on with my life. What's going on? Future Sonic being like, this man ain't redeemable. Dude, Sonic, what happened to you, man? What happened to you, dude? The Sonic that I know and love, at least in this particular present time, was the kind of guy who, even when Eggman lost all his memories, was like, he can be redeemed. We'll let him go. We're not gonna put him in jail or kill him or anything like that, you know? Evidently, the future has made Sonic the Hedgehog kind of sour. Hey, man, you're entitled to your opinion. I think everybody's redeemable. But that's my personal belief. But we don't talk politics on this stream, you know? We talk about drinks and whatnot. So have a drink. Settle down, Eggman. And if you appreciate a finely made flip, I can provide that. One of these days. Future Sonic saying that you and Eggman kind of had this whole father-son thing? Really? Really? Feel free to expand upon that if you think you can. Father, son, you say? If anything, I don't think Eggman's much of a father to you, at least. He's more a father to his creations, right? The robots and whatnot that he crafted from the very beginning. Metal Sonic and Sage and whatnot. That's kind of cool, man. As a fellow engineer myself, it's my creations, I think, that I have the greatest pride over. And I wouldn't say that my creations, like, you know, the stream and whatnot are like a son to me, but I care deeply about it. There we go. That was perfect. Levy being like, I don't know of any poisonous animals that live in Arctic temperatures, so I don't know the most logical concept for an ice poison Pokemon, but I'd be very curious what the design would be. The only thing that I can think of are, like, you know about, like, certain bacterium and stuff that thrive in extreme conditions? I wonder if the ice poison Pokemon could be, like, a virus that can specifically exist under those particular conditions. Like, Archaea, I think, is the word species is not the right word for it. I'm not a taxonomist or a person who does anything like that with animals and genealogy and whatnot. But Archaea could be a cool concept for something that just, like, it is only able to exist because of the fact that, you know, it's based off of those extreme conditions. That'd be interesting. Hi there. Goodbye. I see Future Sonic out there saying, if you played Lost World, you would understand. I feel like Shadow now. Oh, I played Lost World, and I don't think I do understand. But it's okay, dude. I don't need to agree with you. That's totally fine. We are all welcome to have our own opinions out here. Don't get me wrong. Eggman's a bit of a dick, right? But I don't recall any father-son stuff happening in Sonic Lost World. What I remember most prominently from Sonic Lost World was Eggman blowing into the magic conch to get the funny-looking Zeddy creatures to bend to his will. Levy being like a bacteria Pokemon could be interesting. Oh, yeah, dude. Or maybe like a regional form of like Reuniclus or something like that. Because I know that one's kind of based on like cell biology and stuff like that. That could be cool. Maybe. Or like, dude, what about, I was going to say a tardigrade, because they can survive in like near freezing levels. Also, wait a second. Hold up a second. I just realized I got the emblem, but I didn't get the congratulations thing. Did I miss an Eggman level? I didn't complete Sand Ocean! No way! I didn't realize that. I did not realize that I didn't complete Sand Ocean. Okay, so there's actually more Eggman stuff to do. I'm debating what I do in this scenario, chat. Let's roll with it. Let's see where we go with it. I still gotta get A here in Lost Colony, right? And apparently there's 2 more missions in Sand Ocean, and that place was giving me a rough time last time. But I forgot about it. I thought we were supposed to be going to space. Hello there. Goodbye there. Goodbye. Future Sonic saying in Sonic Lost World in particular, you and Eggman kind of have like a meh father-son, meh. Then he fell in the lava and you were actually angry. Interesting. It's been a while since I played Sonic Lost World, so I probably just don't remember it. That's all good, man. Hey, maybe future Eggman and future Sonic had that sort of relationship, but I'm curious about it. Don't get me wrong, dude. I'm curious about it. I got a whole podcast on Sonic the Hedgehog, so if there are those more like father-son moments between Eggman and Sonic specifically, I'm curious about it. Me and my bro Lycos Lore talk about it weekly. Hello there. That was it. Why were you shooting at the other enemy, my guy? That was wacky. That was wacky. Alright, let's get in here. I think the speed bonus is really going to help us out. Official out there saying that you've got 2 quests queued in Genshin. One lasts for 15 minutes and unlocks the next one, which is an hour long, and it's the only first half of the quest. It's only the first half of the quest that needs to be completed for the event quest. Oh, so you're getting all the event stuff, right? Are you still gunning for Venti, right? I like Venti. Venti is the only character from Genshin Impact that I have fan paraphernalia on. I have a small little keychain that I showed you all last week, where he looks drunk on dandelion wine. I love the vibe. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. There we go. I needed that. There we go. Future Sonic out there being like, if you have a Joe Rogan type thing, invite me to one. You mean like a guest show? Nah, it doesn't really have guests right now. It's just me and my bro. Just me and my bro. If we can get the Sonic the Hedgehog on the Lorex podcast, that'd be freaking wild, dude. That'd be freaking wild. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was not really what I was going for. Hello! Hi there! Hello there. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of Joe Rogan stuff, but I think his show mostly primes on having guests and whatnot. Yeah, not really my kind of show. Official being like, I love that femboyish drunkard god. Ever since 1.5, I've been wanting him, but just kind of missed the banners. I think I have Venti. I think I have him as a character. And I want to say I got him, like, really, really early on. But, like, I don't quite remember, because it's been a hot minute since I booted up Genshin, dude. A hot minute. I remember, I think there's an actual character in the game that's kind of like bartendery. Like a mixy character, and I can't remember who that was, too, but I think I have her, too. But I don't remember what character that was. All the points, please. Okay. No points for me, then. This run feels bad, dude. This feels like a bad run. Bad run, yo. Bad run. We'll work with it. We'll see where we get. Future Sonic out there saying that evidently Green Hill split into 4 areas. Green Hills, Blue Hills, Red Hills, and Yellow Hill. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Is that canon? Because I'm curious. I don't know anything about that particular one. Ah! Oh my god. Damn it. Official saying Diluc is the owner of Angel Share, and Diana is the bartender at the Cattail. Yeah, I think it's Diana. I think that's the character I've got. That was like the last thing of Genshin that I did. I think I played with the bartender character and some of like whatever specific missions that you've got with her, and that was it. I think that's the last I played Genshin on stream. Honestly, that's probably the last time I played Genshin in general. Get him in here. There we go. Future Sonic saying is in the future. In the future. So we're talking like kind of alternate universe stuff, dude. That's pretty interesting. I don't know if any of y'all have read the AU stuff for if the Zombat arc didn't end and if the metal virus continued to take over the world and what the consequences would be like for those that remain. That was a dark arc, dude. And I love some of the art that I've seen out there in regards to specifically like the Zombat arc alternate universe stuff. That stuff looks really cool to me. It's kind of body horror-esque, but it's almost like metal body horror, and that is totally up my alley, dude. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do, y'all, is I'm gonna give this a couple more tries, and then if I don't wind up getting the A rank on this, I'm just gonna call it quits for the evening. Try to get some extra sleep in my body. And then we'll come back with another Eggman episode, which means more egg drinks, dude! I want more egg drinks in my life. More egg drinks. I actually wound up using all of the eggs. There was only 1 egg left downstairs because I took the other ones to use for the drinks. I'm a menace. I'm a menace. Future Sonic being like, how's my head? It's doing a lot better now than it was. Still feeling a little hot under the collar. That's because my studio lights and whatnot. That's not anything particularly unusual. Official being like, I need 100 more primos for a 10 pull. If I don't get him now, I'm giving up. Oh my gosh. Oh no, man. No, Eggman, why? Oh man, dude.
Stage select.
Dude, I got faith in your primos there, Official. I got faith in them. Ugh. One more try. We're giving it one more try. That's all I'm giving it, yo. That's all I'm giving it. And then we're gonna call it quits. Cole out there with the meep. Future Sonic being like, isn't EXE on your shoulder still, or did he leave? Oh, I have no idea. I can't even tell. If EXE says something and he's still here, otherwise I just assume that he meandered out peacefully. And that's okay with me. Apparently he's invisible anyway, but yeah, if EXE wants to hang out on my shoulder, I won't take that away from him. We're all just trying to stay cool in this life. If you want to sit on my shoulder and you're not interrupting the show, I got no problem with it. These laser enemies are spooky. Yeah, I'm not sure what Sonic.exe's whole shtick is overall. Not just the user, but like the whole creepypasta in general. Like, if there's a reason why Sonic.exe wants to hang on my shoulder, I'm cool with it, man. Again, I don't want to take it away from you. It's not interrupting my show, so I got no problem with it. There we go. EXE's back. I live on his shoulder. There we go. There we go. So yes, to answer your question, I'm inclined to think that Sonic.exe is still hanging on my shoulder because they're still here. How are you hanging up there, EXE? Can you feel the heat radiating from my head? I hope the shaking wasn't too much of a trouble for you when we were mixing the cocktails and whatnot. EXE, like, I eat on his shoulder, I sleep on his shoulder. He writes memoirs about the creepypastadom on my shoulder. He considers his next victim and plans out the procedure on my shoulder. He considers about the implication of all 4 colored hill zones on my shoulder in the not-so-distant Sonic the Hedgehog future. Did I mention he's also on my shoulder? I'll say, though, if you start getting over-encumbering Sonic.exe, I might start charging rent. But for now, I think we're chill. We're chill. We're chill. I'm not worried about it. Alright, buddy. I see you over there. I see you. Oh, no! One of my rings! Get them all. Oh my god. Dude, with the lasers. With the laser beams, my guy. With the laser beams. I'm gunning for the big time bonus this time. That's what I'm going for. Cole Minez out there being like, I'm tired. Also, like, 90% sure I sprained my ankle like 2 weeks ago as the swelling hasn't gone down, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, dude, well, if you're tired, go get some rest, bro. Thanks so much for sticking around as long as you did, and thanks for your contribution for the infinity bottle. If I didn't say thanks already. This bottle's going places, my guy. It's going places. Oh, hi there, everybody. All right, this could be good. It might be the time bonus that I'm all gunning for. Could be. EXE being like, I'm his real shoulder roommate. Hey, man, like I said, if you start paying rent, you can be my roommate. That's fine. That's fine by me. Cause like, Anna and I are roommates, right? Because we coexist in this apartment together, and we both contribute to rents. That's the kind of system we work on here. If you're committed to being my roommate, EXE, you gotta play some ground rules here. That means you're helping out with the chores. It means you're helping out with my bar setup and whatnot. I'll provide drinks for free. Oh, we got an ad break. Like, I'll provide it for free. Don't get me wrong. But you gotta pull your weight here. Otherwise, as soon as my shoulder starts getting tired, I'm gonna let my guard down. I'm gonna let it down. I'm gonna let my shoulders down, you know? Cole's like, nah, I'm not gonna go to sleep until after you finish the stream. Dude, don't put that power in my hand, Cole. I'll end it. I'll end it, dude. If you need sleep, I'll end the stream. I need sleep too. Don't give me that power over you. What do I see out here? I was just scrolling through my notifications, Cole, and I saw the recipe that you shared for this Malort cocktail. As the world continues to make plans on stuff that hasn't yet come to the bar with the next. I have a little bit of Malort. I've talked to you about it a little bit. This is on my Malort. Not much of it, though. Not much. Renzo being like, I'll take that offer. I'll become a roommate. You got to pull your weight. You got to pull your weight, my guy. Last person, I'll say this. The last person that I shared my space with, when given the opportunity to, I asked them that they had to pull their weight. And they did not. And I kicked them out. They were not very thankful for the whole thing. So, I've got, hopefully the next time, it's better for me, you know? EXE being like, I'm also on his shoulder when he's at work. Yeah, no. When I'm there, like, reverse engineering shit like that, there in the beginning of the day, EXE is right on my shoulder, right? I don't think he helps very much. But like I said, until my shoulder's not tired yet, so you're welcome to stay there for a little bit. You know? Cole being like, the Gort. Is that what you named that cocktail? The Gort? Oh my gosh. Eli out there being like, I am redrawing every detail in Microsoft Paint window by hand. My neck hurts so much. Maybe you just gotta get up and stretch for a little bit, you know? Give a little ear. We can all stretch right now. Let's all give it a big stretch, right? Actually, legitimately, y'all, like, sometimes I just need, like, a huge freaking stretch, and I'm gonna take this as an opportunity to just completely stretch out right now. That felt nice, dude. Excuse me. That felt good. Renzo being like, dude, I'd be a whole ass maid if need be. Like, that sounds like bliss, dude. Dude. With a maid outfit and everything? Right? We don't kink shame around here. You know? Cole saying it's named the Gort. It's gonna be fun. The only two ingredients I remember in this drink, Cole, is grape juice and Malort. And if you put the G from grape with the Malort, it's the Gort. And it terrifies me, dude. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thanks again for supporting the bar with an X. I do this for you. And for me. But mostly for me. Because I'm a selfish asshole. Oh, hello there. Don't fall. Hello there. EXE being like, Cam, is your wife okay that you have a hedgehog on your shoulder? I don't think she minds. I don't think she's noticed at this point. Like you said, you're invisible, and I don't talk about you very much. So, I would say that she hasn't noticed yet, and that's probably for the better. Oh, shoot. No way, dude. Oh, no way, dude. I didn't realize I had to do this. No! Oh my god. Dude, that was so close. I forgot that I had to go there. Wow, that's incredible. Damn. Cole's like, I'm trying to make Malort taste good. Dude, it's possible. It is possible. It is possible. I would say, who is saying there's no way to make Malort taste good? Or like, there's no, yeah, dude. I fundamentally disbelieve that. There's a way to make Malort taste good. It has a purpose just like every other ingredient.
That wasn't so
C rank.
difficult.
Seriously, dog?
Stage select.
Oh, man, dude. All right, yo. I'm gonna duck out. That's what we're gonna do, right? I'm reading the room, and by the room I mean my brain. And I think it's probably best for me to take a night's rest. I don't know what it was. Like I said, I was out at the for the inauguration, not inauguration, but for the celebration of Gin Week. Amy Chow and I went out to a couple of bars yesterday in Philadelphia to kind of celebrate and taste some of the gin drinks that they were serving at some of our local bars. And like, I definitely drank a little bit much. And I woke up with a small headache and a very small hangover, and I drank a lot of water, got some food in my belly, got some a little extra rest, but the headache that I have now has continued throughout the day, so it's possible that my body's fighting something like that, and drinking a bunch of hair of the dog is not gonna help. Best thing that I can do is keep my body hydrated and whatnot, maybe take something for the symptoms, and get a good night's rest. So I would wish the same for you out there. If you got anything going on in your body, whether it's a sprain, a headache, or otherwise, treat your body well. The hair of the dog is only going to delay the issues, but you'll have to find them eventually. And if all else fails, dude, just go see a doctor, you know? I see that out there, you know? To everybody out there who joined me until the very end, I appreciate you greatly. Thanks so much. Thanks for coming along. Where's my mouse out here? Where's my mouse? There we go. There we go. Business account, vibe check. Vibe check. That's all I'm saying on that. Timeout duration. Oh, okay. Apparently I can't click the button. All right. Well, that's fine. I can just do this one instead. There we go. Easy. Cool. I vibe checked somebody. Smoke. Come in my chat and they smoke hella herb. Taste these nuts. No thanks, dude. Vibe check. Anyways. EXC saying I'm gonna sleep on the couch. Ozzy saying good night, mate. Thanks for made this far rest feel well better. Absolutely, dude. Renzo saying have fun tonight. Get some sleep. Maybe a hottie toddy. There we go. Official saying see you on Wednesday. Hope you have a great rest and that you recover soon, Mr. Streamer. Thanks everybody out there. If the sun is shining where you are, may you have a wonderful rest of your morning. The night is, if the moon is shining and somehow where you are, or you can't see the moon at all and it just so happens to be dark outside, may you have a wonderful rest of your night. Cheers to everybody out there. It was a pleasure being your bartender this evening. But until next time, y'all, on Wednesday, cheers and bye.